Chapter 1030, Not Time to Die Yet, the Supreme Mage Who Was Held Back. A deep, rumbling roar shattered the silence. From the blackness crawled a massive demon wolf, its hide plated with razor-sharp scales that glinted like obsidian. Acidic drool dripped from its fanged maw, hissing as it burned the earth wherever it fell. Mounted on the beast's broad back was an even more terrifying sight. A hulking fiend with 3 snarling heads, each one more grotesque than the last. At their approach, the very currents of demonic energy swirling around the battlefield split and parted, carving a clear path for these monsters. Carter Slay's eyes narrowed. "The upper demon," he said in a low, reverent tone, "one of the highest-ranking generals of the Abyss." Vision scanned the scene, his pale features illuminated by the corroding aura that oozed from the trio. "And these," he gestured toward a skeletal figure trailing a cloud of putrid mist. "They leave nothing untainted. Wait, there's more." Tony's voice wavered as he pointed to a tall, lithe demon standing a little farther off. Black veins pulsed beneath its skin. "That one looks human enough, but trust me, it's no joke." Lucifer stepped forward, arms spread as if greeting old friends. "Ah, yes, shadow demon, corruption demon, fire demon." He paused to count on his fingers, then added with a mischievous grin, "And that handsome fellow over there is Beelzebub himself. He's the one who recently offered to trade me the souls of 2 lovely girls. But I was in a benevolent mood that night, so I invited them to dinner instead and sent them on their way." Johnny Blaze clenched his fists, anxiety flickering in his eyes. "How do we stop them? There are too many of them, and these are some of the dire lords." Tony didn't hesitate. Energy crackled around him, coalescing into a brilliant white glow in his outstretched palm. "Do you even need to ask?" he said. His voice rang with determined fury. The light pulsed faster, spilling arcs of power across his fingers as he prepared to fire the moment the demons charged. All around them, the battlefield held its breath. Darkness surged forward, but the defenders were ready. It wasn't their time to die yet. Carter Slay lunged forward, but Lucifer's voice stopped him cold. "Don't be hasty. This is the gate of hell." Carter froze and turned, eyes locked on Lucifer as he stood atop a black, circular dais. "I'm not complaining that you're keeping these demons in check," Lucifer said, an amused smile curving his lips. But Tony, Johnny, and Vision exchanged wary glances. They were ready to strike when Lucifer's butt halted them. "But what?" Tony challenged. Lucifer folded his arms. "These fiends won't harm you simply because Mephisto and I are here. We still carry weight in Hell's Court. The instant you take the fight to them, they'll rip us apart," Carter Slay finished, his tone eerily calm. "And you won't even get to fall into the abyss. Your souls will be trapped in this forsaken place until the end of time." A cold chuckle escaped Lucifer. "Imagine, such interesting souls doomed to languish forever. A shame, really, but perhaps you'd prefer another option? I can give you a chance." Johnny squared his shoulders, eyes blazing. "I'll never bow to the devil." Lucifer's grin deepened. "Very well, let us see how long that resolve lasts." Lucifer sneered. "Your thirst for revenge is nothing but a chicken rib to me, insubstantial and unworthy. Be gone. So long as you make no offensive move before dawn, the legions of hell will leave you unharmed. That is the Lord of Hell's word, and it stands until first light." At his feet, Carter Slay vaulted onto his horse without a second thought. "Let's go." Johnny spun around in disbelief. "You're really walking away? Come on, this is cowardice. Are we just going to let those demons pour through the gates of hell? If you're going to die, at least die doing something worth it." Carter cinched his saddle. He spoke softly but firmly. "Listen, Johnny, trust me, I've seen it up close. We're just a handful of weapons in this war. Without proper backup or a plan, we couldn't even slow that demon horde. Only the living can fight for a future. Once you're dead, there's nothing left. No fight, no hope." His calm crackled to life with Nick Fury's voice. "Stark, fall back immediately. This isn't the time for lone wolf heroics. You need to withdraw, regroup, and devise a long-term strategy." Tony Stark ground his teeth, eyes flicking toward the abyss beyond Hell's Gate. "But Fury, this is precisely the worst-case scenario we planned for. Shouldn't we be doing everything we can to contain those demons and save as many lives as possible?" Fury's answer was cold and clipped. "This is a direct order from S.A. Child Command. Disengage now. Live to fight another day." Nick Fury's secure line flickered to life. "We've evacuated the residents of the towns nearest St. Gau," he reported gravely. "The church's first wave of exorcists and demon hunters is on site, the military sent its fighters, and the Mutant Academy has deployed the X-Men. Do you understand? The defense line is in place. Today is not your day to die." Tony Stark raised an eyebrow. "Director Fury, you really are reliable. Cut the compliments. Fall back now." "Understood." Tony ended the transmission, then turned to the three figures behind him. "Let's move. S.H.I.E.L.D. has our extraction covered." Mephisto tilted his head, cane tapping the cracked earth. "I'm curious, why would you open Hell's Gate in the middle of all this?" "Take a guess," Tony countered. A low chuckle rumbled from Mephisto. He jabbed his cane again. "Lucifer, yes, you seem to have forgotten one thing. At Hell's Gate, my powers are at their peak." Tony's eyes narrowed. "What, are you planning to take me on?" Mephisto's grin turned wicked. "Oh no, I simply came to extend my best wishes." Tony snorted. "How thoughtful of you. In all of hell, you're the most disgusting hypocrite." Mephisto said nothing, but seethed inwardly. If hypocrisy were a crime, Lucifer would be front and center. He cast a sidelong glance at his brother. "Why didn't the Supreme Mage show up?" "Maybe he's too busy," Lucifer answered falsely, a smug curl on his lips. Beyond the rift that separated the demon realm from the mortal universe, a dozen grotesque yet formidable demons, like living abysses and prisons, growled at the lone figure holding them at bay. Clad in flowing crimson robes, the Ancient One stood before the breach, the eye of Agamotto gleaming at his throat. As Warden of the Atrium, he was charged with preventing any demon incursion into Earth's domain. "Everyone," Mephisto murmured, voice soft but firm, "they've gone too far this time." A lithe demoness with lustrous black hair and 6 coiling tails flicked her head, amusement dancing in her eyes. "Oh, and what, pray tell, is our crime?" she purred. "We didn't invade, only dropped by for a little counsel. Surely, Supreme Mage, you don't object to a meeting?" She tapped an ornate staff on the ground, each strike echoing like a promise of pain. The Ancient One's gaze was as steady as a mountain stream. "Who are you?" he asked, voice calm yet edged like a razor. Her confident smile wavered. The last time they'd met, the Ancient One had bested her in under a minute, a fact she'd expected him never to forget. Clearly, she'd overestimated her own impact. Jealous, perhaps, of her flowing hair, he'd already wiped the slate clean. Embarrassment and fury flared within her as she bristled at his casual dismissal. Behind her, the other demons tensed, claws flexing, teeth bared. The air itself seemed to vibrate with anticipation. The boundary between worlds wavered, and if the Ancient One faltered, Earth would be laid bare to the denizens of hell. With a quiet breath, the Ancient One raised the Eye of Agamotto. Its emerald glow washed over the rift, sealing the breach with a silvery light. The demoness hissed in frustration as her staff struck against an invisible barrier. Lucifer's grin widened. "What did I tell you?" he whispered. To Mephisto, "He is busy, and right on time." Mephisto's eyes glinted with dark promise. "Then let's give our guests a proper welcome." As the demons recoiled, the air crackled with eldritch energy. The true reckoning was only just beginning. Recalling Lucifer's command, Guyi forced down her anger and lifted a placid smile. "Supreme Lord, you really are forgetful. It wasn't eons ago. It was only 3 years back, right here where we first met." "Oh, defeated?" The crow demon, God's voice was thunderous but unsteady. Guyi replied coolly, twisting the knife further. "I must have been in a gracious mood that day, or you wouldn't be standing before me now." With a furious screech, the crow demon god's body swelled dozens of meters high. From his great fang-lined beak poured a torrent of living shadow, a writhing black wave aimed straight at Guyi. She raised a single hand, and instantly a transparent barrier shimmered into being, effortlessly diverting the darkness. "Don't forget," she continued, her tone deceptively light. "We both lost back then. Over a decade ago, I needed a fan, so I found you, blind and defenseless, and plucked a few of your wings." "Silence!" he roared, but his command came too late. Every pair of eyes in the chamber flicked to the ragged stumps where his wings once soared. Recognition rippled through the gathered demons. Some stifled laughter, others looked away in sympathetic pain. After all, who here had not felt the Ancient One's blade? Editor's note: the site will undergo a major revision soon, and your reading progress may be lost. Please back up your bookshelf and reading records promptly. Screenshots recommended. We apologize for the inconvenience. Their origins had been all but severed by her. Dimensional lords live under an entirely different set of rules. Even if they possess only a sliver of their home dimension, they cannot truly die. At worst, they lapse into a prolonged, weakened state, but so long as they endure that vulnerable period, they eventually recover. Ordinary demons, on the other hand, have no such safeguard. Once they die, they're gone for good. Their origins vanish, their bodies dissolve, and nothing remains. The Ancient One's magic is itself borrowed power, but she repays only her old master Vishandi to keep her reputation intact. With every other dimensional lord, she's defaulted. Why bother settling a debt when the creditor can simply be eliminated? In her eyes, once the lender is dead, the obligation dies with them. The debtor becomes the true owner. But the most outrageous part is how she repays Vishandi's loans, by harvesting the origins and even the bodies of hapless demons. Anything left over? No one can say where it goes. We've got more of them this time. Let's team up and take down that man-hating wizard, Lord Lucifer himself. Before the crow demon could even finish speaking, one of the charming demon god's tails lashed out, flinging him aside like a rag doll. Fighting godlike foes was one thing. Fighting beside comrades, this clueless, was another entirely. Gu Yi's brow furrowed as a cold warning settled in his chest. Lucifer, what does any of this have to do with the First Fallen? Who cares? Just stick together, the charming demon god snapped, gathering crackling energy around several of his tails. Thick pink storms coalesced at their tips, ready to be unleashed. At once, the other demons, interdimensional in origin, answered the call. Runic magic circles flared, curses hissed along the ground, and foul witchcraft rippled through the air in a breathtaking display. Gu Yi didn't hesitate. He wove his fingers into a seal, and golden glyphs spiraled out from him, forming layered barriers that absorbed the demonic onslaught and throbbed with raw arcane power. The attackers recoiled, torrents of multicolored blood splattering the void. "Scatter! Don't bunch up!" the charming demon god roared. The more than a dozen demons dispersed at once. Calm and composed, Gu Yi split off his clones, dispatching each to intercept a lone enemy, duel by duel, until the field lay littered with fallen fiends. Magic circles blossomed in midair, their intricate runes pulsing with power. In an instant, more than a dozen figures, each bearing the same lithe form of Gu Yi, reached out from the circles, each one grasping a razor-sharp Vishandi sacred sword. Together, they swept the blades in a synchronized arc, sending a brilliant golden torrent of swordlight cleaving across the void. "I can't match her," one of the Gu Yis muttered, voice edged with fear. "She's as ruthless as ever." "Then let's run," another urged. "There are too many of us here. No matter how strong she is, she can't take us all down." Their voices trembled with desperation, but before panic could spread, the towering figure of the charming demon, clad in obsidian armor that shimmered with crimson runes, raised a commanding hand. "Remember, Lord Lucifer's orders," she thundered. "If he finds out what's happening—" Her warning died on her lips. In a flash, one of the Gu Yis cracked a golden whip through the air. It lashed out and coiled around the demon god's arms and waist, binding her tight. At the same instant, the rest of the Gu Yis clenched their fists, and the sound of shattering glass echoed as dozens of transparent blades rained down, hovering and slicing through space, mere inches from their captive. The lead Gu Yi stepped forward, sword raised. "Tell me," she demanded, voice cold as steel, "what does Lucifer want you to do?" The charming demon god glared, her cheeks flushed with fury. "Humph," she spat, eyes blazing, but she would say nothing more, at least not yet. "Do you think I'm afraid?" The charming demon god sneers, lips curling into a disdainful smile. "Even if you slay me, Lord Lucifer will simply resurrect me." Supreme Mage Gu Yi lifts a single eyebrow. "Perhaps," he says softly, "but he cannot restore what you lose here, your origin." The demon god laughs. "Little origin in exchange for greater rewards? I'll take that bargain any day." Gu Yi's eyes sweep across the gathered demon lords from countless dimensions. "And as for the rest of you?" he asks. A low murmur runs through the assembly. "Don't count on Lucifer making up for all our losses," one voice admits, triggering nervous glances among the demons. With a calm wave of his staff, Gu Yi unleashes a cascade of brilliant silver light into the void, Mirrors erupt, covering every surface, each reflecting the terrified faces of the demon gods. In an instant, the chamber twists and flips, and they find themselves trapped in an inverted, mirrored realm that presses in on all sides. Panic grips their hearts. If only we'd turned back while we could, one thinks desperately. Now escape is impossible, and if we survive this onslaught, we'll be torn apart for our folly. One demon stammers, stepping forward as though to plead. Supreme Mage, we were only... Gaius' laughter rings out, cold and unyielding. He raises his staff higher, inscribing a glowing magic circle beneath his feet. Orange-red lightning crackles along its runes, each spark illuminating the mirrored walls. A mounting roar fills the chamber as the bolts gather strength. Very well, Gaius intones, voice resonant with power. Let us begin. With a thunderous boom, the lightning surges outward, shredding the mirrored plane and striking the demon gods where they stand. The battle for origins and survival has begun. Under the crackling dome of thunder, one of the dimensional demons flung up a hastily summoned barrier of glimmering energy. "What's Lucifer's endgame here?" she demanded. "We have no idea," another stuttered. "We're just here to join the fun." Gaius sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Enough of these expendable foot soldiers. Then at least tell me the orders he gave you. A sultry demon with iridescent skin parted her lips to speak, but before a word could escape, arcs of translucent blades materialized around her, slicing through flesh and bone. Her scream ripped across the field. Moments later, she reappeared, pale, gasping for air, one of her 9 tails retted beyond repair. The rest fell silent, horror flickering in their eyes. None had received a single coin from Lucifer, only whispered promises of unimaginable rewards had lured them here. Now those rewards seemed as distant as ever, replaced by the very real prospect of death. At last, a winged demon, her feathers etched with serpent-like scales, bowed her head. "Lucifer sent us to seize Camartage." Gaius' lips curled in derision. "That's it? Just you lot?" He studied them coldly. These demons varied in strength, but none even approached the rank of a true sub-baron. And yet they'd marched all the way to reality's edge, convinced they could challenge the masters of the mystic arts. Lucifer, the cleverest being in all of hell, certainly knew that these so-called champions were nothing more than a warm-up for her true power. Yet in that instant, Gaius sensed a subtle disturbance and turned her gaze toward the blue globe of Earth, suspended against the endless void. There, the super-magic circle meant to shield the mortal realm had developed a flaw, a crack of arcane energy through which the undead and demons of hell now seeped toward the world below. A crystalline laugh sliced through the silence. "Ha-ha! I knew Lord Lucifer would prevail." Gaius' expression darkened. With a swift gesture, she summoned a Ragador ring and flung it at the charming demon. The ring slammed into its side with crushing force, and the creature collapsed in a twitching heap. No matter how many lesser demons poured through the breach, they were nothing to her. But this fracture in the circle was catastrophic. She had to repair it at once, or Hell's army would overwhelm Earth's defenses before dawn. The demon struggled upright, spitting blood. "Dormammu, move faster," it snarled, eyeing the rift greedily. "The gate of Hell is open. Don't forget your pact with Lord Lucifer." Gaius halted her ritual mid-incantation, her eyes narrowing as she stared into the swirling void. The decision lay before her: complete the portal for Dormammu, or seal the breach that threatened the entire planet. With a steadying breath, she let the arcane currents swirl around her fingertips, ready to choose her path and bend reality to her will. A thick, inky aura welled up from the rent in the void. The fractured mirror space shuddered and splintered until a massive, all-too-familiar face squeezed through the gap. Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, had arrived. Seeing him dispelled every lingering doubt in Gaius' mind. No wonder those cannon-fodder demons had dared to stand against her here. But facing Dormammu himself was an entirely different matter. She'd managed to keep dimensional fiends, even him, at bay on Earth before. Now, though, with Hell's Gate yawning wide on this planet, the balance of power was about to shift, and not in her favor. Chapter 1031, The Camartage Loophole, a dimensional demon invades reality. Dormammu's vast silhouette floated in the inky expanse beyond Camartage's barrier, his crimson eyes burning like coals in the dark. Opposite him stood the Ancient One, his yellow robes glowing faintly against the swirling void. "Ancient One," Dormammu rumbled, a cruel smile twisting his jagged features. "I see you're in a tight spot." The Ancient One's eyes narrowed. "Dormammu, I can guess what Lucifer offered you," he replied warily. "But I know him better than you do, and he never intended to keep his bargain." Dormammu laughed, a booming, inhuman sound. "Promises mean nothing to me," he sneered, voice echoing through the nothingness. "All that matters is crushing you and that insolent thief you so foolishly defend." A tired sigh escaped the Ancient One. He'd once admired Dormammu's brilliance. Now he wondered if that mind had atrophied beyond redemption. Still, the Dimensional Lord's power was terrifying. With a flick of his wrist, Dormammu unleashed a jagged purple beam that streaked toward the Ancient One. Without hesitation, the Sorcerer Supreme summoned a ring of golden runes. One by one, spectral ward spirits shimmered into existence, intercepting the blast and dissolving it into sparks. Then, with a graceful arc of his hands, he hurled a concentrated beam of golden energy straight at Dormammu. As the bright light struck the Demon Lord, Dormammu recoiled, but only for an instant. From every corner of the void, lesser demons poured through newly opened rifts, their snarls of triumph echoing as they joined the assault. Drawn by the Ancient One's struggle, they hurled torrents of eldritch fire and razor-edged shadows at the Sorcerer Supreme, confident that their master would finally break through. But Camartaj's defenders would not yield so easily. Awaiting the Ancient One's silent signal, the Sorcerers of Earth flared their own wards, ready to reinforce the breach and to unleash the true power of the Sanctum's hidden loophole. Gu Yi's eyes went ice-cold. With a single, powerful stamp of his foot, the very fabric of space rippled and folded like crashing waves, hurling the attacking demons backward. They recoiled, then surged forward again, claws outstretched. "Hold," snarled the lead demon, a lithe, unnerving beauty whose voice cut through the chaos. "Remember Lord Lucifer's orders. Our target is Camartaj's sorcerers, not the Sorcerer Supreme himself." Gu Yi arched an eyebrow. So that was their real objective, to tie down every Camartaj mage except the Supreme Sorcerer. With Hell's gates flung open, Earth's mystical defenses were weakened. Only cosmic beings and advanced weapons could now stand against the devils. The demon smirked. "Clever of you to catch on so quickly. But now that the Dark Dimension's master has arrived, and Hell's portal stands unlocked, you can't stop us." Gu Yi folded his arms, his calm voice echoing with quiet authority. "That remains to be seen." The demon's confident grin flickered for a moment. A hint of unease passed over her alabaster features, an unwelcome tremor in her heart. Beneath Gu Yi's composed exterior lay a power she was only beginning to glimpse. And for the first time, the demons hesitated. She had never truly seen the Supreme Sorcerer unleash her full might, but the very fact that Mephisto, Lucifer, Dormammu, and legions of interdimensional demons trembled at her name spoke volumes about her power. Lucifer himself had promised to engineer fresh challenges, and it seemed the moment had not yet arrived. Suddenly, Dormammu struck again. From the void erupted countless vines, pulsating with sickly green energy, winding around the Ancient One from every side. The sorcerer's brow furrowed as she summoned the Seraphim's shield, its radiant barrier snapping to life and halting the creeping tendrils. In her free hand, a sphere of dark crimson energy coalesced. It hovered for an instant, then slipped beyond the shield's glow and ignited into a flame as red as blood, scorching Dormammu's vines to ash. "Thief!" Dormammu bellowed, his voice echoing through the rift. He knew full well that this dark magic had once been his, a theft both brazen and unforgivable in his eyes. The Ancient One met his roar with cool detachment. "That spell isn't yours," she replied. "2 years ago I bartered for it with the Master of the Shadow Realm." Aaron watched in stunned silence, realizing the depths of her cunning and the lengths she would go to master every form of sorcery. "Liar!" Dormammu's roar reverberated through the rift as he summoned a colossal meteor. With a thunderous crack, the flaming boulder hurtled toward the Ancient One. The sorcerer's emerald cloak flared. He met the attack head-on, weaving strands of pure energy to deflect the strike. Magic collided against magic in a dazzling display, one that shook the very fabric of reality. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, the Sanctum at 177A Bleecker Street lay bathed in quiet light. Inside, Mordo and Wong stood before a floating globe of golden energy, a holographic Earth marked by 3 glowing nodes. One pinpoint hovered over New York, another over Hong Kong, the third over London. These 3 sanctuaries were linked in a supercharged magical circle. As long as each temple held true, no creature from any dimension could invade our world with full force. At worst, an intruder might slip through by cunning means, only to find its power sapped the moment it arrived. Suddenly, a tiny black spot flickered into existence on the globe's surface. At first, it was no larger than a pinprick, but in seconds it swelled, tendrils of inky darkness unfurling like a drop of ink dispersing in crystal-clear water. A faint, malevolent aura seeped from its edges. Mordo's jaw tightened. "Master Wong, look at that." Wong's expression darkened. "The barrier's been breached. This blot marks the point of entry." Silence fell as both men realized what the spreading stain meant. Somewhere on Earth, a demonic force was slipping into our world, and the line of defense was already starting to fail. "San Vanganza," Wong announced, his voice taut with urgency. "A powerful entity there has torn open the gates of hell, merging our world with the infernal realm and unleashing countless demons. If we fail to close that portal, the consequences will be nothing short of catastrophic." Baron Mordo's eyes narrowed. "Where is the Ancient One? He's the only sorcerer on Earth with the power to seal such a rift." Wong shook his head. "He's out there, holding back a darkness beyond our plane. He can't return, at least not yet." Mordo drew his staff from its cradle and took a deep breath. "Then we will have to stop them ourselves." He strode toward the great stone door at the heart of Kamar Taj's sanctum. "Alert every mage in the temple. Arm yourselves and prepare a relic-summoned portal to San Vanganza. We must hold the line against these demons until the Ancient One can rejoin us." No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous explosion ripped through the chamber. The shockwave caught Mordo off guard, sending him crashing into a raised stone dais. Wong was at his side in an instant, hauling him upright, as both focused on the smoldering rubble where the blast had originated. 3 gaunt wizards stood in a row, their ashen hands raised as they chanted in low, rasping voices. Dark spheres of crackling energy formed between their palms and hovered in the air, pulsing like dying embers. "No, stop!" Mordo's voice snapped as he lunged forward, his enchanted staff flaring to life. From its jeweled tip shot a whip of burning orange-red light. It seized the 3 mages in one swift arc. They didn't flinch. With a series of sickening cracks, their bodies shattered as though made of pottery. They collapsed in a heap, more mummified husks than living men. In that same instant, the black spheres plunged into the stone floor and extinguished themselves with a hollow sigh. The vast chamber lost its luster. Brilliant runes carved into the marble walls dimmed to a dull gray, and every lamp flickered as if snuffed by an invisible hand. "Magic circle," Wong whispered, stumbling to the great map table at the center of the room. He stared at the glowing model of Earth beneath the glass dome. Where the pinpoint of light marking the New York Temple had shone, there was only empty darkness. "The New York Temple, it's gone," he said, voice trembling. If the temple had fallen, the global barrier would spring a critical leak, and the suppression holding the dimensional demon god at bay would weaken even further. "Damn it," Mordo muttered, stalking over to the 3 broken figures. Their flesh was as brittle as dead wood, and each wore a tarnished silver cross around his neck, the metal stained dark with fresh blood. He knelt among the corpses, eyes narrowing as he took in the cross's grim testament. These men had died for some hidden zeal, and their blood now tainted the very sanctuary they swore to protect. "Exorcist, no, that's not right. This is." Strange's voice trailed off as he surveyed the ruined sanctuary. "They've betrayed God," Wong murmured, his brow furrowed. "But why destroy the temple? Wait, that wasn't just any sacrificial altar. It was the gateway to the underworld." At that moment, Mordo and Wong exchanged a glance and bolted for a side door. "They're coming for Kamar Taj," Wong shouted over his shoulder. "Everyone, prepare for battle." Mordo hesitated at the threshold. "What about St. Vanganza?" Wong didn't slow. "I can't spare the time. St. Vanganza has already torn open the Hellgate, but once the Supreme Being returns, he can seal it again. Right now, defending Kamar Taj is our only chance. If we wait, it'll be too late." In the shifting shadows of the dimensional gap, A dozen demons, hitherto content to watch the titanic duel between the Ancient One and Dormammu, suddenly stiffened. Something fundamental had changed. Their eyes met in silent alarm. Whatever threat was descending on Camartage, it was enough to draw even these horrors from their hidden enclave, and now the balance between worlds would be tested as never before. "Am I mistaken?" the six-eyed demon rumbled, his stony shoulders tensing, "or have Camartage's wards weakened?" Normally he wouldn't trust such a fleeting impression, but standing on the boundary between dimensions and Earth, his senses were unnervingly sharp. Beside him, the demoness's eyes glittered with excitement. "This is exactly the chance Lord Lucifer promised," she purred. "If we miss this village gate, we may never find another like it." Without another word, she thrust her hand forward, sending a column of rose-tinted energy into the void. Her comrades poured their power in, and together they rent open a gaping black portal. From the swirling rift, the Ancient One struck back at once, lashing out with coiling bolts of shadow fire meant to seal the breach. "Foolish mortal," a deep, resonant voice boomed. Space itself bent and warped as Dormammu's presence flooded the void. With a flick, he diverted the Ancient One's strikes. "Did you think the great Lord of Darkness was so easily outdone?" The Ancient One inhaled slowly, steadying himself. In one hand, he conjured the Ring of Ragadur. With the other, he touched the Eye of Agamotto hanging at his throat. The amulet's emerald light flared open, casting its ancient power into the darkness, ready to face whatever horrors lay beyond. Lucifer gritted her teeth. Dormammu's threat was more insidious than she'd anticipated. If she lingered in defense, he would seize the chance to overrun the remaining temples. By the time she managed to seal Hell's Gate again, Earth would be laid bare. No, she had to deal with Dormammu now, even if it meant abandoning her current position for the greater good. Camartage hummed with arcane energy as its students and masters drilled their spells in the courtyard. A ripple of air tore open the sky, and a swirling black portal snapped into existence overhead. From it slithered a parade of twisted, otherworldly demons, each radiating a fierce, corrupt power. The mages froze for a heartbeat, stunned by the sudden invasion into their sanctum. But their surprise quickly hardened into resolve. They had trained their entire lives for this moment. With a synchronized chant, they unleashed a barrage of crackling, eldritch energy, searing the leading demons before they could close the distance. Without missing a beat, the sorcerers gripped their staffs and blades, forming a tight defensive line. Vibrant sigils shimmered around them as they braced for the next wave. The first volley had been repelled. Now the war for Camartage had truly begun. Determination flared in every eye. Come what may, they would protect last magical bastion. Mages who hadn't brought enchanted weapons simply wove spells into whips, shields, swords, and every manner of armament, then charged fearlessly at the interdimensional fiends. The sorcerers of Camartage were masters of close combat, fusing martial skill with magic in a way that made them far more deadly than wizards forced to stand back and lob spells from a distance. Even so, these creatures from beyond the veil proved astonishingly tough. Ordinary apprentices would have been torn apart had they faced them alone. Fortunately, Camartage's defenders held the advantage in numbers and operated like a single fluid force. Incantations flew in endless arcs, walls of flame, whirling spears of ice, crackling bolts of lightning, and each spell seemed to feed into the next, buying just enough time to blunt the invaders' advance. One particularly daring mage scrambled up a turret, swung a glowing orb of orange-red magic against a hellish beast's skull, and watched it shatter like pottery. Before he could conjure a second shell, however, a graceful figure appeared in his path, stopping him cold. Caecilius didn't hesitate. He traced a glowing golden circle in the air, then thrust out his palm. Two crackling whips of pure light shot toward the demoness. She arched a single brow, her inky tail flicked out, and the shimmering whips disintegrated like spiderwebs. Before he could react, that same tail lashed forward, impaling his chest. With a thunderous crack, Caecilius threw up a magic shield at the last instant. It saved him from the worst of the blow, but the force still sent him skidding across the stone floor. "Are you all right?" Caecilius called, rushing forward. Caecilius shook his head clear. "I'll live, Caecilius." "Good. Join the others. These demons aren't going down easy." "I'm on it." He staggered to his feet. Meanwhile, the demoness, her lips curved in a mocking smile, turned her gaze on Casillas. In a heartbeat, her features blurred and reformed into those of an ordinary young woman. Casillas's eyes widened in shock. Then lightning bright red energy arced between them. Casillas's blood seared with anger. He drew a sword of light and with one swift sweep drove the blade into the intruder's masquerade. "Careful, Casillas." A calm voice split the air. Master Mordo had appeared at his side. "You're letting your emotions rule you." Casillas bowed his head, voice heavy with regret. "Forgive me, Master. I don't know what happened," Steve began. "No need for explanations," Wong cut in. He strode to the heavy turret, flipped a switch, and watched the long-range support system power up. "First things first, stop these vile demons." From the other side of the courtyard, Mordo barked orders. "Seal every exit. Synchronize your magic circles. No demon gets out." A mystic apprentice called over the din. "What about the ancient one?" Mordo hesitated, then said, "She's off-world, holding back the darkness from invading Earth. For now, our top priority is defending Camartage and preventing this from escalating." All around them, portals spat out waves of demonic creatures. Even as the Sorcerer Supreme dueled Dormammu beyond the temple gates, the battle spilled onto every street on Earth. On a rooftop overlooking the chaos, Captain America rallied reinforcements. War Machine, Falcon, Wanda Maximoff, and the Hulk, who was already growling with excitement. With a roar, the Hulk hurtled into the nearest demon pack like a child with a new toy, scattering limbs and darkness with each thunderous punch. The lesser demons had no hope of stopping him. They simply fell apart under his onslaught. Above them, War Machine unleashed a barrage of missiles and repulsor blasts, while Falcon weaved through the air, marking targets and coordinating their assault into an impenetrable fire net that rained destruction down on the enemy horde. In that moment, amid the crackle of magic and the roar of artillery, Earth's defenders held their ground, and for the first time since the invasion began, the tide of battle swayed in their favor. Steve Rogers raised his shield, its surface still warm from the Exorcist's blessing, and charged forward alongside Wanda, who hovered above the fray, unleashing torrents of scarlet magic. Together, they cut through the demonic horde, severing heads as easily as slicing ripe melons. Not far behind them, the X-Men reached the designated clearing. Cyclops and Storm moved in concert. His ruby beams scorched a swath through the underbrush, while her gathering lightning storm smashed skeletons and Hellspawn alike. At Professor Xavier's signal, Jean Grey, Wolverine, and Colossus swung in to support 3 junior mutants, Iceman, Fireman, and Phantom Cat, guiding them through their first taste of real combat. All 3 were highly promising level 3 mutants, but facing actual demons for the first time carried enormous risk. A single defeat here would be catastrophic. Iceman steeled himself and unleashed his power in full. A frigid blast erupted from his outstretched hands, sending a wave of frost cascading over the charging creatures. In seconds, hundreds of hellish minions froze solid, crumbling into icy shards at his feet. A roar split the air, and the ground trembled beneath the weight of something vast. From the sky descended a towering fire demon, its flaming hooves gouging deep craters into the earth. Encased in living, flickering blaze, yet impervious to Iceman's cold aura, the beast advanced with deliberate, thunderous steps, its glowing eyes fixed on the young mutant. "John, you're up. He's your opponent." "Got it." Fireman didn't hesitate. With a flash of excitement in his eyes, he vaulted forward to meet the oncoming fire demon. He thrust out his right hand, flames dancing along his arm in a bold challenge. Friendly reminder, our website will soon undergo maintenance, and your reading progress may be lost. Please back up your bookshelf and reading record. Taking a screenshot is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience. Chapter 1032, Lucifer's Ambition and the long-awaited nuclear peace sizzle. Flames licked across the fire demon's body, then recoiled as if drawn by an unseen hand, flowing straight into the fireman's outstretched palm. Stripped of his power, the fire demon's eyes flared with fury. With a roar, he ripped a colossal axe from the earth and hurled it at his opponent. "Katie," Piotr called, winking at Phantom Cat. "I'm on it," Katie replied. She dashed forward and pressed her hand firmly against the fireman's shoulder. With a sharp swish, the axe soared through both of them, as if they weren't there, yet neither took so much as a scratch. Done, the fireman announced triumphantly, inspecting the glowing mark in his palm where the stolen flames now shivered and pulsed. The fire demon coughed violently as his fiery aura collapsed, leaving behind only a few smoldering embers and the scent of burning sulfur. Before he could recover, the Iceman advanced, his limbs crystallizing into armor of pure frost. He unleashed a bone-chilling wave of cold so intense it threatened to freeze the fire demon from the inside out. The demon let out one final anguished roar and shattered into a cascade of ice and ash. Far below, military units sprang into action. Troops raced to fortify the perimeter, deploying emergency defenses. Somewhere in the looming shadows of Lucifer's grand design, the world held its breath for the next move in the battle that would decide the fate of this fragile peace. Wave after wave of fighter jets roared into the sky, unleashing a merciless fusillade of rockets and cannon fire. Flames spread across the battlefield, reducing entire swarms of hellspawn to ash. Still, the demons surged forward, their ranks unbroken. In the command bunker, the general on duty watched the live feed monitor with apprehension barely contained by determination. Every passing minute carried immense risk, but also the promise of glory. A decisive victory here, or even a narrow escape from defeat, would secure him higher rank and greater influence. He had no doubt they would prevail. When intelligence first confirmed the demon army's buildup around St. Vanganza, the military's top brass had met in secrecy. The consensus had been almost unanimous: deploy tactical nukes. The proposed strikes, each with a blast radius capable of leveling the city and its environs for hundreds of kilometers, would annihilate the demonic stronghold in one fell swoop. To the generals, this was a rare opportunity both to rack up strategic victories and to broadcast the nation's might. In an age defined by superpower brinkmanship, only weapons of overwhelming force could guarantee deterrence. Meanwhile, the world's true defenders, exorcists, demon hunters, priests, and devoted believers remained hidden in the shadows. Rarely did they step onto the public stage. Instead, they prepared their own countermeasures, knowing that when the skies finally fell silent, it would be they, not the generals, who would hold the line against darkness. They stood shoulder to shoulder on the charred earth, each clutching an exorcism implement, blessed blades, bronze mirrors, inked talismans glowing faintly under the moonlight. In unison, they chanted arcane sutras, voices weaving a tapestry of sacred power. When the hellspawn erupted from the ground, twisted limbs and slavering maws bursting into the clearing, their combined light lashed out like chains of fire, yanking demons back into bondage. At the forefront, the eldest exorcist, a weathered veteran whose very name was legend, wrenched a hulking, high-ranking fiend free of its earthen prison single-handed, every muscle taut with effort. From his vantage point atop a jet-black dais, Lucifer, known among mortals as Saint Vanganza, watched the spectacle with sardonic amusement. He leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees, eyes glinting in the gloom. As more creatures slithered into view, he called out, "Places are limited. First come, first served, and there won't be a second performance." Mephisto stepped up beside him, leaning on an ivory-knobbed cane. His brow creased in curiosity. "What on earth, or rather underworld, are you up to?" Lucifer offered a mocking half-smile. "If you can't guess, don't bother trying." He flicked a finger skyward, where the exorcist's light battled the onslaught. "If I were you, I'd return to hell and spend a little quality time with your eldest son. Consider it a favor. After all, I have shown remarkable restraint in not eliminating you these past millennia." Mephisto's dark eyes narrowed. "And what do you gain by all this?" he asked coolly. He was accustomed to every venture bearing fruit, and losing the Ghost Rider artifact, the Saint Vanganza contract, even a fragment of his own essence stung more than he cared to admit. Wealth and power could be replaced, but indignity, that was harder to swallow. Lucifer had one condition for remaining in this realm: it had to pay dividends. And not just a trivial trickle of coin, he intended to claim a sizable slice of the profits, enough to recoup his losses. He smiled enigmatically, saying nothing more, but he lifted his gaze to where the sun crested the horizon. Mephisto followed that look, and at the moment the golden light struck his eyes, his mind went blank. All the loose ends of his doubts knotted themselves into a single, terrifying possibility. He swallowed hard. You intend to steal. Steal? Lucifer's eyes narrowed, his voice sharp with indignation. Steal? That rightfully belongs to me. The old fool was too blind to see it. Mephisto dropped to one knee, bowing so deeply his forehead nearly touched the ground. Of course, my lord. Forgive my presumption. Normally, Mephisto would never lower himself so completely before Lucifer. Each was a prince of hell, each a peer in rank. But he had pieced together his master's scheme, and the magnitude of it demanded humility. Since the departure of God, heaven itself had faded from the cosmos, and the power of the holy light continued to wane. The demons, though constricted by the great magic circle, still found ways to manifest in the mortal world through sacrifices and offerings, sowing chaos wherever they tread. Now, with heaven's defenses crumbling and the light of sanctity fading, Lucifer planned to seize his opportunity, and this time, nothing would stand in his way. No angels have yet descended to the mortal realm to stem the tide of demons. Instead, only God's most devout followers labor tirelessly to uphold heaven's faltering reputation. But their struggles don't mean heaven will stand idle forever, especially now. The gates of hell gape wide open, and even the supreme mage finds his magic shackled. In moments like these, heaven invariably intervenes to restore the cosmic balance, a final safeguard God himself left behind when he departed. If the demons were ever allowed to overrun the world, faith in heaven would collapse overnight. As soon as heaven makes its presence felt, Lucifer, the fallen archangel, could return through earth as a way station back to the celestial realms. Remember, Lucifer was once God's favorite and most powerful child. Though cast down, his prodigious angelic might remains undiminished. By every right, he is heaven's true heir. Should he reclaim his birthright and vanquish any who stand against him, he will assume his rightful place as the sovereign Lord of Heaven. With the blood of both the Lord of Hell and the Lord of Heaven flowing through him, this child has fused two utterly opposite forces, corruption and sanctity, into one. There's no doubt he'll soon eclipse the Heavenly Father himself, and he might even dare to challenge the five creation gods. Mephisto clenched his fists, envy and hatred twisting in his chest. Damn it, all because of some perfect gestation. Witch-heart demon, you conniving brat, he thought. When I get you back, I'll show you what a father's love really means. Once, he and Lucifer had stood as equals in hell, but the moment this child was born, Lucifer cast him aside without a second thought. Mephisto still burned to prove himself. How certain are you? He demanded, voice low. Lucifer's lips curved into a faint smile. He raised his right hand and with a playful wink opened his palm. Floating above his open palm was a single, shimmering mote of light. Only 50%, Lucifer drawled. Too modest for you? Mephisto's eyes narrowed. Cut the theatrics. Lucifer threw back his head and laughed, a rich, echoing sound that seemed to shake the very throne room. Oh, Mephisto, he said, amusement dancing in his eyes. You're so innocent, measuring a devil by his guile. It's the most absurd thing I've ever seen. Lucifer lounged against a marble pillar, watching Mephisto pace the chamber with his cane clicking against the stone floor. You're overestimating our chances, he said coolly. 40% would already be generous. 50 is out of the question. Mephisto whirled on him, fury sparking in his eyes. What do you mean? We've prepared for every contingency. 40% is a conservative estimate. Lucifer raised an elegant brow. Because the Supreme Mage is still alive. Mephisto's lips curled in a snarl. But isn't the Ancient One bound by Dormammu's wards? A slow, amused smile curved Lucifer's lips. You've fought Gu Yi more times than I can count. You know her power better than anyone. The Lord of Hell snapped his cane on the floor in frustration. And yet I've never once beaten her, not a single victory. Lucifer's eyes glittered with disdain. Then perhaps you're unworthy of the title you cling to so desperately. Mephisto recoiled as if struck. And you've never lost to her either. Why do you mock me? Lucifer straightened, his voice cold with contempt. Why should I engage in a pointless duel? She wields the time stone. Even if I managed to best her, the victory would be fleeting, unreliable, and utterly without reward. Lucifer sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Only an idiot like you would fixate on petty trinkets and get trampled time and again. Don't forget, Dormammu still stands leagues above you. That fool never even bothers to look out for himself. He simply fights to lose. You, Mephisto snapped, but Lucifer cut him off. Silence. You've never won a single victory. Lucifer allowed himself a short, mocking smile before his expression turned deadly serious. He leaned forward. But tell me, Murphy-Stowe, have you noticed that Gu Yi isn't relying on the time stone alone? He's got another ace up his sleeve. Another ace? Mephisto's face darkened. That's impossible. What could possibly rival the Infinity Time Stone? A soft, mocking laugh escaped Lucifer. It only proves how little you understand, Dormammu included. You both forget the true power lies not in the stone itself, but in the very artifact that houses it. At that, Mephisto's composure snapped. His eyes blazed with fury at the outright insult. He may have tolerated Lucifer's taunts when he thought victory was within reach, but to be belittled so openly, it was more than he could bear. Mephisto's eyes flickered as he swallowed hard. The eye of Agamotto. Lucifer regarded him coolly. Agamotto didn't die, he merely retired. His direct disciple Gu Yi now holds the title of Supreme Mage. Do you really think she can't summon him when she needs to? Mephisto dropped his gaze, his face darkening. It's not just her master she can call on. She's got other patrons backing her. Lucifer smiled thinly. Emperor Weishen won't risk manifesting in our world unless he has no choice. Mephisto bristled but remained silent. Of course, Lucifer continued. Still, I wouldn't be surprised if he left behind a treasure or two in Comitage, relics that could turn the tide in her favor. What's your take on that? Mephisto closed his eyes for a moment before answering in a low voice. He had believed himself the better hidden of the two, only to discover that the Ancient One's defenses ran far deeper. But he didn't panic. Time was his greatest ally. No matter how potent the Supreme Mage's legacy, every enchantment demands a price. As Lord of the Dimensions, with an eternity at his command, Mephisto could afford to lose 100 skirmishes. As long as he secured the final victory, he would reclaim everything he had invested. Besides them, there are plenty more who love to meddle in other people's affairs, Lucifer growled. The odds of them actually stopping me are slim, but if there's even the slightest chance, they'll gladly make my life difficult. Mephisto raised an eyebrow. You sure you're not talking about me? He teased just as a piercing roar cut through the air. A missile, its tail wreathed in fire and vapor, hurtled straight for San Fanganza. Human weaponry, Mephisto sighed, shaking his head. Such a reckless provocation. Lucifer stood and watched the nuclear warhead draw inexorably nearer, yet he made no move to stop it. In the observation chamber, high-ranking officials tuned in via live feeds, exchanged eager glances. Some even cracked open champagne, celebrating what they had waited years to see. Then came the blinding flash, the towering mushroom cloud, and finally the earth-shaking boom. History was unfolding before their very eyes. A nuclear blast's searing heat and radiation can instantly vaporize even the most hellish creatures. It would send a clear message to every would-be supervillain and tyrant that humanity has a true sovereign and would make a small fortune in the process. Yet the real prize isn't money. It's the sheer glory of striking back at the King of Hell himself. Even wounding him would be a triumph so intoxicating that the world would never forget it. But dreams of vengeance often founder on the reefs of reality. As the colossal fireball of the warhead leveled out over Saint Francois and prepared to detonate, Lucifer, cold and unruffled, simply extended a finger and traced a tiny arc in the air. In an instant, a circular portal snapped open and swallowed the nuke whole. Just as quickly, the gateway sealed shut, leaving the sky unnaturally calm, as if nothing had just happened. Back in the control room, generals, top politicians, and the live broadcast audience leapt to their feet, stunned into silence before a wave of dread and pounding headaches washed over them. Humanity's ultimate trump card had fizzled out, and in the most absurd fashion imaginable. Mephisto's grin widened as he watched the dark ritual unfold. Our opponent only had to flex a single finger, he purred, voice dripping with malice. What hope is left to stop Hell's coming now? So very cruel. Lucifer stood beside him, arms folded, expression inscrutable. Perhaps that's exactly what we want, he said softly. Every act of despair propels heaven's arrival all the faster. Deep beneath the surface, in the heart of the Avengers Command Center, Nick Fury slammed his fist on the table. The screens in front of him flickered with images of the devastated front lines and a mushroom cloud faintly visible on the horizon. He glared at the display, anger and disbelief warring in his dark eyes. "Damn it, Coulson. How can you stay so calm?" Fury barked. Agent Phil Coulson's lips curved in a wry half-smile. "Sir, I'm exercising the calm you keep preaching about." Fury whirled on him. "Calm? You call this calm? I warned the President and the World Security Council against using nuclear weapons unless it was a last, desperate resort. But our own military brass pushed it through anyway. Short-sighted fools who will never see past the first blast. Now the whole world knows nukes are worthless, and our troops on the front, morale's in freefall." He slid off his chair, running a hand through his hair. For a moment, there was only silence. Then he fixed his stare on the figure standing at the edge of the room. It was Carter Sorry, formerly the Ghost Rider, now demoted to consultant and occasional field agent. "How are Stark's preparations coming along?" Fury demanded. Carter stepped forward, tucking a loose strand of silver hair behind his ear. "Tony suited up in the new Mark XL7, he reported. "He's on his way to reinforce Captain America's position. As for the current Ghost Rider," he nodded, toward the brunette beside him. "She joined the exorcists near the Vatican. But Johnny Blaze, he actually showed some restraint, fell back to gather intel instead of tearing into demons headlong." Fury's scowl eased only slightly. "Good. Keep it that way. We're running out of time and second chances." He turned back to the screens. "Let's see how much despair the world can survive before we find a way to turn this around." Carter Shirey leaned back in his chair, swirling the last drop of wine in his glass. He knew that doing the Avengers a favor now could pay rich dividends down the road. After all, Vision was still hard at work reinforcing the energy barrier around their base. No one could deny it felt safer than ever. "Let's see what else you've got," Carter murmured, rising and crossing to the wine cabinet. He slid open the door, plucked out a sleek bottle, and held it up to the light. "Tsk, this one's worth tens of thousands. You really get to see how the rich live." With a quick snap, he bit off the cork, tilted the bottle over his mouth, and let the deep red wine flood in. He swallowed, wiped his lips, and grinned. "Now that's what I call living." Nick Fury watched him with a mix of amusement and impatience. "You're always one to make a show. But back to business. Since you've tangled with these devils more than any of us, do you have a plan for what comes next?" Chapter 1033. The Tree of Omniscience stirs. Heaven's Gate opens. "Whoa!" Carter Slay sputtered, sending a mouthful of wine spraying across Nick Fury's face. He waved his hand sheepishly. Sorry, I didn't mean to, but you really drove the point home about desperation breeding boldness. You're like a gambler who's already bet his last chips." Fury calmly wiped his cheek. "Fine, but do you have any plan to stop it?" Carter shook his head, his expression grim. "Absolutely not. I've lost the power of the Ghost Rider. Now I'm just an old man resigned to waiting for death. Even if I still carried that curse, there's no way I could face Satan himself. That's why I hid out in that graveyard for over 100 years. Nick Fury met his gaze. "Then why did I bring you here at all?" Carter Slay leaned back, folding his arms. "Funny you should ask, Director. Truth is, I'd been planning a quiet retirement, joining a church, becoming a priest, settling down to spend my final years in peace. With my background and experiences, finding a position shouldn't have been too hard. But I just escaped from the demon-infested ruins of St. Van Gogh. Coulson. Phil Coulson." Coulson forced a polite, awkward smile. "Agent Coulson piloted a plane, spirited me away with my horse, and never once asked if I agreed. Don't go pinning your hopes on an old man. It's unwise, even a bit foolish. It was our only move. The boss had no choice," Coulson said defensively. Carter Slay snorted, flicking spit into a nearby wastebasket. "Look, the prophecy's clear. If the gates of hell open, heaven will surely follow. When gods go to war, mortals do well to stay out of it." "But we don't know when heaven will arrive," Coulson countered, glancing at Nick Fury. Carter rolled her eyes. "If you're that worried, go find a church and pray. Maybe you'll see a miracle." Nick Fury sighed, sliding his right hand into his coat pocket, half where his old pager lay hidden. He let the moment stretch on. That pager was his last trump card, and with the situation still under control, there was no reason to use it just yet. Nick Fury suddenly sat up, as if he'd just connected the dots. He crossed the command deck in a few long strides and keyed Natasha's communicator. "Agent Romanoff, what's your status?" Fury, I was just about to call you. Natasha's voice came tense over the line. She was staring at the colossal tree of all-knowing, which stood in the center of the hall, bathed in an eerie glow. It's like the tree jumped from summer right into autumn. All its leaves have turned pale yellow. Fury murmured, "That's a drastic change," and swiveled to watch St. Venganza's dark silhouette on the main display. Anything else? Maria Hill cut in before Natasha could answer. Yes, and it's significant. The moment the gate of hell opened, the tree's magnetic field went haywire. In technical terms, a massive burst of energy poured into its branches and leaves. Actually, it's now emitting that energy back out through its foliage, added Billy, plunking a handheld scanner onto the console. The young technician leaned over the readout. Sir, Sam says he's been stationed in the mountains for quite some time, monitoring any fallout. Fury nodded grimly. Keep us posted. Romanoff Hill, stay sharp. He ended the huddle, eyes already shifting toward the next threat. Next, he wants to transplant the all-knowing tree to the beach, the real beach this time. Tell him to stop daydreaming. And I'm just relieved I didn't ship it off to the Arctic with the Inuit. Understood, sir. I'll pass the message along exactly as you said. Nick Fury tapped the screen one last time and ended the call. He let out a long sigh. The changes in the all-knowing tree had already far exceeded his predictions, but at least he still held his ace in the hole. What all-knowing tree? Carter Slay piped up, genuinely puzzled. Fury threw him a sidelong look, inwardly scolding himself for not opening the video feed in the first place. You really don't want to see it, he thought. Fine, he said, aloud. I won't ask any more questions. Turning to his broad-shouldered second-in-command, he added, Agent Hill, keep a detailed log of every change in that tree. I don't want anything slipping through the cracks. Hill straightened and saluted. Yes, sir. Fury nodded curtly, then wheeled on Agent Coulson. Coulson, find Aaron Gaius. Coulson froze, eyebrows rising. Sir, you're not still questioning his identity, are you? Fury held his gaze for a moment before conceding with a wry half-smile. Let's just say I prefer all my bases covered. With that, Coulson was off, and Fury turned back to the console, his mind already racing through contingencies for the next, and possibly most dangerous evolution of the all-knowing tree. Not only have the Asgardians checked, but Ghost Rider has confirmed it too, Nick Fury said, his gaze locked on Coulson. He really isn't the Gaius you think he is. That's an order, Agent Coulson. Do I need to repeat myself? Understood, sir, Coulson replied crisply and departed. As the door closed behind him, Carter Slay lifted his wineglass, inhaled, and in a hushed tone began reciting a sacred invocation. Saint Venganza. Lucifer, standing nearby, tilted his head back and let a knowing smile spread across his face. You're still here? Mephisto, leaning against a column, chuckled softly. I wouldn't miss Satan's big moment for anything. Lucifer's grin sharpened into something far more sinister. I'll warn you once, leave now, or suffer the consequences. Mephisto hesitated, torn between curiosity and caution. Then, in an instant, a shaft of brilliant, holy light pierced the gathering dusk. Directly above Carter's trembling lips, the world brightened to midday, and a radiant archway materialized, a gateway to heaven itself. At the very same moment, the dark portal to hell, conjured by Lucifer's power, flickered and collapsed beneath the onslaught of divine radiance. The demons that had only just clawed their way out of hell instinctively shielded their eyes, unable to bear the brilliance of the holy light. Mephisto swallowed hard, his throat constricting, and slipped back into the shadows. Ding, ding, ding. 3 clear, soul-cleansing chimes rang from atop heaven's gate, and a blinding white radiance burst forth. Mortals watched with exhilaration. Demons shrank back in terror, as the gate to heaven slowly swung open. Before its threshold, light elves danced in reverent unison. Then, bathed in a cascade of golden luminescence, an angel with expansive white wings appeared and stepped forward. Instantly, that divine glow washed over St. Venganza's grounds, and the newly freed demons were its first victims. Under the unrelenting holy light, their forms dissolved into specters of smoke and ash, their shrieks echoing across the plain. Even the gate of hell itself seemed to recoil. The ground once stained black, softened to pallid gray under heaven's onslaught. No creature dared emerge from the abyss while that radiance held sway. At the same moment, every exorcist and demon hunter felt an electrifying surge through their veins. Fatigue vanished, ancient wounds knit closed, and a boundless potency filled their hearts. With heaven's presence restored, evil stood no chance, and the defenders of light knew their victory was at hand. Priests and pastors everywhere, along with faithful believers who had witnessed the heavens' sudden appearance, fell to their knees in unison. Their voices rose in fervent prayer. Almighty Lord, grant us strength, deliver the world from evil. As they chanted, a pure, radiant light swelled around them, pressing inexorably against the looming gates of hell. Yet amid that brilliant glow, the Lord of Hell remained unbowed. Bathed in the very light meant to banish him, he rose to his feet. Behind his broad shoulders, wings of white and gold unfurled in slow, majestic arcs, though their feathered tips were laced with shadow, sparkling ominously in the holy radiance. Gabriel stood sentinel at heaven's pearly gate, his wings folded back and sword unsheathed. Before him shimmered a column of pure, radiant light, the very essence of heaven's power, yet most of it was being siphoned away, absorbed into the figure standing at the threshold. Lucifer, the first fallen, Gabriel said, jaw tight with surprise. He unleashed another blast of divine light, but again it drained harmlessly into Lucifer's aura. Lucifer turned, a wry smile playing on his lips. Gabriel, by all that's holy, it's been millennia. He stretched out a hand as though greeting an old friend. I've missed you. Did you do this? Steal heaven's light? Gabriel demanded. Lucifer shook his head, feigning innocence. Believe me, I wish it weren't necessary. I've wandered so long, yearning for home, but I lost my way, so I tapped into this shortcut. He glanced up at the towering gates behind Gabriel. For old time's sake, I'd advise you not to stop me, unless you'd like a demonstration. Gabriel's expression hardened. I have no authority to let you pass. Only the Father's will can welcome you back. Lucifer shrugged theatrically. I suspected as much. Then do me a favor. Summon Michael, Raphael, the lot of them. Without their combined strength, you can't hold me here. Gabriel inhaled deeply. The stolen light crackled in Lucifer's hands, yet it was Gabriel's own beam that shone strongest. Despite his summons, no other archangel could harness a more potent force. Gabriel met Lucifer's gaze, calm and unyielding. There's no need, he said quietly. On this path, none of them could stop you or aid you better than I can myself. Lucifer laughed, a sound both triumphant and melancholy. The stolen light pulsed in his veins as he prepared to press onward. Gabriel braced himself, sword raised, determined to stand guard at heaven's entrance until God himself decided what fate awaited his once brightest angel. Unless the Hellgate is sealed at once, Lucifer stands ready to storm back into heaven, the very heart of his war against the angels. A cruel smile curved his lips as holy light glimmered across his wings, bleeding black power into his veins. He knows it would be effortless. Renounce his title as Lord of Hell, purge every trace of darkness from his soul, and once more be hailed as God's prodigal favorite, if rather headstrong. Heaven's hosts would recognize him. Perhaps they'd even anoint him the next divine. Not even archangels Michael or Gabriel could truly oppose him. They'd always seen Lucifer as a brother worth saving. But he will never relinquish the infernal might that defines him. This dark fire is the crucible of his transcendence, the only path toward supplanting the Creator. Far away in Asgard, the very fabric of reality trembled. Across the shimmering chasm of dimensions, the Ancient One clashed with Dormammu. Every strike and counterstrike sent ripples through the cosmos, signs that even the gods themselves could not ignore. Odin, Lord of the Nine Realms, had stationed himself among the branches of Yggdrasil to witness the clash between the supreme sorcerer and the Dark Lord. He'd seen them spar before, and had long since predicted the outcome. Yet he chose to come now for another reason. His wayward son needed to grasp the true might of magic. When the dimensional demons first invaded Earth, Odin had ordered Heimdall to summon Loki home via the Rainbow Bridge, and now the lesson was about to begin. Loki stood beside his father, eyes wide as torrents of arcane energy streaked through the sky. The supreme sorcerer hurled blasts of pure light, while the Dark Lord answered with shadowy tendrils that tore at reality itself. Odin turned to his son, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Well, Loki? Tell me what you see. Swallowing hard, Loki forced himself to look away from the spectacle and meet his father's gaze. A truly powerful mage must wield an equally powerful magical artifact, he said at last. The supreme sorcerer endures only because of that amulet she wears. Its time-reversing enchantment lets her undo even the most devastating strikes. Odin's smile widened, pride flashing in, his one good eye. He ruffled Loki's hair and said, "Exactly. You've learned well today." With that, Odin returned his attention to the battlefield, confident that his son would never again underestimate the importance of a mage's greatest tool. "Next time, don't enlighten him," Odin warned with a raised brow. Frigga chuckled and nudged her husband's arm. "Oh, come now. Stop teasing your father, Loki." Loki flashed a mischievous grin, but his eyes grew serious as he watched the two titans clash below. "Remarkable," he breathed. "Absolutely phenomenal. This isn't just a battle, it's on par with the All-Father himself. Every strike tears through space. If such power were unleashed in the atrium, it would destroy the world." Odin leaned forward, intrigued. "And what else do you see?" Loki hesitated, his confidence wavering. "To match them, I'd need millennia. Even though I once bore the title of the Nine Realms' greatest sorcerer, every time I witness magic like this, I feel like an apprentice again." Odin shook his head, a wry smile on his lips. "Stop flattering yourself. Unless the fates intervene, you won't reach this caliber in your lifetime." Loki pouted, feigning offense. "I am still your son, father. Can't you, just this once, spare me the truth and tell me otherwise?" Frigga jabbed Loki in the chest, her tone scolding yet affectionate. "You've got more honesty in you than anyone I know. You'd believe any lie you're told." Loki winced and rubbed his chest. Point taken." "Let's be tactful," Odin began. "That's putting it mildly," Loki countered, folding his arms. Odin allowed himself a thin, controlled smile. "Dormammu isn't gifted sorcerer. He is the dark dimension incarnate, a living universe. The Ancient One, by contrast, relies on borrowed magic. To him, the multiverse is like a limitless flock of sheep, and he plucks away whenever he pleases. Yet only Dormammu has had the audacity to demand payment from her so overtly. Part of the reason is simply his ruthlessness. Otherwise, she would have cut him off long ago." Loki tilted his head, his lips curling in a half-smirk. "And how does that compare to you, father?" Odin's chest swelled with pride. "I am the All-Father, Lord of the Nine Realms. That name alone carries more weight than anything Dormammu could muster." "Of course," Loki conceded, mockingly patient. "I understand." Odin narrowed his eyes. "So you called me all this way just to lecture me?" Loki's grin grew sharper. "Consider it both a reminder and a challenge." Odin's long gaze swept over Loki, his tone measured but firm. "Your control of divine power has come a long way," he said, "but lately you've grown a bit complacent." Loki's shoulders slumped. "I know, father. I've been slack." Beside Odin, Frigga leaned forward, concern softening her features. "Your mother misses you terribly," she said. "We'd like to spend more time with you before you return to Sakaar." At the mention of Sakaar, Loki bristled. A sudden warmth spread through him at the sight of his mother's worried eyes, but he couldn't hide his surprise. "Return to Sakaar? Why must I go back there?" Odin exchanged a knowing look with Frigga before turning back to his son. "I've spoken with Grandmaster Gao Tianzun," he announced. "He's agreed to host you as a permanent guest in the arena." "What?" Loki's eyes flew open. "You mean you want me to step into the arena and fight? For sport?" "Exactly," Odin replied. "Sparring in the arena will sharpen your mastery of divine energy. You'll face 2 or 3 matches a month. Your opponents won't be overwhelmingly powerful, nor will they be pitifully weak. They'll be just skilled enough to challenge you. And because they won't know you're Asgardian royalty, they'll show you no mercy. That's precisely the experience you need." Loki fell silent, digesting his father's proposal. Training under the Grandmaster promised disciplined combat and genuine risk, an opportunity to grow stronger and reclaim the focus he'd lost. Finally, a crooked smile tugged at his lips. "Very well," he aid softly. "I accept." Loki hesitated. "Can I really refuse?" Odin fixed him with a knowing look. "What do you think? If Frigga hadn't intervened, you'd still be rotting in a cell." Frigga stepped forward, placing a gentle hand on Loki's shoulder. "It's hardly the worst fate. At least you won't be thrown into a dark dungeon. On Sakaar, there aren't even private cells." Loki managed a wry half-smile. "I suppose that's something." Odin rolled his eyes. "Look at you, groveling like the other's prodigal son. Stand up straight." With a casual flick of his wrist, Odin summoned the branches of Yggdrasil. They coiled inward until a swirling vista appeared in midair, St. Fangance's celestial tribunal, where heaven and hell stood face to face. In the center of the spectral courtroom, the king of hell squared off against the archangel, their charged gazes locked in silent challenge. Loki's breath caught at the sight, the gravity of his task settling over him like a shroud. Frigga's soft encouragement was the only thing keeping him steady as he prepared to step once more into the fray. Chapter 1034. Loki, ever clever, eats the melon and ends up eating himself. Odin watched Lucifer as the archangel absorbed heaven's energy, his gaze a mixture of awe and resignation. As expected of the Son of God, he murmured, his ambition already eclipses anything I achieved in my youth. If he claims heaven, he will stand on equal footing with creation itself. The gods of every realm would have to reckon with him. Loki leaned forward, curiosity lighting his eyes. Though he'd always been mischievous and rebellious, Lucifer's power still dwarfed his own. Do you really think he could pull it off? Odin shook his head with a wry chuckle. No. Heaven is guarded by several archangels, stronger than most but still second to Lucifer. And beyond them stands the Ancient One, the Supreme Mage. He will never allow heaven to fall. To grant Lucifer dominion, there would be to hand him the very battleground between heaven and hell. The Ancient One won't risk it, not for all his power. Loki smirked, quietly noting that even the cleverest schemes can be undone by forces greater than ambition. Loki's brow furrowed as he studied the scene before him. But I thought the Supreme Mage was sealed, along with Kamataj? Odin nodded gravely. That's only half the story. Every Supreme Mage inherits their mantle from the one before them. Through careful observation of the timelines, each outgoing mage selects the individual best suited to guard the atrium, not always the most powerful, but the most fitting. Loki cocked his head. So the Supreme Mage has an ace up his sleeve? Perhaps, Odin admitted, but that's not what astonished me. He hefted the eternal spear and drove its tip into the marble floor with a deafening crack. The shockwave rippled through the grand hall, and the giant branches of the world tree overhead shivered, igniting with a warm, golden light. In that glow, shapes flickered at the boundaries of shadow and brilliance. Then, as if summoned, thousands of iridescent motes, each a point of pure color, swiftly converged and streamed outward. In a matter of heartbeats, they filled every corner of St. Fangance, painting the air in shifting rainbows. Loki stepped back, awestruck. What is that? Odin's cool gaze rested on the ethereal display. Spatio-temporal energy, he explained. You can think of it as a seal, an unbreakable lock woven from time and space themselves. A seal, Loki echoed, swallowing hard as he watched the luminescent curtain settle over the city. Seal hell? Loki arched an eyebrow, a smug grin curling his lips. Do you really think Lucifer can sense it? Odin stroked his beard, his gaze distant. Not unless his power equals or exceeds that of the seal's origin. Otherwise it remains invisible to him. He paused, then added with a hint of amusement, but he should have seen it coming. Seen what coming? Loki shot back. Odin tapped the glowing image of Lucifer before them. Look again. What doesn't add up? Loki took a step forward and studied Lucifer as he stood bathed in holy light. Triumph, pride, confidence, even disdain flickered across his face, as though he already held every advantage. And yet, Loki's eyes narrowed. He let out a low whistle and pinched his chin. He's too calm. Loki's voice dropped to a whisper. When I taunted Saul, despite knowing I'd succeed, I still felt a knot of anxiety. What if something went wrong? What if I slipped? But Lucifer, he shows no bristling excitement, no trembling fear of failure. He simply enjoys every second of it, as if he were a spectator cheering on both sides. Winning or losing doesn't faze him. It's all part of the spectacle. Loki's pupils trembled violently. He's never even thought about going back to heaven, at least not this time. Odin chuckled with unmistakable pride. As I expected of my son, always clever. Loki frowned. Why did that praise feel so strange? Yet deep down, he couldn't deny the surge of satisfaction it gave him. Lucifer couldn't have been planning a return to heaven. If he were, he wouldn't be standing guard Aloar, ni at the gates of hell. Those powerful angels who followed him would be acting alongside him, and even if he did sneak back in, he'd be hopeless against a battalion of archangels by himself. Then his real aim is, Loki paused as realization dawned. Is he after heaven's energy? Odin stroked his beard thoughtfully. It's more than that. By making such a dramatic spectacle, exposing himself to draw the attention of the entire celestial court, Lucifer has broken all precedent. In all the millennia, nothing like this has ever happened. Beyond siphoning heavenly power, he's testing the very barrier that bars his return to heaven. Loki glanced at his father, uncertainty in his eyes. So it worked? He tested it? Odin's face betrayed an emotion neither pride nor anger. Yes, Lucifer's maneuver was no mere feint. By openly siphoning heaven's energy, he also drew out any hidden adversaries. His true strike will now meet far less resistance. Loki muttered, This gulf between us, are all beings in the cosmos this devious? Odin cocked his head. I didn't mean it like that, father. Loki flashed a roguish grin. It's just no one matches the All-Father's might so effortlessly. Even Thor. At the mention of his eldest son, Odin's expression darkened. He rose from the high throne, descended to the bottom step, and sank onto it with a weary sigh. Time alone can temper his pride. Meanwhile, in Santa Fanganza, Lucifer stood bathed in holy light. Only a faint shadow clung to the tips of his magnificent wings. By all rights, he could now ascend heaven's gates, but he remained motionless, deliberately biding his time. From a short distance, the Archangel Gabriel watched him warily, puzzled by his restraint. Gabriel kept her guard up, every muscle tensed, certain that Lucifer would exploit even the smallest slip. He watched her with amusement, a faint smile playing on his lips. Easy there, he teased. I'm just not ready yet. She narrowed her eyes. Do you really think I'll believe that? Lucifer spread his arms in an open gesture. You should. I have no reason to lie to you. Gabriel felt a flare of indignation at his smug confidence. Inwardly, she weighed her options. She could descend to the mortal realm and interrupt his absorption of heaven's holy light. At this rate, it would take centuries to reseal the gates of hell. But the instant thought was scorched by her own divine radiance. Here in heaven she was bathed in its power. Even Lucifer couldn't overpower her on celestial ground. Step outside, however, and she'd be vulnerable. He could tear her apart in minutes. Yet as the moments passed, doubt gnawed at her. Lucifer showed no hint of wanting to slaughter her or launch a full-scale invasion. All he did was siphon heaven's energy. What was his endgame? Gathering her courage, Gabriel spoke at last. What are you really after? Lucifer's expression flickered, just for a heartbeat, between amusement and something else, something almost like regret. Then he let it fall away. Well, he began, as if weighing which truth he could afford to share. That depends on you. It's better if you don't know, Lucifer said with a casual shrug, his lips curving into an amused smile. But then, as though he'd sensed something, that smile snapped off, only to return, broader and more elated than before. It's here. Finally here. Gabriel frowned. What's coming? He didn't have to wait long. With a thunderous rumble, the gate of hell, long held in check by heaven's barrier, shook violently. A tide of impenetrable darkness surged outward, blotting out the sky. Then, as if in reply, thousands of motes of prismatic light burst into view, swirling upward in a graceful dance. They merged, each glowing speck fusing into the next, until the lights formed a colossal spectral tree that towered hundreds of meters above the heart of St. Fanganza. Bathed in the soft glow of dawn, the tree's branches spread in all directions, their radiant leaves shimmering with every hue of the rainbow. A hush fell over the angels watching, for there was something deeply sacred in its presence, an otherworldly holiness that set the dim morning air aglow. And then, almost instantly, the creeping shadows that had choked St. Fanganza began to retreat. Darkness peeled away from the streets and spires, revealing the long-hidden stones and pathways beneath. In that moment, hope bloomed across the plaza like the first flowers of spring. This can't be. Gabriel's voice trembled as he stared in disbelief. The Gaius family's mark. Even as the sigil's appearance rattled the gate of hell, Gabriel felt no relief, only dread. Their god had been lured away from heaven by this very emblem, leaving the celestial realm leaderless and run by nothing more than instinctive protocols. Lucifer's lips curved in a wry smile. As I suspected, he said coolly, ever since Gaius's descendants arrived in this universe, I knew they'd left a contingency. This tree of omniscience? It can't have been crafted just for me. What an honor, to be so highly anticipated. He leaned forward, eager to touch the legendary tree. "I'll find you, Gaius," he promised softly, but his hand passed through the trunk as though it were mist. He retracted his palm with an amused chuckle. That's curious. I thought this tree would lead me straight to him." Gabriel watched, narrowed-eyed. "I think I see what's happening." He turned to Lucifer. "Your plan's been outmaneuvered." Lucifer's expression didn't falter. "No plan ever truly fails," he replied, voice smooth as silk. "One merely finds new avenues of attack." His eyes flared red, and the wings unfurling behind him blazed with unearthly light. Golden ripples pulsed across the sky. Then, with a thunderous roar, the heavens themselves seemed to split apart. The brilliant radiance of heaven suddenly flickered and dimmed as if an invisible hand had snuffed it out. In its place, the ancient gates of hell creaked open once more, vomiting a viscous wave of pure darkness. From the scorched earth below, demons writhed up, fewer in number than before, yet each one palpably more dreadful. High above the battlefield, Gabriel hovered, his sword blazing with unblemished celestial fire. He fixed Lucifer with eyes crackling in fury. "You've gone too far, Morningstar," he thundered. "You're turning heaven's own power against us." Leaning casually against the massive, gnarled trunk of the world tree, the fabled tree of omniscience whose roots encircled the globe, Lucifer offered a shrug. "If you find that so objectionable," he replied with a smirk, "come down here and stop me." His gaze drifted to the glowing sigil carved into the tree's bark. That illusionary seal could only contain a fraction of hell's boundless energy. It was never meant for a permanent shackle. A mere stalling tactic, Lucifer mused inwardly. Either heaven's legions or the Supreme Master alone could have forever sealed these infernal gates, so long as they had the courage and presence to spare. But heaven's guardians have grown timid, and the Supreme Master has been banished beyond the mortal plane. Then Lucifer's voice carried like a chill wind across every corner of the earth, settling like a whisper in the mind of one man. "Gaius." Wherever the young sorcerer hid, he felt the words coil around his thoughts. "I know you're listening, Gaius. I know you're watching St. Venganza. You know how to close the gates of hell, if only you would act. But fear not. If you lack the final key, I will gladly give it to you." Below, the armies of light and shadow held their breath. A new game had begun, and the fate of all creation teetered on its edge. One drop of Gaius's blood is all it takes to empower this seal and shut the gates of hell forever. "Now it's your choice," the Demon King's voice boomed. "Stand with us or stand aside. But be warned, if you refuse to help, Earth's population will suffer greatly." Back at the Avengers compound, Nick Fury, Phil Coulson, and Carter Slay surrounded a trembling Aaron Gaius, who sat clutching Abby in his arms. At their unyielding stares, Aaron looked up, feigning bewilderment. "Why are you all staring at me?" he asked innocently. "Look, you said you needed Gaius, but what does that have to do with me, Aaron Gaius?" Coulson let out a dry chuckle. "Aaron, it's still Gaius." Aaron ran a hand through his hair. "Great. Too late to change my last name now, huh?" Fury's eyes narrowed. Aaron's grin faltered. "You don't honestly think the Demon King means me?" "Defamation," Fury said in a low voice. "I'll sue you for slander." A bead of sweat rolled down Aaron's temple. "You'd go that far?" "Try me," Fury replied evenly. Aaron swallowed hard, glancing at Abby's worried face. "I'm telling you, I'm just a weak, helpless human. I'd never." But before he could finish, all three Avengers exchanged glances. If one drop of his blood really could seal Hell's Gate, they'd have to decide whether to protect him or save the world. "You want me to go to San Venganza? How is that any different from signing my own death warrant?" Aaron snapped, indignation blazing in his eyes, even as he cursed Lucifer in his heart. A beast. No, worse than a beast. He'd already figured out about 70% of Lucifer's scheme: pry open the gates of hell, then usher heaven through. But until now, he'd refused to get involved. Where demons and angels warred was far beyond his concern. Once the Ancient One returned, everything would be set right. He'd have no reason to worry. Yet here he was, ensnared by Horn's clever trap. 3 years of treading on ice, and he still managed to slip. Lucifer's victorious roar had echoed across worlds, announcing the return of Gaius's bloodline. Mortals and immortals, from Earth to the farthest reaches, now knew Aaron was back, and all eyes were on him. There was no way he could comply. Going to San Venganza would be like a lamb walking straight into a tiger's jaws. Immortality might not be unheard of in this universe, but surviving Lucifer's summons was a different matter entirely. Lucifer settled into his chair, a sly smile playing on his lips. "Doubting me won't get you anywhere," he said softly. "The real Gaius is out there. Find him." Nick Fury stood, his expression unreadable. "That's our priority. But there's another matter to address first." He scanned the room, then fixed his gaze on Aaron. "You're going to help us." Aaron's eyes widened. "Me? Why? Have I done something to deserve?" Fury cut him off. "No. You're not going to die. We just need a small sample of your blood." A tense silence followed. Then Aaron's shoulders relaxed, and he let out a short laugh. "My blood, huh? Well, that might be doable." Fury raised an eyebrow. "You're awfully calm about this." Aaron shrugged. "Better to get it over with than to have Lucifer lose his patience." Fury shot Agent Coulson a quick wink. Coulson's mouth twitched, but he nodded and called in the medical team. Within moments, 2 nurses entered carrying syringes and vials. Aaron studied the syringe curiously. Lucifer said just 1 drop should be enough. I was expecting some kind of high-tech blood collector. The lead nurse offered a professional smile. "Standard equipment does the job just fine." Aaron rolled up his sleeve and flexed his fist. "All right, let's get this done." As the nurse prepped the needle, Nick Fury allowed himself a small, satisfied nod. With a single, careful puncture, they secured the vital sample and set in motion the next step of their dangerous plan. Aaron clicked his tongue and smacked his lips. "Unbelievable. You really have no shame." Nick Fury shifted uncomfortably, cheeks tinged pink. "It's only 200 milliliters, Aaron. A proper blood donation is actually good for you." He forced a grin. "Don't make me raise my voice." "Save it." Aaron rolled his eyes, plucked the syringe from the nurse's tray, and snapped on a tiny vial, no more than 3 or 5 milliliters. He glared at it, then nodded curtly at the nurse. "All set. Let's get this over with." Chapter 1035. Jur appears before the masses, Lucifer's temptation. Nick Fury picked up the slender vial, its contents glowing a deep, brilliant red. He cast Agent Coulson a knowing look. "You know what to do." Coulson offered a brief, confident nod. On his way to St. Fanganza's observatory, he intended to run every possible analysis, and he would leave a single drop behind for the Tree of Omniscience to examine. Carter Shirey, watching him prepare, frowned thoughtfully. "But what if," she ventured, "what if your blood actually is useful?" Aaron laughed softly. "No chance. Absolutely none." He'd procured that sample under false pretenses. It existed solely as a decoy for anyone curious enough to demand it. At that moment, a crisp chime echoed inside Aaron's mind. A system notification flared. "Host has triggered a new task. Please check the mission panel." Suppressing a smirk, Aaron summoned the holographic interface. Behind it, the looming shadow of the omniscient tree flickered on the display, and suddenly he had a hunch what was coming next. He tapped the command, "Open the mission panel." Before him, the message scrolled into view. "Mission, close the gates of hell. Reward, 3,000 magic points. Failure penalty, none." "Do you accept?" Aaron ground his teeth and muttered under his breath. "Damn it." Then, with a resigned sigh, he pressed accept. He really didn't want this assignment, but the system had overloaded him with restrictions and deadlines. Between his original body and the missing duplicate, he could only log in for a total of 4 magic points a day. 3,000 points would save him 2 full years of grinding and cost him only a single drop of blood. The temptation was enormous and the task itself simple, yet the danger was staggering. With every corner of the universe watching St. Fanganza, risking himself for a mere 3,000 points was madness. If the payout had been 30,000, he might have considered it, but 3,000 was far too little. As he wrestled with his doubts, his missing body, floating somewhere in the spiritual realm, reached out. In a clear mental voice it said, "You're overthinking this. Neither your original form nor my clone has to make the trip." Aaron frowned. "Then what do you suggest?" "Didn't we train field operatives?" The missing body replied. Aaron shook his head. "That little firebrand? No way. She's a mutant, and everyone already knows she's connected to Gaius and me. She'd stand out like a beacon." The two of them fell silent, weighing their options. If they wanted to claim those magic points and avoid a fatal spectacle at St. Fanganza, they would need someone else, someone anonymous enough to slip past the universe's watchful eyes. Aaron dismissed the little troublemaker without a second thought and zeroed in on his pick. Jur, the disembodied figure gave a lazy nod. On Earth, our 6 wards are Bruce Banner, Bucky Barnes, Frank Custer, Jane Volturi, Anna Marie, and Carter Smith, but each of them is linked to Gaius. Deploying any one would blow our cover. Across the rest of the galaxy, there are 5 more: Jock Mons, Ramon Lancelot, Naga Chatel, Lorelei, and Jur. The first 4 surfaced at the Talon auction, uploaded themselves online, and are now public celebrities on Bohart Station, far too conspicuous to hide. So it's only Jur left, Aaron said with a chuckle. He's always played the devout Bohart acolyte and kept a low profile. Aside from us, everyone who ever knew him is dead, and no one would remember the last father-daughter pair stranded on a Death Star, waiting to be wiped out. Aaron leaned back in his chair and tapped the tabletop thoughtfully. They've all signed the non-disclosure contract, he said. Their identities are locked down and secure. The disembodied figure hovering before him inclined its head. That's settled, but the real prize is our newest recruit. He's an exceptional talent on the path of the sun. When he appears in St. Fangansa, it will manifest as the gate of hell. Aaron's lips curved into a small, smile. What perfect timing. Let's send him in. He tapped his fingers again. Since we're dispatching him anyway, why not make some noise? A Hell's Gate facing Heaven's Gate. What better stage for a grand display of holiness? The figure issued a soft warning. Just temper your excitement. Oh, I'll hold back for now, Aaron promised with a wink. With that, they cut the connection. The spectral presence turned to the sleeping form of Gear lying on the raised platform. Silently, it drew his consciousness into the spirit world. Before Gear materialized his clone, an exact, unmasked likeness of the young man, there was nothing to confuse him. The moment recognition flickered in his eyes, Gear snapped upright. He dropped to one knee, head bowed. "Master," he greeted, voice steady with devotion. "You summoned me alone. What is my task?" Without a word, the spectral figure reached up to its own temple. It pulled free a shimmering memory, tendrils of silver light, and wove them directly into Gear's mind. The mission was about to begin. When the haze finally lifted, Gear's eyes fluttered open, still heavy with lingering dizziness. A familiar, resonant voice echoed in his mind. "Time is short," the master warned. "This is the only way I can reach you." Gear steadied himself. "Master, what do you need of me?" "2 things," the master replied, silently raising 2 fingers in the void beside him. "First, I must have your blood to seal the gate of hell." Gear's throat went dry. "Master, I'd do anything for you, but I'm only a Sequence 8 light priest now. My order can fend off ordinary specters, even demons. But the gate of hell? If I approach it, I'll be torn apart before I can do anything." "Do not fear," the master said gently. "I will channel my essence through your body to reach Earth. As for Lucifer, I won't lie. If he truly sets out to kill you, my only promise is to resurrect you in my spiritual realm. There, you will stand as prophet and guide of this metaphysical plane. Your daughter will be safe in our care, and you may visit her whenever you wish." Silence fell for a moment, and then the master's voice returned, unwavering. "Once the gate is sealed, you must fulfill the second task. Establish a church on Earth and spread my faith. The doctrine has already been written. Now put it into practice among mortals." Gear swallowed, steadied his resolve, and prepared himself. The fate of worlds and his own destiny rested on what came next. "To put it plainly, I need you to challenge even the angels of heaven for their sustenance," the master said, voice ringing with authority. "It may sound daunting, but you have an advantage. Half my kin dwell here on Earth, myself included, so I can support you whenever you call." Gear bowed low. "I'm ready, master." With a single gesture, the master cast Gal's consciousness out of the spiritual realm. Gear's eyes snapped open. He sat bolt upright in bed, heart still racing from the vivid instructions of his dream. Carefully, he laid a hand over his daughter's small shoulder, drawing the quilt snug around her. Leaning down, he pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead before slipping into a pristine white robe. Clutching the thick grimoire he had labored over for decades, Gear knelt on the floor. He closed his eyes and began to pray, his voice steady and reverent. "God of contract, ancient inheritor, creator of minds, lord of shadows, grant me your guidance." Within moments, a subtle shift rippled through him. His pupils darkened, and an otherworldly presence settled in. He had succeeded. His own soul had once again fused with the vacant vessel. Gear flexed his fingers, testing the body's power. It felt formidable, on par with Carter Sorry's renowned strength. Satisfied, he reached into the miniature spatial array hovering beside him and withdrew a single drop of his ruby-hued blood, its brilliance undiminished. Now fully awakened, Gear rose to his feet. The real challenge lay ahead, to confront angels for their divine essence, with only his new foho, Unvessel, and the support of those on earth to guide him. He opened a swirling golden portal before him and with steady purpose stepped through its rim. Light, a majestic voice rolled across the fields of St. Fangansa, echoing against the distant peaks. In that instant, the figure they had long sought emerged from the portal's shimmering threshold. Bathed in a halo of sacred radiance, he moved with Gear's body serving as the conduit for his return, every step charged with reverent power. Pure brilliance cascaded from the void behind him. It was not the searing, destructive fire of heaven's true light, but something softer, more compassionate, and yet no less awe-inspiring. Every eye in the valley turned to witness its glory. Below, the denizens of the underworld recoiled, their advance slowed, limbs trembling under the weight of this gentle but unrelenting glow. "Awaken, guardians," the returned figure intoned, voice calm but infused with authority. As he spoke, he traced a silent sigil in the air. In response, a silver-white raven materialized from the portal's brink, its brilliant wings unfolding in a flash of pure melody. The bird let out a piercing cry that cut through the tense hush, heralding a new era of hope and a final reckoning with the darkness. As the majestic raven circled high above, waves of silvery light began to ripple across its feathers, radiating outward in all directions. Wherever that purifying glow passed, the lowliest denizens of hell fragmented into nothingness, and even the mightier fiends, sensing an elemental force beyond their comprehension, turned and fled in panic. With the skies cleared, the patron Saint Raven spread its wings and dove toward Saint Vansa. At its touch, silver ripples surged across the ground, erecting a shimmering barrier that sealed the infernal gates. From the heavens drifted the figure who had been lost, descending slowly toward the famed Tree of Omniscience. He approached with solemn reverence beneath the tree's shifting, spectral canopy. A single drop of crimson blood welled upon his palm and seeped into the tree's illusory shadow. Lucifer, standing guard, met his gaze with knowing eyes, but refrained from interference, stepping aside to grant him passage. In that instant, the Tree of Omniscience burst into resplendent bloom, its radiant branches unfurling dozens of times over in the blink of an eye, casting its luminous glory across the sky above St. Fangansa. The last shafts of holy light poured down from the heavens, and the Tree of Omniscience drank them in greedily. Its leaves gleamed like polished silver, channeling that celestial power down through its branches into the vast network of roots that sprawled beneath the earth. With a thunderous crack, the roots snaked across the threshold of hell itself, sealing the gate in a prison of living wood. In an instant, the colossal shadow of the tree shattered into a million motes of rainbow light, each drifting off across the world. High above, Gabriel, stationed at heaven's gate, watched the spectacle in thoughtful silence before vanishing with his host. Below, in the shattered courtyard of St. Fangansa Cathedral, witnesses gasped and muttered in disbelief. Some cheered, others trembled with dread. A few wore expressions of amused skepticism, while a handful stared in wide-eyed horror. At the center of it all, Lucifer turned his interest upon the lone figure standing before him. "You're not Gaius, are you?" he drawled, arching a brow. "After all the work I put into this, heaven sends a decoy? I must say it's rather insulting." The man before him gave a faint, knowing smile. "You'd have to be a fool to walk into a trap, especially one you helped set. And no, you've misread the situation entirely. I refuse to risk my own life, but I would never send others to die in my stead. I'm not that heartless." Lucifer's smirk faded into a look of genuine curiosity. He stepped closer, his eyes glittering in the dim light. "This magic, it's intriguing," he murmured. And for once, even the Prince of Darkness seemed at a loss for words. "You'd never notice it unless you looked very closely." A calm voice answered, "Gaius? Lucifer stepped forward, his black cloak trailing behind him. No need for formalities. I am Lucifer, King of Hell. Now, what's the purpose of this elaborate invitation? A playful smirk curved Lucifer's lips as his eyes glowed crimson. In an instant, an immense gravitational force slammed into Gaius. Crack! The ground beneath him spider-webbed with fractures, yet Gaius remained perfectly still. In his gaze burned the sigil of the bull, the ancient emblem of strength, and a golden magic circle pulsed to life at his feet. Finally, Lucifer released the crushing pressure and studied him with mild surprise. Impressive. You've risen to the rank of sub-heavenly father. Mid-tier, I'd say. Still, this vessel is far too weak. If I'd come in my true form, I wouldn't even need magic to endure this power, the projection murmured coolly. Lucifer said nothing, only arched an eyebrow. You're still quite young, aren't you? In my mid-20s, the young man replied lightly. Barely graduated. I hope I haven't embarrassed the Gaius family. Lucifer's lips twitched. He forced a courteous smile. The Gaius line has always produced remarkable mages. Your talent is most admirable. Thank you, the projection said, a flicker of pride in his eyes. At that, Lucifer nodded once, vanished, and reappeared at the projection's side in an instant. His hand, wreathed in an inky black aura, slammed against the young man's chest, right over his heart. A jolt of dread raced from the projection's toes to his skull. He instinctively summoned his cursed armor, but the shadowy force seeped through as though the enchantment were mist. Lucifer's voice was calm, almost clinical. I won't kill you, yet, but you will feel every ounce of pain. Even with gel bound to him, the projection couldn't break free from the onslaught. A soft, dreadful hiss echoed as the black aura ate through the final layer of magical defense. The darkness pressed on, relentless and unimpeded, and the young Gaius heir tasted true fear for the first time. Lucifer's dark fingers hovered just inches from the white-robed apparition, his own projection, when a familiar, nauseating tingle rippled through him. In that moment, the specter slipped back, evading his grasp as if time itself had frozen. I've studied time magic as well, the figure remarked coolly. Lucifer applauded, adopting an affable smile. How impressive. You know so many tricks, and yet you still sent a proxy to parley with me. Overly cautious, don't you think? The thought body's lips curved into a wry grin. I'm naturally timid. I couldn't risk coming alone. He laughed, sharp and amused. That timidity is every bit as irritating as your ancestors' stubbornness. Consider it a compliment, the apparition replied serenely, nodding. Leaning forward, Lucifer's voice dropped to a whisper. You really believed I couldn't track you this way? I will find you. The specter's brow lifted in mild curiosity. Why pursue me so relentlessly? I can sense determination in your tone. A low chuckle escaped Lucifer. Your god, your ancient foe, was defeated by your line long ago. He straightened, eyes glittering. Now it's your turn. I am his son, after all, and I need to win back his favor. Mephisto already controls the Ghost Rider. I need my own champion. Gaius is perfect, and appointing him will prove that I stand above even God. The thought form hesitated for a moment, then spoke coolly. If there's nothing more, I'll take my leave. Wait, don't you worry I might track you through him? Lucifer blurted out, eyes flashing. Don't be, the creature replied smoothly. Once I've played my card, I won't take it back. Gaius will stay on Earth to spread my faith. Spread your faith? Lucifer raised an eyebrow. Isn't that just poaching heaven's believers? God is absent, and heaven's influence has faded, the thought form countered. Demons already have followers among mortals. Why not Gaius? After all, his ancestors shaped the course of humanity. With a sudden movement, Lucifer's hand clamped onto the creature's shoulder. What if I kill him now? The gates of hell hold you here, the thought form said without flinching. Your power in the mortal world is limited. I have no such restriction. A contest between subfathers is not one you're certain to win. Lucifer released him, a slow, satisfied grin curling his lips. Very well. Lucifer leaned forward, his eyes never leaving the pale apparition that resembled Jur. This won't be easy, he said quietly, but you won't remain bound to him forever. The thought body's lips curved into a knowing smile. When Jur signed the contract, he pledged his very soul to me. I have the power to bring him back. And there's more. Its gaze sharpened. I'll help him claim his revenge. Lucifer's smile was faint but deadly. By all means, do as you wish. There's nothing I can do to stop you. But remember this. Today you came looking for me, but 10 years from now, I'll be the one hunting you. Hell may be your domain, but Earth will become your forbidden realm. Chapter 1036. The Supreme Sorcerer arrives in time, and the pact with Carter Lucifer's expression froze. He opened his mouth as if to speak, then shut it again. After countless millennia, he knew better than anyone just how extraordinary Gaius's growth had been. If Gaius now claimed he would ascend to the rank of Celestial Patriarch within 10 years, he must truly believe he could pull it off. By the gods, that was blasphemous. Beings who had lingered in existence for thousands, or even millions of years, had only barely scratched the surface of such heights. Reincarnation itself was an art few had mastered. Was Gaius's bloodline really so absurdly potent? A surge of jealousy nearly overwhelmed Lucifer, but thankfully, his inner demon hadn't yet materialized to eavesdrop on his private thoughts. If it had, Lucifer would have faced not only his own wrath, but that of the demon's envy as well. After all, these second-generation fiends grew stronger with every lifetime, yet Lucifer's own fate had been bound to his ancient, overbearing sire since birth. Recovering his composure, Lucifer leveled a baleful glare at Gaius. "Is this a threat?" Gaius inclined his head, the faintest of smiles playing across his lips. "Not a threat, Lucifer, an agreement. You outwitted me this time, and now the entire cosmos knows I've returned. But so long as you don't interfere with my plans, I won't trouble you." Lucifer's gaze flickered, uncertain. Gaius's confidence was unnerving, yet his offer was clear: peace in exchange for non-interference. Around them, the fabric of reality trembled, a silent reminder that in this game, even pacts between immortals were forged at the edge of oblivion, and somewhere, unseen, the Supreme Sorcerer prepared to tip the balance once more. Lucifer's lips curled into a sardonic smile, and then he suddenly stopped mid-sentence. "Perfect timing," he drawled. A swirling gold portal opened behind him, and the Supreme Mage Gaius stepped through. Draped in robes that shimmered like starlight, she regarded Lucifer with icy calm. "Lucifer, your little game has gone on long enough." Lucifer raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, Supreme One, I'll be on my way." He bowed exaggeratedly. "But you really should thank me. After all, I did help you find the person you were looking for." Gaius' eyes narrowed. "Your methods disgust me. I doubt anyone else would thank you either. As long as it's effective, why quibble over the details?" He gave a dismissive shrug. "It's time you returned to hell." Gaius' voice turned cold as the eye of Agamotto on her chest began to glow and ripple outward. Lucifer laughed, a dark, echoing sound. "Don't be in such a hurry," he taunted, and, just as suddenly as he'd appeared, he dissolved into a wisp of shadow. "Wait!" A new voice called out, thin, hesitant, yet firm. "I accept your terms. Let's call this one a draw." The golden portal shimmered closed, and Supreme Mage Gaius finally allowed herself a small, satisfied nod. She turned her calm smile on the lone figure standing before her. "Now," she said gently, "may we speak?" The so-called missing body shuffled awkwardly. Can I really refuse?" he asked, forcing a nervous laugh. All day he'd been dodging these two powerhouses. Even their illusions were enough to keep him on edge. But faced with both of them at once, and with no easy escape, he realized he had no choice but to stay and talk. Gaius fixed him with a steely glare. "Just to be clear," she said slowly, "Mr. Gaius is staying on Earth, isn't he?" It was an unmistakable ultimatum. Missing Body swore under his breath, but he had no choice but to follow Gaius through the portal. After all, Earth lay squarely in the Supreme Mage's domain, and anyone hoping to remain here had to first pay their respects at the Mage's dock. At the Avengers compound, Agent Phil Coulson was about to head out the door when Fury's voice crackled over the comm. He turned back, irritation plain on his face. "Sir, do we really have to go all the way to Santa Fanganza?" Nick Fury rolled his eyes, then leaned over the conference table, tapping his fingers. "What do you think, Coulson? Taking the team yourself might turn up some valuable intel. Between that alien and the mage who just showed up out of nowhere, I want every scrap of information." Coulson's jaw clenched. "Sir, with all due respect." Fury held up a hand. "That alien's mission is to spread his faith. A proselytizing envoy isn't going to hide. They'll make a grand entrance, and soon. The moment he shows himself, we'll zero in on him, on Gaius the Mage, and on whatever this heaven and hell business is about." Shield needs every advantage we can get. Understood? Coulson nodded, grim but resolute. Understood, sir. I'll assemble the team right away. Agent Coulson's eyes widened as comprehension dawned. Understood, sir. Where's my blood? Aaron demanded, thrusting out his hand. Return it at once. The tests proved I have nothing to do with that so-called Gaius. You all heard me deny it. You've had me under surveillance the whole time. Coulson shrugged. It's only a few milliliters. Why make a fuss? My hair and skin are inherited. You don't get to carve up my body whenever it suits you. Nick Fury cut in, his tone sharp. Enough. How much do you want for it? He scowled. Honestly, this negotiation over a blood sample is ridiculous. Aaron waved off the question. Money isn't the point. I'm curious about Gaius, about how remarkable someone with my surname can be. He has followers hanging on his every word. Once S-Shield reaches him, I want an introduction. If he's contactable, I'll do what I can, Coulson offered, managing a reassuring smile. Don't be surprised. Gaius, like you, is under my purview. He needs allies to spread his message, and you could use a fresh start. At that moment, Aaron's voice echoed in Carter Shirey's mind, and she understood instantly. She stepped forward. Include me in this introduction. Coulson looked from Aaron to Carter, startled. You? What are you planning with him? Carter Shirey tapped his chin as if weighing his options. I've got a feeling Gears Church is the best place for us. Nick Fury arched an eyebrow. Isn't that the same church you said you'd retire to? Last I checked, you were calling yourself an old man. Exactly, Shirey said with a grin. I'm looking for a quiet corner to settle down, and Gears' backing has twice gone head-to-head with Satan himself. After everything demons have put me through, that kind of protection sounds pretty appealing. Fury leaned in, steepling his fingers. Or you could stick around as S.H.I.E.L.D. as a consultant, just like Aaron over there. He nodded toward the younger agent. That'd guarantee your safety for life. Shuri let out a low chuckle. He'd been Ghost Rider for more than a century. His demonology was as extensive as any church's archives, and with demons running rampant again, his expertise was more valuable than ever. Even better, his close ties to the current Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze, meant by recruiting Shirey, Fury would effectively bring Blaze on board too. A perfect two-for-one deal. Carter Shirey leaned back in his chair, a playful smile tugging at his lips. Thanks for the offer, but I'm going to have to pass. He folded his arms. You people come up with so many schemes. If you really want to secure my loyalty, you might as well just buy me out. Pay me for the rest of my life. After hiding for more than 100 years, I refuse to spend my twilight days moping around. Aaron snapped his fingers theatrically. Bravo, Carter. You hit the nail on the head. Carter gave him a wry look. Save the accolades, Aaron. I'm not in this for the applause. Nick Fury's patience snapped. He leaned forward, fists clenched on the table. Unbelievable. You stand here, spouting off like you're above it all. And for what? I asked you to handle a simple task, and you can't even be bothered to take a paycheck? Carter shrugged casually. Honestly, Fury, I'm done doing favors for free. If you want me on your side, we'll talk figures. Up front. Fury scowled, disbelief written on his face. You're serious? Stone cold, Carter replied, leaning back again. I've spent a century in the shadows. It's high time somebody paid for my expertise. For a long moment the room was silent, until Fury finally let out a low growl. Fine. Let's see your price tag. I don't work for free, Aaron stated, his voice calm but resolute. My minimum rate is 1 million, and there's no upper limit. Do you have any idea how much S.H.I.E.L.D. has already spent because of you? Nick Fury leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, but said nothing, as Aaron pressed on. Considering the complexity and the risk, it's more than fair. I sleep just fine at night. And honestly, every time I pause to wonder if I'm overcharging, S.H.I.E.L.D. swoops in and balances everything out. So why should I lose sleep over it? Phil Coulson held up a hand. Interrupt you there. Aaron, your rates are, admittedly, a bit steep. Aaron cut him off with a raised eyebrow. Coulson, do you even know who I am? Coulson cleared his throat. A friend? A slow, confident smile curved Aaron's lips. Cute, but no, I'm your savior. Don't forget that. Coulson shifted uncomfortably under that smug gaze. Right, well, if I remember correctly, you already billed Sir Fury for your services. He glanced toward Fury, guilt coloring his tone. Between money and lives, don't you think saving lives matters more? You pulled off that operation in the hospital. Shouldn't you be thanking the doctors who helped? Fury rolled his eyes and let out a weary sigh. Must we really rehash this again? Aaron leaned back against the railing, arms folded. I could live with this kindness for the rest of my life, he said with a snort, then turned to face Nick Fury. Director Fury, I believe I also saved your life tonight. Fury's already grim expression darkened further. Damn it! Aaron glanced over at Carter Shirey, who stood there blinking in surprise. So this is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s idea of gratitude. Not bad, but hardly polite. Phil Coulson stepped in, raising a steadying hand. All right, enough. Right now our priority is managing the fallout. We've closed the gates of hell, but the reality of demons, angels, heaven, and hell is out in the open. Aaron whistled softly. Fantastic. Our little world just got a whole lot bigger. Fury exhaled and settled back into his chair, and there's nothing S.H.I.E.L.D. can do to contain that revelation. We're not the world government. We'll let the United Nations and the World Council handle it. He looked to Coulson and gave a curt nod. Those headaches are theirs now. If anything goes wrong, we've got plausible deniability. Nick Fury stood at the head of the briefing table, arms crossed, as Agent Phil Coulson, Dr. Aaron Hayes, and Agent Carter Shirey waited for him to speak. Agent Coulson, Fury began, voice low and urgent. Our top priority is dealing with the demons still at large. Coulson paused, glancing at Aaron and Carter before asking, Sir, you mean the demon corpses we've intercepted? Fury rolled his eyes. No, I'm not worried about the ones we've already secured. I'm talking about the ones that slipped through our net. S.H.I.E.L.D. needs to track them down, now. Carter Shirey stepped forward, a knowing smile on her face. Low-level demons lack intelligence, she explained. They kill and devour human souls purely out of instinct. They're relatively easy to dispatch, but mid- and high-level demons are far more dangerous. They control their cravings, slip into human form, or possess vulnerable hosts. To any outsider, they look and act like ordinary people, yet their real threat is unimaginable. Dr. Aaron Hayes tapped his tablet. Some of these entities build flesh altars, he said. Through forbidden rituals, they open gateways to summon ever more powerful demons. Others prey on humans, tempting them with power in exchange for their souls. Once those souls are lost, entire infernal cults can rise from the ashes. Fury's gaze locked onto Coulson. We cannot allow either scenario to unfold. Coulson, you're leading this operation. Find those demons before they find us. Coulson straightened, resolve in his eyes. Understood, sir. We'll bring them in, dead or alive. To put it in the simplest terms, the instructor continued, imagine you, Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., were possessed by a demon. Instantly, the entire agency would become that demon's next meal. Nick Fury paused, nodding. The analogy is sound, though I might choose different names next time. Aaron cleared his throat. If there's nothing more, I'll retire to my quarters and get some sleep. Between the Santo Fanganza incident and everything else, I haven't closed my eyes all night. Fury's eyes flicked to Aaron. Right. Your compass? Aaron straightened. I'm sorry, Director, but personal items aren't available for lending. At Camartage, a golden portal tore open the sky. The sorcerer and the interdimensional demon, locked in a fierce duel, both skidded to a halt when Gaius stepped through, flanked by a stranger. At once, the mages of Camartage straightened their backs, their spirits reignited by the return of their supreme mage. The demon, on the other hand, went pale, if you could call it that, with the word danger practically blazing across its forehead. In the next heartbeat, it and its minions turned and fled. Avenging Camartage without the supreme mage had been bold. Facing him again was certain doom. The Earth's super magic circle had only weakened by a third. It was far from destroyed, and still suppressed the demon's power. Against a supreme mage at the height of his strength, any delay would have been fatal. Almost at once, more than a dozen portals tore open around Camartage. Normally, the circle's barrier kept ravenous dimensional demons out of our world. It was fiendishly hard for them to breach, yet trivial for them to slip back through once inside. That loophole was precisely why they dared strike. They assumed they could poke and prod us at will. What they didn't count on was the Ancient One's swift return, nor did Lucifer bother to warn them, practically using them as cannon fodder. Hold on a moment, Gaius said, his voice calm as ever. He lifted his hands, and from the pattern of the magic circle sprang red chains like living fire. They shot through each portal, yanking the unsuspecting demons free before the rifts could even close. Space itself tore apart in the struggle, and one by one they were hurled into the mirror realm, trapped before they knew what hit them. The great hall of Kamatage fell deathly silent for a heartbeat, then erupted into thunderous cheers as the assembled mages poured out their relief, joy, and awe. After the disaster they had endured, this victory revived their spirits. Here in Kamatage, the Supreme Mage is more than a leader. She is the very embodiment of their faith and authority. Every mage present had been trained, in one way or another, by the Ancient One herself. They knew Gu Yi was formidable, but none had dared imagine she could be so overwhelmingly powerful. Only moments before, these same mages had struggled in drags-out combat against the dimensional demons, needing hundreds of practitioners just to hold their ground. Yet Supreme Mage Gu Yi dispatched them in 2 effortless moves, ending the battle almost before it began. The gulf in strength was simply breathtaking. Modu started, his throat tightening as he let out a shaky gulp. He'd suspected Gu Yi had been toying with the enemy, but lacking proof, he'd kept his doubts to himself. "Supreme Mage," he blurted, hurrying forward. His salute brimmed with unrestrained excitement. Then, at Gu Yi's side, his gaze came to rest on a lone figure clad in the familiar garb of Aaron, or rather, on Aaron's long missing body, now occupied by someone calling himself Gear. Modu swallowed again. "And who is this?" Gu Yi's expression remained calm and inscrutable. "A guest," she replied, her voice cool and measured. "A distinguished guest of Kamatage. I would like a word with him alone." "Once you and Wong have settled things here, make haste to repair the New York temple," Gu Yi instructed. "Understood," Missing Body replied crisply. "Follow me." Gu Yi lifted his hand, and the space before them fractured like a shattered mirror, each fragment gleaming with inner light. "We'll be safer in the mirror dimension, if you don't mind." "Not at all," Missing Body said, striding forward without hesitation. He felt no fear of the Supreme Mage. Gu Yi's attitude toward him had always been cordial, and even if hidden malice lay beneath the surface, he lacked the means to harm Missing Body. As Lord of Dimensions and a Grand Magister, Gu Yi was impervious to the Earth's super-circuit magic, which could only suppress foreign powers, not those born of his own realm. Even the Grand Magister's might paled beside the father-level ancients. The worst outcome here would be the death of one of Gu Yi's lesser servants. That slim margin of safety was precisely why Missing Body had attached himself to Gear and ventured to Earth in the first place. With that, they stepped through the fractured veil, leaving the familiar world behind as they entered the mirror dimension. "Could you please provide the text of the chapter you'd like me to rewrite? Once I have the full passage, I'll revise it into smooth, idiomatic English for you." Chapter 1037, The Ancestral Teaching, Returning Home and Taking a Wife. In the mirror dimension, a world identical to our own yet in every detail, Gu Yi and the thought body settled into a private tea room. As soon as they entered, an orange-red magic circle flared beneath Gu Yi's feet. In an instant, her wizard's robe shimmered away, replaced by a crisp white training suit. She looked up with a smile. "Tea or coffee?" "Tea," the thought body replied evenly. "On other planets, we can't enjoy beverages like this." "Very well," Gu Yi beamed. "Then allow me to prepare my most treasured Mingqian Longjing." With a small gesture, she drew a compact tea stove and full porcelain set through a transient portal. She arranged the kettle, warmed the cups, and went through each precise motion with the fluid grace of a seasoned tea master. The thought body, Mr. Gaius, couldn't help the twitch at the corner of his mouth. It wasn't that her skill was extraordinary, it was her flawless manners, her attention to every little detail, that both flattered and unnerved him. He forced a polite smile as she served him a delicate cup. "How is it?" Gu Yi asked, watching his reaction keenly. He lifted the rim, inhaled the steam, then tasted the tea. His eyes widened slightly. Fresh yet mellow, sweet with a lingering finish. Exquisite. "Thank you." Gu Yi settled her own cup on the low table and adopted a more formal posture. "Mr. Gaius, this marks our first proper meeting. I am honored." Gaius's composure wavered. He blinked, searching for words. Yes, likewise." A soft warmth spread through the chamber as their eyes met, an exchange of courtesy that, in this mirrored world, might just turn into an alliance neither expected. Guyi's eyes narrowed as the disembodied voice lingered in the still air. "Actually, this isn't the first time we've met," it said, each word echoing like distant thunder. Guyi frowned. It was the second meeting, in fact, the first when she tapped into the power of the shadow dimension. Back then, she left with new arcane insights, while he discovered her identity as the Supreme Mage. She, however, had never known him to be Gaius, Lord of the Shadow Realm. "Mr. Gaius," she said steadily, "when did you see me before?" "When the Chitauri invaded," he replied, his tone as calm as a placid lake. At that moment, the Ancient One, standing beside Guyi, stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Then you must have been here at least 3 years ago," she mused. This universe had barely any heroes in those days. Not even Iron Man had appeared yet. "I arrived roughly 3 or 4 years ago," Gaius confirmed. "At the time, Earth was still learning its own strength. The Chitauri invasion was its first real test." The Ancient One glanced at Guyi, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "It seems you've studied Earth rather thoroughly, Lord Gaius," she said with gentle amusement. A soft, unexpected laugh drifted from the shadows. "It is a bit amusing, Master Ancient One," he admitted, the sound curling around them like smoke. Guyi exchanged a look with the Ancient One. A silent understanding passed between them. This shadowy figure, whose power she'd once borrowed, and whose true face she'd never known, had been watching Earth all along. And now, at last, she would learn exactly why. "You should already be familiar with the traditions of the Gaius family," the thought body said, his tone matter-of-fact. "That alone tells you that my home planet in my own universe is just like yours, called Earth. Our 2 worlds didn't follow identical histories, of course, but the differences are negligible. In short, I'm originally an Earthling." He paused, gathering his thoughts, then went on more cheerfully. "When I first arrived in this universe, I was thrilled. The culture, the technologies, even the daily routines, all so familiar that I hardly needed to adapt. I figured I'd pick up a job, make some money, and enjoy myself until one of 2 things happened. Either my family's mark reignited, or I succeeded in ascending to become a Caktei, god of magic. Then I'd go home." He gave a wry smile. "Honestly, I was already engaged to 3 lovely women before I crossed over. My greatest wish, just to return and finally tie the knot." Opposite him, the Ancient One frowned in perplexity. In the boundless multiverse, practitioners of magic were as numerous as stars, but only a handful ever achieved true divinity. Yet the Gaius family remained an unparalleled legend, a dynasty that seemed to turn out gods of magic as easily as any other family produced children. It seemed the legendary, unattainable bottleneck simply didn't apply to them. The 3 bearers of the name Gaius who had come to this universe proved it beyond doubt. Guyi didn't know much about the first Gaius, but that didn't stop even Vishandi, one of the realm's most revered, to speak of him with awe. The second Gaius's feats were so grand that Agamotto himself had witnessed them, and the archives of Camartage still held countless records of his exploits. And the third Gaius? His talent was nothing short of breathtaking. In his early 20s, he already possessed power comparable to a subfather, and everyone agreed he was destined to ascend as the next god of magic. With such gifts at such a young age, it seemed only natural that he would be brimming with pride, eager to showcase his skills, to revel in triumphs and glory. Yet when Guyi finally learned what this prodigy's heart truly desired, she nearly dropped her jaw. He simply wanted to go home and get married. Her mind reeled. Was this the ambition of a child of destiny? Could he not aspire to something grander, something befitting his potential? She stared at him, utterly speechless, before managing a hesitant, "Did you just say, you want to go home and get married?" He offered her a sheepish smile. "Yes," he admitted quietly. "That's all I want." He couldn't deny that he, Hermione, Fleur, and Clea had fulfilled every obligation laid before them, yet something vital was missing, a proper sense of ceremony. Without a grand wedding to mark their commitment, he always felt he'd shortchanged them. The Ancient One chuckled. "You really are nothing like your ancestors." Perhaps they were still single when they first arrived in this universe, he thought. With no one depending on them, they had fewer worries. But the sheer complexity of this realm far outstripped anything he could have imagined. Superpowered heroes, aliens and mutants, vampires and werewolves, angels and demons, mythic beings, ancient gods, even lords of other dimensions. He let out a long, weary breath. It feels like every problem under the sun has piled up here, and most of it connects back to Gaius. My two forebears departed long ago, so any deterrent they once offered is effectively gone, but the pit they dug for me only grows deeper by the day. In truth, the Ancient One added, this universe wouldn't be in such disarray if your ancestors hadn't altered so many things and introduced so many unpredictable variables. After countless eons, all these variables have aligned to create the predicament you see now. Yet I remain certain that their convergence will benefit the universe, the earth, and all of humanity. Gaius's astral form sneered, refusing to comment on the two ancients' actions. This was a burden far too great for him to shoulder. The Supreme Sorcerer wields the power of a Skyfather, the Infinity Stones, and Camartage's Grand Protective Sigil. He can fend off any pack of wolves that surrounds him. And what am I? Nothing more than a minor god among countless Skyfathers, Lucifer included. What influence do I hold? My only hope is to survive in this universe by staying hidden, quietly pursuing my modest ambitions without ever revealing myself. Every word rang with helplessness and humility. Ancient One, these past few years I've been walking a razor's edge. Do you truly believe I can reach the other side? Guyi, the Ancient One, was silent for a long moment. At last, he lifted his teacup and took a slow, deliberate sip of tea. Setting it down, he met Gaius's gaze and said quietly, Gaius, I have absolute faith in you. The Gaius family didn't send you out here just so you could cower in a corner, Guyi said, his voice firm. The thought body's expression flickered. I don't want to hide, it protested, but isn't my strength too limited? A slow smile curved Guyi's lips, and a spark of light danced in his eyes. Remain at Camartage. I will personally oversee your training. Every book, every ritual, every secret in the library will be yours to study. Before long, you'll ascend to become the god of magic. With the Gaius family's potential coursing through your veins, there will be no force in the universe capable of challenging you. The thought body seethed in silent anger. It all sounded generous, almost irresistible, but nothing in the world is truly free. Accepting the Ancient One's offer would tie him irrevocably to Camartage, and that was a price he wasn't eager to pay. The Supreme Sorcerer's rank isn't in the same league as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director. Once you sign on to that pirate ship, it's almost impossible to get off. As a S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant, though, life runs relatively smoothly. Nick Fury can at worst send him on some rough-and-tumble mission, and his toughest adversary will never be more powerful than a minor threat. Someone like that is no challenge for Abe. He'd be dealt with in a single sneeze, and Abe doesn't mind roughing them up. On top of that, S.H.I.E.L.D. pays well. With his gifts for divination, alchemy, and medicine-making, he'd hold all the cards in any joint operation. Helping S.H.I.E.L.D. would be a favor, declining would feel like shirking duty, and no one could accuse him of anything more scandalous than a bit of gossip behind his back. But if he ally himself with Camartage, everything changes. He'd carry the title of direct disciple to the Supreme Sorcerer, and his adversaries would rise to an entirely new level. The lowest-ranked foes are nightmarish dimensional demons. Occasionally he might cross paths with a lieutenant of even greater power. On a lucky day, he might even face one of their demonic fathers. And the rewards? There simply aren't words for it. Working with the sorcerer means stepping into a world where risk and reward exist on a mythic scale, where the payoffs far outweigh any stipend S.H.I.E.L.D. could ever offer. The Ancient One's reputation among the interdimensional demons was well earned. He was famous for being a deadbeat. Why bother tackling high-stakes threats when he could comfortably bully weaklings in the novice village? Self-inflicted hardship simply wasn't his style. No, thank you, the thought body replied, wavering. Is there anything you're concerned about? The Ancient One asked, her voice calm and even. It's not exactly a concern, Gaius's projection said hesitantly. When I first arrived in this universe, I inherited a set of directives from my ancestors, specifically the two forebears of House Gaius. Directives, the Ancient One prompted. What sort of directives? There are several rules, the thought body continued, and one explicitly forbids me from forming any bonds with elder beings. Pardon my candor, Master Ancient One, but how old are you exactly? Surely well over 100 years. A gentle smile curved the Ancient One's lips. As always, Gaius's calculations were uncannily precise. She had long hoped to deepen the connection between him and Camartage before he matured. If he could be persuaded to accept the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme, Camartage would flourish as never before, and Earth might remain free from invasion for generations. Now came the delicate task, convincing Gaius to set aside his ancestral strictures and step into his destiny. She'd heard him declare plainly that his heart lay at home, dreaming only of marriage, hardly the ambitions of a future supreme sorcerer. Yet it didn't trouble her. So long as he remained allied with Camartage, the current supreme sorcerer could finally exhale. No more frantic hunts for a worthy heir, no more sleepless nights preparing for retirement. Once she stepped down, he would see the new supreme mage safely into office, and everything would proceed without a hitch. Truly, it was all gain and no loss. I only wish to help you hone your magical talents, Gaius said, forcing a polite smile. The thought body inclined its head in acknowledgement. Thank you for your generosity, Supreme Mage, but it's truly unnecessary. First, the commandments of the two ancestors are my guiding principles. I have followed them since childhood. Second, I believe in my own gift. Even without an instructor as remarkable as you, I will one day ascend to the throne of God. After all, his raw aptitude for magic was extraordinary, and he had the ace of being a player with insider advantages. Gaius's lessons were entirely superfluous, and frankly, a bottomless sinkhole of wasted effort. Is that so? Gaius said with a feigned sigh. What a shame. He shrugged, though his expression hardly betrayed any real disappointment. Gaius's true identity remained unexposed, but his men had slipped up, revealing that they were here on a very specific mission, to secure a breakthrough. Gaius leaned forward. Gaius, he began, nodding to the ethereal projection hovering nearby, who exactly did you possess? The thought body brightened, eager to explain. His name is Gel. He and his daughter were the only survivors of a dead star. I rescued them out of necessity. I was short on trustworthy allies, and it cost me almost nothing. Then I gave them a choice, settle on a resource-rich world or swear fealty to me. And they chose the latter. Gaius's tone was flat but curious. Gel passed my test, the projection replied matter-of-factly. I always keep my word. Gaius circled the projection, hands clasped behind his back. You said he would spread your faith. What faith exactly? Would you mind filling me in? Not at all, the thought body replied. With a graceful movement, it conjured a small crystalline data module. This contains everything: doctrines, outreach plans, strategies for recruitment. Consider it. Gel's resume, and you, Gaius, are Earth's interviewer. Gaius took the module with one gloved hand and weighed it in his palm. He tapped the smooth surface. Excellent. As the projection flickered and dissolved into motes of light, Gaius turned to stare out the lab's transparent wall at the sprawling city beyond. If Gel's faith could take root here, everything might change. And with Gaius's secret intact, at least for now, their game had only just begun. Gaius told himself that only after passing the interview could he confidently begin to spread his new faith on Earth. He had every reason to believe in his application. Its teachings brimmed with positive energy, encouraged people toward virtue, and were firmly grounded in reality, sure to inspire lasting social good. He lifted the folder's cover and glanced at the 3 lines of exaltation printed in bold at the top of the first page. God of contracts, ancient and noble heir, creator of minds, master of shadows. Gaius's eyebrows shot up. Isn't this a little excessive? I know the Gaius family reveres contracts, but he isn't even a god yet. Across the table, the Ancient One, Gaius's calm, silver-haired mentor, smiled wryly. Titles matter less than people's belief. Divinity no longer dwells only in the halls of heaven. It lives wherever mortals place their faith. Hell itself is crowded with self-proclaimed lords, each calling himself the Lord of Hell, as if a name alone confers eternal power. He leaned forward, voice soft but insistent. In the wider universe, anyone who accomplishes the extraordinary or receives a boon from the goddess of luck quickly stakes a claim to godhood, striving to rise above all other beings. Even in mythic legend, Thor calls himself the god of thunder, Loki the god of trickery. No one waits for divine appointment. They forge their own divinity and dare the world to deny it. Gu Yi considered this, fingers brushing the edge of the folder. The praise felt grandiose. But then, what was godhood if not the air of belief made real? If his application could inspire that kind of faith, perhaps the title wasn't so far-fetched after all. I, the contract god, stand head and shoulders above the god king, the thought voice echoed with cold certainty. Even Odin's two sons, those so-called gods, are not my equal, and as for ascending to true godhood, I harbor no doubts. I will become a god. The Ancient One fell silent, then whispered, awed. The ancient, noble heir? I am the direct descendant of House Gaius, the contract god replied, pride sharpening each word. My forebears carved their legends across this universe. The Ancient One's eyes narrowed. And the Mind Creator and the Shadow Master? A faint, enigmatic smile curved the projected lips. Forgive my discretion, Supreme Sorcerer, but I cannot yet reveal their identities. Know this, though. I swear by the name of Gaius, neither of them is a fraud. Chapter 1038, Beware of Camartage, Mastering the Power of Wind. Gu Yi set aside his doubts and turned to the next page. With unruffled concentration, he poured himself a cup of steaming tea and took a slow, deliberate sip. As he began to read, his eyes darted over the ancient script faster and faster, excitement growing with every line. After a long moment, he finally looked up, astonishment plain on his face. Gulu, he said, voice hushed. Where did you get all these ideas? Gulu offered a small, knowing smile. I'll be honest, she admitted. I didn't invent everything from scratch. I gathered myths and philosophies, teaching methodologies, cosmic legends, even various religious doctrines. Anything I could find on wind mastery. I distilled their finest points, discarded the rest, and wove in my own insights. Gu Yi leaned back, clearly impressed, and gave her a thumbs up. Brilliant work. For a text this comprehensive, your personal contributions are the real treasure. The rest, those 99% of references, you've refined into a solid, cohesive foundation. It's exactly what a true master's guide should look like. Honestly, we have to admit they're masters at weaving together myths, legends, and doctrines into a seamless whole, something few could pull off. She's lived for centuries and traveled off-planet more times than anyone else I know. She's deeply familiar with the sacred texts of dozens of Earth cultures and a great deal of cosmic civilization lore. Without that breadth of knowledge, she'd never be confident this book wasn't mere plagiarism. To most readers, though, there'd be nothing conspicuously wrong, just faint echoes of terrestrial traditions, which is only natural. After all, the universe has its repeating patterns. A little overlap is inevitable and even reassuring. Gel was a devout believer before he entered my service, but his God abandoned him. Despite his crisis of faith, he immersed himself in scripture. I provided him with expert tutors, and the result is this entirely new volume. Gu Yi closed the data window and projected the book into her mindscape. I've read it, she said. It's virtually flawless, but there's one question I can't answer. Can you? You speak first. After I've heard you out, then I'll decide whether to answer. Master Gu Yi's brow furrowed. But in theory, you don't need faith at all. You're a natural prodigy. Your talent alone can carry you to godhood if you simply accumulate enough magic. Chasing after faith only scatters your energy and slows your ascent. That's exactly what I intend to explain, Missing replied with serene confidence. Faith isn't strictly necessary for me, but it's far better to have than not. Admittedly, faith can't raise my magical ceiling, but it can be converted into arcane power, even if the efficiency is low. More importantly, faith fuels hope. In every fierce battle I've fought, every moment of victory I've savored, that hope gave me the strength to summon spells when my reserves were nearly gone. Gu Yi was momentarily speechless. He had never once considered running short of magic. Missing smiled and continued, and once I become a god, I will found my own divine realm. Every realm needs structure, a cycle of trial and improvement to flourish. Faith will provide the ideal framework for that growth. After a long silence, Gu Yi finally nodded. Very well. I understand, Gu Yi said, nodding once. If you ever need assistance, Kamatai Jiz stands ready to help. Gel stiffened. No, thank you. I can handle things on my own. Gu Yi's expression remained calm. Your true nature is no secret. Vampire, dark wizard, the world knows who you are. You walk everywhere exposed, an easy mark for any predator. Of course, you're welcome to come to me, but I won't be at your side forever. Silence stretched between them. Gel, only an 8th-rank priest, faltered under that truth. Even armed with the recorded Goose Grimoire, he would be outmatched in a real confrontation. At first glance, Kamatai Jiz seemed the obvious choice for protection, yet the thought of relying wholly on that human order made his skin crawl. No, absolutely not. He was Guyi's agent, yes, but he needn't tether himself to a single ally. The Aegis Enforcers, the Church, the Mutants, even the Interstellar Coalition, or his own family's resources, all could lend their strength. Owing his safety to Kamatai Jiz alone felt like a debt he wasn't willing to incur. With so many paths open, he would carve his own. I simply want to build genuine alliances with every faction, to prove my value. It shouldn't be this difficult. If Gear truly ranks 4th among the sequences, untouched by darkness and capable of walking the earth as a demigod, why all the fuss? Forgive me, Master Guyi, I said, but I still want to challenge myself. The Ancient One looked momentarily taken aback, then laughed. Are you taking this too seriously? The pact between Kamartaj and the Sanctums dates back to the era of the previous Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto. It's meant to be a mutual safeguard. Nothing more. There's no need to treat it like a cage. Right. Like I'd believe that so easily. On the pirate ship, I'd at least had some measure of control, but here, among the sorcerers who knew? This isn't defiance, I clarified in thought. If the day ever comes that I truly need Kamartaj's aid, I won't let them hesitate. The Ancient One regarded me for a long moment, then nodded. Very well, if this is your decision. She extended a single sheet of parchment. Here, this is the address of the New York Sanctum. Come whenever you're ready. I folded the paper and slipped it into my robes. The real test was only just beginning. Kamartaj will always welcome you, the Ancient One said, watching her visitor closely. The mage's thought projection reached out and took the folded slip of paper, 177A Brick Street, written in neat, confident strokes. Then, Master, may I go? The projection asked. Certainly, the Ancient One replied. Off to San Vanganza, yes? He nodded. That's right. If I'm not mistaken, someone's waiting for me there. With a graceful motion, she opened a swirling portal that revealed the chaotic alleyways of San Vanganza. Before he stepped forward, she added quietly, one more thing. If everything goes as planned, word of you the mage will reach me. He hesitated. What about Kamartaj? She met his gaze steadily. You decide your own path. But remember, Kamartaj must remain hidden from the world. Understood? I understand. He bowed once more, then passed through the portal. The instant his boots hit the cracked cobblestones of San Vanganza, he drew in a deep breath and felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Enemies abounded, true, but even they seemed less troublesome than the so-called allies waiting for him here. With renewed determination, he stepped into the bustling streets, ready for whatever came next. The Ancient One hovered in the mirror dimension, her reflection rippling across the glassy expanse. A soft sigh escaped her lips. This third Gaius had proven far more elusive than she'd anticipated, slippery as an eel, wriggling free of every trap. He'd wandered into Kamartaj as though it were no threat at all. Had she been too restrained in her response? Remain alert, she whispered to herself, fingertips brushing the smooth surface of the mirror. A plan was already taking shape. She would let him press on until the challenges became unbearable, then force him to retreat, to return, hat in hand, to Kamartaj for aid. And if he didn't encounter any obstacles, well, she could always create a few of her own. At the Avengers compound, Aaron slipped into an empty chamber, cradling baby Abe. He set the child gently on the narrow cot and closed his eyes, drawing his spirit into the astral plane. Before him sat his own thought body, serene and watchful. I've explained everything to Gel, the projection said. The rest is up to you. Aaron regarded his ethereal counterpart. We hold our position and wait. The thought body's expression flickered with uncertainty. The Ancient One won't strike immediately, but she won't relent either. He nodded once firmly. Then we'll play our part, for now. After all, no one becomes the Father of Heaven without first acting the dutiful grandson. Aaron and I stood in the heart of the arcane sanctum, its obsidian walls alive with shifting sigils of power. We each bore half of our combined magic, a perfect ruse that concealed our true might and bought us the precious time we needed to grow. But even if we ascend to the rank of Celestial Patriarch, I murmured, We'll still have to pose as grandchildren. Don't underestimate the Ancient One or Odin. They could humble any patriarch in an instant. Aaron's lips curved into a bitter smile. So what? The god of magic's heritage still outweighs the patriarch's. Add the shadow dimension's blessing. Even if we can't beat them outright, they won't be our enemies. A chill ran down my spine as my inner thought body spoke up. We can't rule out foes as strong or stronger than they are. Take Wanda, for instance. The Scarlet Witch's power source is of an exceptionally high grade. Exceptional, but still too weak. Aaron's brow furrowed with worry. He closed his eyes and exhaled. I need to raise my magical reserves again. I can't shake this unease. Be careful, my thought body warned. Don't overload yourself all at once. Your system can't handle a sudden surge. It'll throw off your balance and weaken your combat effectiveness. Aaron opened his eyes, determination flickering back to life. Understood. Silence settled over the sanctum, broken only by the soft hum of ancient runes. Together, we readied ourselves for the challenges yet to come. Aaron severed the connection and let out a long, shaky breath. System, open the task panel. A translucent window materialized before him. Task, close the gate of hell. Reward, 3,000 magic points. Penalty for failure, none. Status completed. Aaron tapped the receive reward prompt. A calm, mechanical voice intoned, Congratulations, host. You have earned 3,000 magic points. He allowed himself a satisfied grin. 3,000 points. Definitely worth the risk. With that, he summoned his personal status display. Host, Aaron Gaius, Physical Magic Power, 2,180, Intermediate Grand Mage. Mental Magic Power, 2,180, Intermediate Grand Mage. Combined Power Rating, 40,360, Intermediate Holy Mage, Subfather Peak, Lord of the Shadow Realm. Talent, once in a lifetime, +4 magic power per day, +2 physical power per day, +2 mental power per day. Inventory, Magic Carpet, Gaius Compass, Captain Jack's Compass, Prophecy Book, Weijeng's Altar, Pensieve, Icebox, Confession Compass, Shiva Temple Bracelet, Bloodflower, Gaius Magic Book, Lamano Grimoire, Demon Book, and more. Unspent magic points, 6,500. Aaron scanned the readout, nodding to himself. Nothing had shifted dramatically. He was still an intermediate holy mage, perched at the peak of the sub-father tier in the Shadow Realm, but those extra magic points were a welcome boost. Better stock up, he murmured, closing the panel. With the gate of hell sealed and a fresh cache of power in hand, he was one step closer to whatever trials lay ahead. At the current rate of magic growth, it'll be at least 2 years before my status panel shows any real improvement, and 6 or 7 years before my total mana reaches God tier. Thanks for the encouragement, system, Aaron muttered, drawing in several deep breaths to quell his frustration. Now, open the mall interface. Don't hesitate when it's time to buy. Understood, honored host. Before Aaron floated a luminous menu divided into spells, materials, and items, each entry marked with its magic point cost and description. Spells. Star Chart History, 1800 MP, a supreme spell that draws on the power of all 88 constellations to execute an all-around locking attack. Mag, Icy Sealing Wave, 1200 MP, encloses a target within a magical container, sealing them in place. Arc of Time, 1500 MP, rewinds or fast-forwards inanimate objects to their past or future state, ineffective on creatures, save for plants. Binding Spell, 30 MP, conjures unbreakable ropes of arcane energy to bind an opponent. Petrified Eye, 300 MP, turns a foe to stone at the caster's gaze. Materials. Wind Magic Energy, 3000 Mar, channels the might of the wind demon Howling Wind, summoning hurricanes, swallowing clouds, spitting mist, and controlling air pressure. Like the energies of the 8 demons and the Panku treasure box, this force can even dominate demon realms. Snowseed Grass, Fig Grass. Whomping Willow, 30 Mal Feather. Angel Feather, 50 Malms. Items, Senzu Beans, Spark Fragments, 300 Mam. Essential components for constructing a transformer. Resurrection Card, 1000 MP. Revives the dead and purges all negative effects. Eye of Aurora, 500 mech piece. Simply name a location on your planet and teleport there instantly. Sword of Devil Severance, 500 MP. Sever and reflect hostile magic with its enchanted blade. First things first, Aaron murmured. I'll take the wind magic energy. With a single confirmation, 3,000 magic points vanished from his reserve, and the raging power of the howling wind became his to command. Aaron barely had time to brace himself before a swirl of violet-blue energy sprang to life in his palm. At its center hovered a simple hand fan, the divine token that once bound the wind demon. "Absorb," he commanded. The instant his voice echoed, the wind's raw magic poured into Aaron's body. Behind his eyelids he saw a monstrous toad, its skin pale purple, its hair a shock of yellow, its eyes glinting red, crouched in a storm of howling gusts that nearly uprooted the earth. Simultaneously, the ring on his right hand gleamed green, stifling the wild magic as it surged through him. A few seconds later, Aaron shook himself free of unconsciousness. His lips curved into a subtle smile. He felt exhilarated. The wind demon's power, newly unleashed and bound to him, was fierce but still paled next to the howling gale it once commanded. Between this and the fire and sky demon essences he'd already claimed, he now held 3 of the 8 demon magics. Only 5 remained: moon, earth, mountain, thunder, and water, and the legendary Panku treasure box itself. Once he'd gathered them all, the gates to a hellish dimension would swing wide open at his command. It looks like the snippet you've given is mostly site code notifications, rather than the story text itself. Could you please paste the full chapter, or the portion you'd like rewritten? Once I have the actual narrative content, I'll clean it up into smooth, idiomatic English while preserving all characters and plot details. Chapter 1039, Devout Believers. Choose the Avengers base. Aaron suppressed a grin and refocused on the store's interface. 3,500 magic points remained, a hefty sum, but choosing what to buy would take some careful thought. He scanned through the categories one by one. First, the binding spell, immediately ruled out. He already knew at least one version of that magic, so there was no point in stocking up on duplicates. Next, the petrified eye, useful enough and undeniably cool, but its raw power was moderate. Definitely worth tucking away for later, but not urgent. Then he reached the star chart history. Now that was a game changer. It promised to bolster his combat prowess by revealing celestial alignments and hidden patterns in battle. Compared to the elemental storm with its taboo magic circle, the star chart history seemed far more sustainable. The elemental storm pack was devastating, true, but it drained your mana blue bar in a single strike. He paused at the magic storm wave, a sealing spell so powerful that if unleashed by surprise, even his father might fall. Tempting, but a bit too situational. Finally, the Arc of Time caught his eye. Time magic wasn't new to him. He had mastered Time Stop long ago, and the Arc would give him both acceleration and temporal reversal on demand, rounding out his arsenal. Aaron leaned back, weighing his options. Binding spells were redundant. The Petrified Eye was good, but not urgent. Elemental Storm was powerful yet costly. Magic Storm Wave was situational, and he already commanded the basics of time manipulation. This left 2 clear contenders: the star chart history to shore up his offense, and the Arc of Time to perfect his mastery of time itself. With a decisive nod, he selected his purchases and prepared to tip the balance of power in his favor. Aaron had only shown himself once. Now, discretion was paramount. Time magic felt far too risky. After a moment's thought, he turned to the star chart archive in his mind and whispered, "All right, place the order." Instantly, 1,800 mana points drained from his pool. In his consciousness, a slim blue progress bar flickered to life as torrents of celestial cartography flooded in. In mere seconds, it surged from 0 to 100%, nearly choking him with raw information. When it finished, Aaron shook his head and quickly tallied his remaining mana. From 3,500 points, he'd spent 1,800, leaving him with 1,700. Mana could wait. His materials were the real priority. He scanned his inventory for expendables. The snow primrose would brew mana restoration potions. The humping willow timber could stand guard at his home. Angel feathers might serve as conduits to the heavens. And the lone ingot of red copper? A simple gift to clear the shelves. With a decisive nod, he authorized the purge. 86 more mana points vanished, and the materials panel flashed empty. Aaron exhaled, murmuring, "Alas." Aaron let out a rueful laugh. "If only I had the funds, I'd clear out every item on this list." He forced a smile and studied the last column in the magic shop's inventory. With his magic points dwindling, he knew he had to be picky. First to go was the resurrection card, 1,000 points was far too steep, and with no one in need of revival, it would have been nothing more than a pricey keepsake. He briefly considered the flame ignition shard. After all, the Ghost Rider had torn his motorcycle to pieces, and any fragment of supernatural fire could help with the rebuild. And yet the Eye of Aurora and the Devil Bane's sword also sat tantalizingly out of reach. In the end, Aaron's finger hovered over the senzu beans. No grand strategy, just a practical pick since they cost next to nothing. He tapped Purchase, then closed the shop interface. 14 magic points were set aside to refresh the empty slot later. The remaining 1,000 he poured straight into his mana reserves. It wasn't enough to trigger a level up, but already he felt a faint surge of power ripple through him, a promising sign that even in small ways, he was inch stronger. Aaron Gaius stared at his personal status panel one last time. His main body magic power read 20,680, intermediate grand mage, his thought body another 20,680, bringing his total to 41,360. That placed him at the pinnacle of an intermediate holy mage, edge of death subfather, and undisputed lord of the shadow dimension. His once-in-a-lifetime talent guaranteed him a steady daily gain, +4 to overall magic power, +2 each to main and thought bodies. Across his inventory lay wonders both mundane and divine, a magic carpet, the legendary Gaius compass once Captain Jack's own, the prophecy book, Weijang's jar, a meditation basin, an icebox, the confession compass, the Shiva temple bracelet, blood flower, the Gaius grimoire, aka the Lamano codex, the demon book, fairy beans, angel feathers, fragments of primal fire source, and 14 unspent magic points. He exhaled, a mix of relief and lingering uncertainty flooding him. Then the sky above rippled with energy, and a streak of crimson and gold plummeted earthward. When the glow faded, a figure in unmistakable Iron Man-style armor stood before him, dusting off his gauntleted hands. "That's Saint Venganza, Tony Stark," Aaron muttered under his breath. The armored man looked up, eyes scanning the landscape until they settled on the younger mage leaning against a nearby boulder. "Hey, Jell," he called, voice crackling through an internal comm. "Ready to come with me? We've got a lot to go over." Jell shrugged, pushing himself to his feet with a faint smile. "No problem. My master said someone would come fetch me before he departed, so I've been hanging around." "Your master? Gaius?" Stark cocked his head, helmet lights blinking in curiosity. "Exactly," Jell replied. "He is the great god of contract, ancient, noble, the mind forger, and undisputed lord of the shadow dimension." Tony Stark's visor retracted to reveal a raised eyebrow. That's quite a resume." Together, the mage and the armored hero turned toward the horizon, where Aaron's next great adventure was already taking shape. Tony chuckled, tapping his fingers on the table. "You're quite the devout believer. Tell me, what's your master's full name?" Jell met his gaze without flinching. "I'm under contract. I can't reveal his identity to anyone." "Is that so?" Tony arched an eyebrow and glanced at the floating holodisplay. "Friday, scan Jell's expressions when I mentioned Aaron Gaius. Does he know this Gaius?" A moment later, Friday's cool voice responded, "Analyzing. There's an 80% probability he's never encountered anyone by that name." Tony shook his head with a wry smile. Figures. It had been a passing thought. He never truly believed this man had ties to the Aaron Gaius he knew. What Tony didn't realize was that Jell, despite his easygoing facade, had once faced utter despair. If Jell ever let his guard down, the cracks would show. Besides, he already possessed detailed knowledge of Aaron's connections on Earth, so dropping the name was no temptation at all. Jell straightened, ready to move. "Are we all set?" "Just a moment." Tony tapped his earpiece. "Fury, what's our jet's ETA?" "En route, should be on the ground in under 5 minutes." Tony cut the comm. At that instant, the distant thrum of rotor blades reached their hangar bay. Through the open doors, a sleek black helicopter swooped in, its downdraft whipping up dust and debris. The mission clock was ticking, time to board and disappear before anyone could ask more questions. General Ross's military helicopter touched down with a muted roar. Tony Stark stepped off the private jet he'd chartered, flanked by a handful of agents. Ross descended from the chopper just behind them, his posture as rigid as ever, and 2 soldiers flanking his sides. "Stark," Ross drawled, his voice calm. "Long time no see." Tony folded his arms. "General, what are you doing here?" Ross offered a wry smile, because I'm the one best suited to handle this situation. That joke isn't funny, sir, Tony shot back, though his scowl betrayed a hint of amusement. Ross's expression softened. Believe me, we come in peace. He turned to the young man standing nervously at Tony's side. And you must be Mr. Gurr. The man lifted his chin slightly. Yes, Gurr. Very good, Ross said. Mr. Gurr, if you'll join us. Tony stepped forward so sharply the soldiers shifted on their heels. General Ross, let's not forget that everything here runs on a first-come, first-served basis. Ross chuckled and nodded toward the helicopter. By that logic, I'm clearly first. Tony clenched his fists at his sides. Fury really was hopeless. And then, without another word, he planted himself in front of Gurr. Under no circumstances would he allow the military to take him away. The military's arrogance had no limits. If they didn't get their way, things would only get worse. And Gaius wasn't an evil alien, far from it. What made the situation even more volatile was the shadowy benefactor pulling the strings behind him. If the military took Gaius into custody, who knew what might happen next? Stark, General Ross said, forcing a hollow laugh. I told you we came here in good faith. But if you still doubt us, we welcome Iron Man to oversee the operation. Tony Stark pressed his lips into a thin line. Words like that meant nothing once uniforms were on a mission. If Gaius fell into purely military hands, there might be no way to get him back. Before Tony could answer, a deafening roar split the air. All eyes turned skyward as a S-Yield transport plane landed on the tarmac, its engines winding down. The ramp lowered, and Agent Phil Coulson stepped out, wearing that calm, courteous smile of his. Sorry I'm late, Coulson called, striding forward. Nick got tied up at headquarters. Ross's expression soured. He glanced at Gaius, then back at Coulson. Mr. Gaius, if you don't mind. Agent Coulson, Coulson corrected evenly. Then, turning to Ross, he added, General, are you suggesting S.H.I.E.L.D. is trying to steal your captive? Ross's jaw tightened. Coulson, unfazed, pulled his S.H.I.E.L.D. badge from his jacket and let it catch the afternoon light. You know our mandate. We handle extraterrestrial and other extraordinary threats. We're here to make sure this goes smoothly, for everyone's sake. He clipped the badge back inside his jacket and offered Ross a courteous nod. The tension in the courtyard crackled like static, everyone bracing for the next move. An agent stepped forward and handed General Ross a paper folder. This bears the signatures of the President and the United Nations Council, he said. It authorizes S.H.I.E.L.D. to receive Mr. Gaius. If you have any doubts, General, you're welcome to confirm with your superiors. Ross snatched the folder, eyes darkening as he leafed through the pages. In that instant, he knew there was no point in arguing. Nick Fury really knows how to play his cards, he growled. Phil Coulson, standing quietly nearby, allowed himself a thin smile. Fury had dispatched the signed document by fax to their jet just after takeoff. Otherwise, Ross never would have relented. Tony Stark, seated across the cabin, hesitated, then leaned forward. Phil, I'm pretty sure Fury. He's already cleared Mr. Gaius for temporary residence at the Avengers base, Coulson interrupted. Ross folded his arms. Fine, I've got no objection to that. Gaius, who had been watching the exchange with polite detachment, cleared his throat. If I might offer one suggestion before any arrangements are made, perhaps the people most affected should have a say. My master, in fact, anticipated this very scenario. Ross glanced up in mild curiosity. Oh, and what was his recommendation? Gaius allowed a small, knowing smile. He recommended the Avengers base. It isn't a strictly governmental installation, but it enjoys a close and cooperative relationship with the government. Ross nodded slowly, clearly satisfied. Coulson returned Gaius' smile, while Stark settled back in his seat, already turning the idea over in his mind. With that, their course was set. Mr. Gaius would join them at the Avenger, his base under the watchful eye of S.H.I.E.L.D. My lord has charged me with spreading his faith, Gaius began, but to do that effectively, we need to cooperate with Earth's authorities and strike certain agreements. Tony Stark nodded thoughtfully. Makes sense, he said. Your master must know Earth pretty well. Gaius gave a slight, measured nod. This universe hasn't been especially welcoming to him, so gathering intelligence has always been crucial. On top of that, my master is originally from Earth. He feels a deep affection for the planet and its people. Naturally, he watches every development closely. He shifted his gaze to General Ross and Agent Coulson. The military and sealed represent official channels to a point, he continued, but frankly, they're not sufficient. Ross frowned, his jaw tightening. It stung to hear his branch and child dismissed so casually. Excuse me, he said. I'm not sure you appreciate how much we've done. As I've said, spreading our Lord's faith requires formal government authorization, not just military support or sealed cooperation. That's exactly my point, Gear replied. He turned back to Tony. You want us to introduce you to someone who truly speaks for the government? Tony's eyes lit up as the pieces fell into place. That's it, he said, and that's exactly what we need. Yes. You're that confident you can sway them? Gil nodded calmly. My request isn't unreasonable, just a small favor, really. But what I offer in return may be exactly what they're desperate for, yet can't obtain elsewhere. 7 days should be plenty of time to prepare for formal negotiations. Until then, I know you all have questions. Ask away, and I'll answer each one so we don't have to keep going over the same ground. And rest assured, if nothing goes awry, I'll remain on Earth indefinitely. No surprises, no tricks. Agent Coulson and his two colleagues exchanged glances and, meeting each other's eyes, silently drew the same conclusion. Mr. Gill, regarding your proposal, approve it, came Nick Fury's voice over Coulson's headset. The Council has agreed to talks, but they're giving S.H. Shield 7 days to vet Gill's claims and produce a professional assessment of him, and of this so-called faith he's preaching. Understood, Coulson replied, a confident smile spreading across his face. Please come with us to the Avengers compound. Director Fury is expecting you there. Coulson nodded with a small smile. As you said, there are plenty of questions waiting for him. I'll come along, Ross added. The military has its share of questions, too. With that, Coulson gestured toward the waiting plane. Gil, Ross, Tony, please board. Moments later, Abe let out a triumphant belch, patted his distended belly with fine, and nonchalantly hopped into the seat beside Aaron, as if nothing unusual had just happened. Such was life with the Holy Dragon. Eat, sleep, play, and act like a spoiled child cradled by his masters. Across the table, Carter Slay sat frozen, slack-jawed. His knife and fork clattered to the plate of steaming steak in front of him. Is that even edible? He managed to gasp. His eyes were vacant, still replaying the unbelievable sight, a 3-meter-high mountain of pudding that Abe had devoured in less than 3 minutes, then, as casually as sliding a card from a deck, shoved the oversized platter into his pocket. Aaron leaned back and grinned. Of course he can eat it. Abe's a dragon, a massive dragon, no less. Carter Slade just stared, trying to process that simple truth. The creature's jaws were practically gummed shut by that last helping of pudding, Aaron said with a helpless shrug. It's just that there aren't any strangers around to keep it in line. Otherwise, it'd never be this unrestrained. Carter Slay's brow rose. How did you even keep it that robust? Aaron tucked a strand of hair behind his ear. I went ahead and bought an entire planet, turned it into a food production world. It's famous across the galaxy. A planet? Carter shot to his fef. Eat, eyes wide. You mean to tell me you actually bought? Would you pipe down? Aaron waved him off. And don't make a scene. If word got out, I'd have every merchant and news crew in the universe banging on my door for interviews. Right. Sorry. Carter exhaled, trying to steady himself. You're a starship captain with a promising career. Why stay on Earth, of all places, and take these risks? Aaron leaned back in his chair, resting his elbow on the table. There are plenty of reasons. Let's just say I'm not leaving Earth again unless it's absolutely necessary. Carter glanced around, ensuring they were alone, then dropped his voice to a whisper. It can't be because of some woman, can it? Aaron cleared his throat, refusing to meet Carter's expectant gaze. There's one reason, but it isn't the whole story. Friendly reminder, our site will soon undergo updates that may erase your reading progress. Please back up your bookshelf and reading history now. Taking screenshots is highly recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience. Chapter 1040, The Inimitable Apex of Life, The Saga of Jur. Aaron and Carter Slay stepped out of the restaurant and made their way into the conference room. Inside, Nick Fury set down his coffee cup and stared at them in disbelief. The gates of hell have opened. Demons are pouring into the world, and you two are busy eating lunch like nothing's happening. Aren't you supposed to be on high alert? Aaron shrugged, his posture all casual indifference. Sorry, Nick. I'm just a civilian with a pumpkin for a head. Keeping the peace is what heroes do, not me. Carter Slay leaned back in his chair, visibly amused. You've got it all wrong. I've been holding the line for world peace for over 150 years. Back then, neither you nor your grandfather was even born. Fury pinched the bridge of his nose. You served for a century and finally hung up your boots. Hardly a crime to take a break, I get that. But right now, we've got demons tearing up the planet. If you two won't lift a finger, then we need someone who will. Go find Johnny Blaze. Aaron and Carter exchanged a knowing look. The name alone carried weight. A man forged in fire, bound to a flaming skull, and always ready to take the fight where it hurt the most. Without another word, the two retired champions rose and marched out, their nonchalance replaced by purpose. Outside, the sky was choked with ash and the distant howls of hellspawn. The real work was just beginning, and it would take more than mere mortals to stand against this invasion. It would take a legacy written in flame. And so the hunt for Ghost Rider began. He's the Ghost Rider. Nick Fury almost laughed in pure exasperation and muttered under his breath, "Damn it!" He'd dealt with shameless braggarts before, and others who leaned on their age to boss people around, but these two took the cake. Fury pinched the bridge of his nose. When does Goal arrive? Aaron asked, his tone curious. About 20 minutes, Fury replied, but Ross is coming with him. No sooner had he finished speaking than the conference room door swung open. Captain America strode in, followed by Natasha Romanoff, Bruce Banner, James Rhodes, and several other Avengers. Wanda Maximoff flitted forward and plopped down beside Aaron, claiming the chair as if it were hers. The rest of the room fell silent. Aaron, what are you doing here? Wanda asked brightly. Aaron leaned back, flashing a knowing grin. Honestly, I didn't plan on showing up, but someone extended an invitation I couldn't refuse. He glanced at Fury. Right, Director? Nick Fury said nothing, the furrows on his brow only deepening as he stared at Aaron in silent reprimand. Aaron leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, eyes fixed on the wall-sized monitor. I thought you came here just to see me, Wanda said, her voice half teasing, half curious. Aaron gave a wry smile. Oh, I saw you all right. He jabbed a finger at the screen. Did you catch that moment when you ripped the demon apart with your bare hands? Thrilling, wasn't it? Wanda's face went still. Aaron's lecture from earlier that morning echoed in her mind, and guilt twisted in her gut. I tried to hang back, she mumbled. I didn't mean to rush the front line. That's not the issue. Aaron's tone shifted from teasing to pointed. You're a rookie, Wanda, charging into a fight that big. Before he could finish, Steve stood and cut in, voice firm. Wanda's no greenhorn. She did more than hold the line. If not for her, our whole defense might have collapsed. Aaron rolled his eyes. So now I'm supposed to applaud her? She's first into the fray, unafraid to bleed and get burnt? Wanda's shoulders drooped. It's not like I wanted all the glory. None of that's necessary, she said quietly. Aaron tapped her forehead, half affectionate, half exasperated. Do whatever you want, that's your choice. But a fight like this, it's reckless. It came out of nowhere, Wanda offered. You don't need to explain, Aaron interrupted gently. He exhaled and met her gaze. Just promise me you'll be careful next time. Steve resumed his seat, and the three watched the battle unfold on the screen, united by purpose, but each bearing their own apprehensions. Aaron leaned casually against the wall, a half smile playing on his lips. I get it. Trust me, you'll be seeing plenty more of me. Again and again. Wanda opened her mouth to speak, then hesitated. Aaron, you know better than anyone. With great power comes great responsibility, Aaron cut in, tipping his head toward Steve. Are you hearing that for the first time? Save the grand pronouncements for the high schoolers. I promise I'll sell it to them with all the bells and whistles. Steve's jaw tightened. A lie's a lie. Aaron shrugged, unbothered. You're a soldier, a World War II veteran. You know sacrifice, dedication, honor. So forgive my bluntness, but tell me this. When Sergeant Barnes broke his arm and went over that cliff, what did you feel? Silence fell. Steve Rogers found himself unexpectedly speechless. A lump rose in his throat, memories he'd long buried pressing back in, leaving him with nothing to say. Now do you understand why I won't let her attempt something so dangerous? Steve gave a reluctant nod. I understand. Fine. Enough lectures. Let's get down to business. Natasha made a quick circuit around the table before taking her seat. Fury, any updates before our guest arrives? Nick Fury shrugged, pulled out his tablet, and tapped the screen. 2 videos flickered to life on the wall. First, I want to introduce you to a weapon. He highlighted a sleek black sniper rifle rotating on the display. Recognize it? Wanda scowled. Does this really need rehashing? Most of us are already aware of what this can do, but if there are still doubts, I suppose it's worth showing just how extreme the alchemist's work has become. Aaron rolled his eyes. I'm still here, Wanda. Agent Aaron, Fury warned with a cool stare. He swiftly fast-forwarded the footage. On screen, Carter's sleigh lined up the shot and fired. The bullet punched clean through the witch demon's heart, and didn't stop there. It slammed into the mountainside behind the creature, triggering a deafening explosion. Steve, Rhodey, and Natasha flinched at the roar. Even through the projection, they could feel the reverberation prickling their skin. Even Banner and Wanda, watching the footage for the second time, felt their hearts pound. This is beyond absurd, Rhodey gasped, shaking his head. I can't even wrap my mind around it. Natasha pointed at the screen, where the demon hunter stood poised. One blast like that? Surely it could obliterate a Chitauri warship, right? Bruce Banner let out a wry chuckle. Drop the surely. Even if that ship were 10 times larger than a typical Chitauri cruiser, the demon hunter still tears it to pieces. Steve Rogers cleared his throat, exchanging a glance with Nick Fury. Aaron, about this weapon, he began hesitantly. You're not, planning to mass-produce it, are you? Nick Fury leaned forward. That was precisely the question he'd been itching to ask. If S.H.I.E.L.D. could churn these out by the dozen, they'd have the ultimate deterrent, more powerful than any nuclear strike. Aaron shook his head, a small smile playing on his lips. Relax, Nick. That's just a fantasy. Really? Fury pressed. Absolutely, Aaron said. Every component of the demon hunter is forged from materials so rare, even extraterrestrial, that you couldn't source enough for a second prototype. On top of that, each piece is bound by loon runes woven intricately into the metal. Without exactly that combination, you can't replicate it, no matter how much firepower or funding you throw at the problem. Aaron set the strange grenades on the workbench and began to explain. These aren't ordinary explosives. Each one is keyed to one of the 5 elemental energies, and they draw their power from a druid stone. Plain stones won't come close to this output, but even these can only be used once before they need to be completely recharged. And no matter how good the materia, LSR, duplicating anything beyond this prototype, what I call the peak of life model, is essentially impossible. Nick Frey crossed his arms, unwilling to give up. What if we supplied all the raw materials you'd ever need? I've got contacts, Sol, Skuru, and others, who'd move mountains to help. If we could produce a whole batch of these weapons for the captain, it'd change the balance of power. Aaron shook his head. That still won't work. I simply don't have the energy to run a production line for something this complex, and frankly, I'm not inclined to build weapons for you. Nick's expression darkened. Then you'll do it for S.H.I.E.L.D., right? Aaron looked up, a slow smile creeping across his face. Is that what you're hoping for? Chapter 7, Unseen Strings. Please, hear me out. I'm only holding it under Aegis Bureau authority. You still own all the rights, Aaron insisted, gently placing the prototype device on the conference room table. Put it away, Barnes. Natasha Romanoff shook her head in exasperation. You nearly smacked me in the face with that thing. You don't even know who you're dealing with, and he's not going to approve this stunt. Aaron spread his hands in a gesture of surrender. Look, you know S.H.I.E.L.D. was infiltrated by Hydra. Most of the alchemical rounds they used in that sting operation came from my lab. I'm just trying to prove our program still has value. Nick Fury leaned back in his chair, arms folded. He glanced at the small gadget, then at Aaron. Fury's eyes narrowed. Here we go again, someone trying to distract me from the real problem. Clearing his throat, he swapped the video feed on the holoscreen. All right, he said, voice cool. Let's move on to priority intel. With a flick of his wrist, the room went dark. The holo projector sprang to life, bathing the walls in flickering light. Everyone watched in stunned silence as archival footage played out. Westpha's clash with the celestial host, a A shimmering simulation of the world tree appeared, its luminous branches entwining the heavens. Midway through the projection, Giles, under immense psychic pressure, triggered his emergency personality override. The tension in the chamber was palpable. Then the final feed cut in. The Supreme Master's clandestine meeting, recorded in infrared. His image, aglow with eldritch sigils, filled the room. Fury's usual impassivity cracked at the edges. A spark of excitement flared in his eyes. All eyes shifted to Aaron. He felt their gaze like a spotlight. Clearing his throat, he pushed back his chair. "What, if you doubt my involvement, or lack of it, in that Hydra cell, ask Fury here. During the raid, I was standing right next to him." Nick Fury gave Aaron a long look, then returned his attention to the holoscreen. "I believe you, Barnes, but these visuals raise more questions than they answer. Enough games. Let's figure out who's really pulling the strings." Natasha exchanged a glance with Fury, then turned back to Aaron. "Fine. You've proven your point. Now tell us everything you know, starting with how Hydra got hold of our bullets in the first place." As the projector's glow receded, the three agents huddled around the table, their quarrels forgotten. The real mission was just beginning. "I've barely left Earth more than a handful of times. How could I possibly train my people off-planet? And for the record, I even gave you a vial of my blood to prove my innocence." Natasha raised an eyebrow. "Frey, have that sample tested by an independent lab. Send them everything. No holdbacks." Frey consulted a tablet. "Type O. Unless Aegis's own doctor has been bought off, Aaron Gaius is just an ordinary human." A ripple of surprise passed through the room. Fury leaned forward. "Is that a fact? You must be disappointed." "Not particularly," Natasha replied coolly. "It was too convenient a coincidence." Bruce Banner chimed in. "You're Goose, an alchemist, a pharmacist, a diviner, a renewant, none of which automatically makes you a super soldier." Aaron Gaius stood, his expression unreadable. "You see now that I'm innocent, yet my reputation was enough to cloud your judgment." Silence settled over the assembled agents and heroes. Finally, Steve Rogers cleared his throat. "When is Gaius supposed to be here?" Before Fury could answer, everyone turned toward the window as a lone aircraft touched down on the tarmac. Minutes later, General Corden swept open the conference room doors. Tony Stark and Rose entered, flanking a sharply dressed man. Tony grinned, unclipping his armored vest as he strode forward. "Look who made the trip," he said. "Everyone, this is Gaius, Aaron Gaius's agent." Chapter 7. Tony Stark cleared his throat, exchanged a knowing glance with Bruce Banner, and then reached out to Aaron. "All right, let's keep it proper. This is Gaius, Aaron Gaius." Aaron Gaius inclined his head with quiet courtesy. "Hello." He paused, then offered a polite salute. "Please have a seat." Nick Fury made a brief gesture, and the others slid their chairs away. Mutely, they set out the one vacant chair at the center of the long conference table. Fury gave a slight nod in approval as Gaius settled in. "Ask anything you like," Gaius said, settling back. "I'll be here for a while, so don't hold back." Bruce Banner smiled encouragingly. "Why don't you start by telling us a little about yourself?" Gaius met Banner's gaze steadily. "My name is Aaron Gaius. I serve the god of contract." Tony cracked a half smile. "That's rather brief. I'm curious. How did you come to know Gaius?" A shadow flickered across Gaius's expression. He drew in a slow breath. "My home planet suffered an unprecedented drought. Entire ecosystems collapsed and every form of life vanished. My daughter and I were the last two humans left. All our lives we had worshipped the god of light, until everything fell apart. Even as we withered from hunger and thirst, we never wavered in our faith. He had promised us eternal grace. But the god of light deceived us. He betrayed his last and most devoted believer. Then the great god of contract descended upon that dying world. He showed us the truth and offered us a chance for vengeance and for survival. With his power, I struck down the god of light and threw in my lot with the god of contract." "That's quite a story," Tony said, clapping once in appreciation. Then he tilted his head, inquisitive. "But have you ever wondered whether the god of contract might be deceiving you as well?" Jell smiled, calm and certain. "No, every promise my master has made has been kept." Tony raised an eyebrow. "What promise?" Jell leaned back, as if viewing a distant memory. "He vowed to rescue my daughter from that barren planet and give her a healthy, happy life. At the time, she and I were both dying. We'd lost every hope. What was left to lose? If surrendering my soul would ensure her safety, why hesitate? Tony fell silent. In his shoes, he knew he would have done exactly the same. Carter Slade leaned forward, his gaze steady as he tapped the freshly signed contract. Looking at you now, it seems everything's going well, he said. But I still don't understand. How does Gaius treat his followers? Tony shrugged, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Honestly, he doesn't meddle in my day-to-day life. My only obligation is to write code for him. Bruce Banner nodded in agreement, folding his arms. It's basically complete freedom. Gaius is kind, generous, and forgiving. He doesn't treat us like slaves to be ordered around. He treats us like employees. He won't just refrain from suppressing us. He actively invests in our training and growth. Tony snapped his fingers, eyes bright. Right. It's a corporate model. Gaius is the chairman, and we're his staff. If there's real talent out there, I don't hesitate to pour in resources, train them up, and let them generate genuine value for Stark. Natasha Romanoff raised an eyebrow, arms crossed. But have you thought this might be temporary? Even if he's generous now, it doesn't change the fact that this is a master-servant relationship. Tony, remember you fired people the moment they said stop being useful or fell out of favor. This operation is yours. You know the target, don't you? Tony Stark straightened in his chair, meeting the dozen pairs of curious eyes trained on him. As you all know, Pepper's running the show now. I haven't been the boss in a long time. He offered a slightly forced, polite smile. That said, every CEO eventually has someone to let go. Take Obadiah Hammer, for example. He once dismissed a janitor simply because the guy stepped into the building with his left foot first. Claimed it was disrespectful. I'm no tyrant. If I ever have to terminate someone, I make sure they walk away with a generous severance, several months' pay, at the very least. A quiet voice rose from the back of the room. Our Lord doesn't operate that way. He would never ask his subordinates to betray their conscience or morality, nor punish them without cause. It's written right into our contract. Silence followed her words. Team members exchanged glances, puzzled and intrigued. Gaius, referred to here as our Lord, was clearly no ordinary capitalist. His conditions were remarkably generous, almost to a fault. Notice, this site will soon be updated, which may cause your reading progress to be lost. Please be sure to back up your bookshelf and reading record. We recommend taking a screenshot. We apologize for any inconvenience. Chapter 41, The Parallel Universe Me, Jur's Secrets. Tony leaned back, gaze distant. You could call it luck, he said softly. At my lowest moment, I met a remarkably generous benefactor. But becoming one of Gaius's chosen, surely that wasn't easy? Someone asked. Tony shook his head. Far from it. Gear's eyes unfocused, as though recalling a grim past. I was already a dead man walking, and a devout follower of the God of Light. As for Gaius's other wards... Wait! Nick Frey's voice rang out, tense and commanding. Did you say other wards? How many dependents does Gaius actually have? Gear managed a wry smile. I'm afraid that's not something I can disclose. Nick, Banner cautioned gently, we're bound by oaths. We can't blurt out whatever we like. So you don't believe him? Banner pressed, arching an eyebrow. Nick Frey flushed at the implied doubt and fell silent. Gear met their stares calmly. Then listen carefully. I became his dependent through the trial of the confession compass. My master subjected me to relentless despair, pushing me to my limit. Only after I faced every fear was I finally claimed by him. Silence fell. All eyes shifted to Aaron. Chapter text. The campfire's glow danced over Aaron's tense features as he threw up his hands in exasperation. Come on, everyone, he protested. I'm serious. I do have a compass, but it's the ghoulish treasure hunter's compass. It has nothing to do with the confession compass. Carson smirked and gave his shoulder a friendly bump. Still, it all feels too coincidental. He's named Goose. You're named Goose. He's a magus. You're an alchemist. He has a compass. You have a compass. I already told you. I'm not him, Aaron shot back. Then his eyes brightened. Wait, unless he's an alternate me from a parallel universe, that's the only way to explain how he's so powerful. Natasha rolled her eyes. Your theories are getting ridiculous. Even if he is your doppelganger, he's still you. Cut the chatter, Phantom snapped, stepping into the firelight. Gaius sent you here to evangelize Earth. Why? To gather faith, Aaron admitted, his voice low. Rode frowned, tracing a circle on the ground with his fingertip. There are billions of civilizations out there. Why single out Earth? Jelly leaned casually against a tree, his tone calm and measured. Because my master was once human, this planet holds a special place in his heart. Ross's lips curled into a sly smile. So what faith has your master tasked you with spreading? Jell set a leather-bound codex on the table and slid it toward General Ross. Once you've read this, perhaps you'll be willing to become a believer in my lord. Ross snorted in derision. He had no use for faith, and the notion of my lord held even less appeal. He flipped through a couple of pages, then closed the book with a dismissive thud. Before we talk conversions, let's actually see what's inside. Jell nodded. Of course, it's only fair. Tony Stark's hand shot up. Give it here. I'll breeze through it faster than anyone. Bruce Banner croaked softly, raising a tentative hand of his own. I can read it too. And me, added the Phantom, stepping forward. Jell turned to Banner with a pleased smile. Dr. Banner, you've studied theology, and you, Phantom, you've done some groundwork, yes? The Phantom nodded earnestly. I swear, Mr. Stark, I've read every word. All right, Tony said, plucking the codex from the table. Let's dive in, if we've got time to spare. Ross folded his arms. Suppose I let you build a church and spread this faith. What good would it do humanity? Jell's eyes brightened. The church can help confront demons and malignant spirits, cleansing the world of evil influences. Ross shrugged. We already have the Holy See for that. What makes yours any different? The world isn't without exorcists, Ross protested, shaking his head as he pointed out the obvious gap. But there simply aren't enough of them. Jella smiled wryly. True, the Holy See's exorcists draw their power from heaven, yet heaven's present see has long since faded. San Fangonza only emerged when the gates of hell swung open, compelling even heaven to respond. General, you know as well as I do that now countless devils lurk in the shadows of our world or hide within human hosts. Among them are super devils of tremendous power, and the longer they remain, the stronger they grow, the harder they are to banish. Ross's mouth twitched, and for a moment he had no answer. Without the holy light of heaven, expelling such demons would be nigh impossible. Gieli continued, his voice quiet but unwavering. But the church I founded is different. The Lord I serve hears every prayer I utter. I can marshal great torrents of mana at will, strong enough to challenge even the mightiest fiends. Silence fell as Ross considered Gieli's words. He hadn't seen San Fangonza in action, but he'd heard of Goose's staggering mana, and that Thorsoul's power eclipsed even that. Finally, Nick Frey broke the hush. So our mission is clear, he said. We simply need to expel the demons? Gear shrugged, clearly exasperated. When Master first sent me here, he gave me one simple instruction. Negotiate with heaven. A snort rippled through the group. How blunt. Look, Gear said, waving a hand. Exorcising demons is heaven's job, but heaven can't handle everything. So my lord established a church to do the work heaven neglects, keeping the peace in the mortal realm. And, of course, he accepts offerings for the effort. The others exchanged glances. As far as they could see, there was nothing untoward about collecting tithes in return for protecting the world. Rose tilted her head. All right, but what about that tree in San Fangonza? Why does verdant blood seal the gates of hell? Gear's tone turned serious. That tree has many names. The all-knowledge tree, the void tree, the world tree. But in this universe, people usually call it the omni-knowledge tree. It's the emblem of the Goose family. Throughout history, the Goose have sent 2 champions to this world. The first, Gulus, is so ancient that even Master doesn't know his true name. Tony frowned. That's substantial. You don't even know your ancestor's name? Aaron's fist clenched at his side, as though the question itself hurt. Chapter X, Shadows of the First Ancestor. Wanda's pulse quickened as she paced the narrow chamber. We can't keep avoiding the first ancestor, she said, frustration edging her voice. He's the key to everything. Jell leaned back, arms crossed. Asking him directly is suicide, she warned. He's a cosmic leviathan, one wrong move, and we're erased. Right now, the safest lead is Horngoose. His threat level is far more manageable. Wanda paused. What about Kamada Jagi's archives? They supposedly catalog everything Horngoose ever did. Or we could ask Guyi for help. With a rueful smile, Jell shook her head. Guyi already offered assistance, and I turned him down. He's well-meaning but meddlesome. He'll pry the ancient fox awake at midnight, and will really be in trouble. The hum of the starship's engines filled the silence. Wanda ran a hand through her hair. We're running out of time. Universe-wide history won't wait for us to get our act together. Jel sighed and closed her eyes, as if recalling eons past. Remember, we're chasing origins older than any recorded star. Even Horngoose's own beginnings dissolve into myth. Wanda met her gaze. Then tell me what you do know. What about Gulus? Jel's expression turned solemn. The second Gulus, better known as Hongoose, arrived on Earth millennia ago, perhaps even before our earliest chronicles. His footprints are scattered across legend and ruin. If we can trace his path, it might lead us to the first ancestor. Wanda straightened. Then Kamaya is our next stop. Let's go, before history slips through our fingers. Jel nodded. Agreed. Prepare the ship. And together they stepped into the corridor, heading toward answers buried at the dawn of the universe. Chapter X Revelations. Horngiles had driven the gods from Earth, sealed away the progenitors, and Bani shed every other ancient power. Without his intervention, humanity might never have claimed dominion over the planet. The small conference room fell deathly silent, as if a colossal, inedible melon had just been dropped at their feet. 10 seconds passed before Rose broke the hush, her tone calm but laced with steel. And what proof do you have of any of this? Aaron's shoulders slumped. He glanced at the floor. There might be one clue, the sigil of the all-seeing tree that's just appeared at the threefold shrine. That's our best evidence. Rose's eyes narrowed to slits. You really expect us to buy that? You're saying your lord is the third goose, yet his first two ancestors were deities so formidable they nearly destroyed the world, and they left him with an implacable enemy. Exactly, Carter Stray cut in, leaning forward. That's why he never showed at the conclave. Instead, he sent Gear to harvest his blood and seal the gates of hell. Gear stood at the back of the room, arms folded, face unreadable. He inclined his head once. It's true. Carson's voice was soft but urgent. Were you aware this mission could cost you your life? Gear met her gaze without flinching. I was. Before I came to Earth, my lord warned me of the danger. He said the odds were against me, but he also promised that, if I died, he would resurrect me in his realm. Carson's brow lifted in wonder. His realm? Are we talking about something like Asgard? I have never been to Asgard myself, so I can't say for certain, Gel admitted, leaning back in his chair. But from everything I've heard, it's the most beautiful realm in existence. Wanda folded her arms, brow furrowed. If Goose has never been to Asgard, does that mean he couldn't possibly stand against Lucifer? Gel shook his head. No, I doubt he could. My lord may be a few years older than you, but his magic isn't especially powerful. He's nowhere near Father's level. Nick Fury leaned forward. What do you mean by father? His voice was calm, but everyone in the room recognized that tone. He was asking a question of the utmost importance. S.H.I.E.L.D. needed every scrap of Gel's knowledge, though they pretended not to care. In this universe, we've learned to categorize power into 6 broad tiers, Gel explained. First, there's the surface level, ordinary mortals and heroes like us. Next comes the demigod level, or Asgardian father level, depending on who you ask, which includes mid-range gods. Above that is the heavenly father level, true deities whose names inspire worship and fear. Then you reach the single cosmos level, beings who can reshape a universe at will. Beyond them is the multi-cosmos level, those who control many universes. Finally, at the very top sits the omniverse level, entities who oversee all existence. He paused as though gauging their reactions. Wanda's eyes were wide. Even Fury's jaw was slightly slack. These last 2 levels, Gel continued, rarely, and I mean almost never, crop up in our reality. Not even at the universe's doomsday. You'd have to break every cosmic law just to glimpse them. Carson, who'd been silent until now, spoke up with a frown. But what happens if something goes wrong? What if one of these, he hesitated, struggling for the right word, big players decides they don't like Earth? The room went quiet. Even Gel looked uncomfortable. Wanda's voice was soft, but it carried. Then we might not have a choice but to fight them, or die trying. Fury closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them, steel in his gaze. That's precisely why we need every advantage we can get. Gel, keep telling us what you know, because the moment one of those titans turns their gaze toward Earth, we're going to need every scrap of knowledge and every ounce of power we can muster. What should I do? Steve asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Jell was silent for a moment, then turned to him with a grave expression. Give up the fight and prepare to meet your fate, he said quietly. Steve's brow furrowed. Is that really our only choice? We're dealing with beings whose power spans an entire universe. They could destroy Earth with a single thought, and above them lie the multiverse-level and omniverse-level entities. Jell nodded, his tone patient but firm. Precisely. A universe-level being never squanders its efforts on a single planet. It has far greater responsibilities. At the very top of that hierarchy sits the so-called Heavenly Father. His strength alone is enough to raise a world. He is the undisputed hegemon of his universe. While countless deities exist throughout the cosmos, only the Heavenly Father truly embodies the mantle of God. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle in. Moreover, the gods have an unspoken agreement. They do not wage open war against one another. Even if they wished to, their powers are so immense that killing another god is nearly impossible. Steve swallowed hard, the enormity of their situation pressing down on him. Beyond hope, even the gods wouldn't or couldn't intervene. Sub-Heavenly Father sits just below the Heavenly Father rank, yet it still commands immense power in the cosmic hierarchy. Beneath that is the surface level, abilities that exceed human limits, but when faced with truly higher-tiered beings, appear relatively weak and vulnerable. Rhodey cocked an eyebrow. So where do the Avengers land on that scale? I leaned back and explained, most Earth heroes are surface level, which we further break down into primary, intermediate, and advanced tiers. As a team, the Avengers qualify as an advanced surface-level unit. Tony snorted. Great, so we're not even sub-Heavenly Fathers? Only Hulk and Thor have crossed into sub-Heavenly territory, and then only at the primary rank. Even combining their power with the rest of us still keeps the group at an advanced surface level. Tony shot Dr. Banner a mock solemn look. Bruce, I deeply apologize for holding you back. Bruce spread his hands in that familiar exasperated shrug. Might want to keep that sentiment to yourself around the Hulk. Tony waved his hand dismissively. Right, noted. I don't want to be Hulk's punching bag. Hulk won't punch you, Tony reassured. At worst, he'll just tease you. Tony pictured Bruce's mischievous grin and couldn't help but snort. I'd almost rather he punched me. Remember, their informant said, raw strength isn't everything. Coordination and tactics count for far more. A team that works together can overcome someone stronger on paper. That's the Avengers' greatest advantage. As long as the enemy isn't utterly beyond reason, we can hold the line and defend the planet. Thanks for the pep talk, Steve Rogers replied with a wry smile. He wasn't disappointed by that assessment. Defending Earth was what the Avengers were for, and for him, that was enough of an ambition. Nick Fury cleared his throat. All right, if Gaius is this powerful, where exactly does he stand? Our Lord rarely shows himself in open combat, the magic specialist explained. A sorcerer's strength depends on raw magic, spells learned, enchanted artifacts. It's a complex mix. I can't give you an exact metric, but I can say this. He's operating at roughly the same level as a demigod. Tony's eyebrows shot up. Compared to the Avengers? Are you saying we're outmatched? The specialist met Tony's gaze evenly. Frankly, yes. In a straight fight, you'd lose. It's pretty simple, isn't it? No need to overthink it. Ross glanced between them. What about Lucifer? Where does he rank? Father tier, strongest of the fathers, Jell answered flatly. He's the true king of hell. Even the other hell lords defer to him. Banner shifted uneasily. Then why didn't he kill you when he was at St. Vanganza? He should have had the power. Jell leaned forward. Because Lucifer is the Lord of Dimensions. In his own realm, that title is equivalent to a creator god, absolute authority and immortality. But Earth is enclosed by a super magic circle that severs all outside dimensional forces, Hell's included. Without Hell's blessing, Lucifer, the fallen angel's second onel, why to God, can only fight at sub-father strength. My lord, however, draws power from within himself, immune to the circle's suppression. So when it comes down to sub-father versus sub-father, neither side can claim a clear victory. It looks like you've only pasted the site's advertisement banner text and a warm tips notice. There's no chapter content here to revise. Could you please provide the actual chapter text you'd like me to rewrite? Once I have the full passage, I can polish it into coherent, idiomatic English. Chapter 1042, The True Guardian of Earth, and both of his backers are on the brink. Nick Frey's eyes gleamed. Is it possible there really is a super magic formation hidden on Earth? Of course, another analyst answered. Without such a formation, Earth would have long since been overrun by the gods of magic. Frey tapped a command on his console. The giant screen above them flickered to life, revealing the image of Guyi stepping through a swirling portal. So what's the connection between this super magic and the mage in the picture? That mage, the analyst continued, voice low and reverent, is Earth's supreme master, the planet's true guardian. Tony snorted. Great. True guardian, huh? And what does that make us? Fake guardians? Rhodes leaned back, arms folded. Honestly, how many true heroes can one world have? Aaron held up a hand in peace. Hey, let's not start bickering. We need the full picture before we point fingers. Roder's skin was weathered by countless suns, yet he broke into an easy, wry smile. Put simply, that's the situation. Aaron nodded. The Avengers are charged with keeping Earth safe. The Supreme Master handles everything, and I mean everything, outside our world. One guards internal affairs, Roder added. The other meets off-world threats head-on. That makes the Supreme Master's role sound far grander than the Avengers, Aaron observed with a raised eyebrow. Roder chuckled. It's not an exaggeration. The Supreme Master's enemies hail from other dimensions, many of them celestial warriors of immense power. Carson stared at him, incredulous. Really? Is it that bad? Jell cut in, her expression steady. Worse than you can imagine. This universe is fraught with danger. Before any candidate can don an Avenger's uniform, they're already battling, or racing toward a fight. Roder leaned forward, voice low. Humanity has been lucky. Millennia ago, an entity known as Hon Goose either expelled or imprisoned most extraplanar threats on this planet. Then the Supreme Master erected a potent mystic barrier to hold back whatever lurks beyond reality's veil. Silence fell over the group as they absorbed the gravity of his words. Outside this protective ward, the cosmos waited, hostile, unpredictable, and utterly indifferent to Earth's fate. Odin's influence reaches farther than most realize. As All-Father of the gods, he has laid claim to Earth, and by doing so, folded our world into the 9 realms under Asgard's protection. There are 2 All-Fathers watching over us, Nick Fury said, sensation creeping up his spine. Suddenly, S.H.I.E.L.D. felt curiously small. More or less, Jir replied, but neither Odin nor the supreme deity beyond him intervenes lightly. You think the Chitauri Armada, the ancient Celestials, the primogenial humans, even Ultron posed big threats. To them, those are just trials we must overcome. Unless Earth faces an outright apocalypse, say complete annihilation by the dark dimension, they'll stay on the sidelines. A hush fell over the room. Relief warred with resignation. After all, humankind had always been expected to solve its own problems. No divine rescue was coming. But Earth's luck won't hold forever, Jir added, his voice low. Someday soon, what we've faced will look like child's play. Wong closed the ancient tome with a soft thud and met General Ross's steady gaze. The dim light of the sanctum's library flickered against the carved runes on the walls. What are you saying? Ross asked, leaning forward. You mean, after all these millennia, Hone Goose's deterrent has lost its edge? Even your master had to go into hiding so Goose's enemies wouldn't find him? Wong nodded gravely. Yes, the All-Father has grown old, and the 9 realms' protective shield can't hold forever. Agent Carter Stray frowned from across the table. But Odin is the All-Father, right? Shouldn't he be immortal? Wong paused, choosing his words carefully. Ordinary Asgardians can live for thousands of years, and they're as strong as, if not stronger than, Steve Rogers at his peak. A select few, born with truly divine bloodlines or exceptional gifts, become what we call gods. Until their power fully awakens, though, they're only pseudo-gods in name. My master, being a sorcerer, recognizes the god of magic as the one true deity, the heavenly father of the entire cosmos. He stood and traced a rune in the air. It glowed with soft blue light. In the realm of gods, Odin isn't merely the father of the 9 realms. He's the supreme father. His power can transcend even the boundaries of this universe. But that power has a limit. As an Asgardian's divine force swells to its peak, it triggers the end of his life. It's how their cycle of birth and death is written. Silence settled over the chamber. The weight of Wong's words hung in the air, a reminder that even gods could not escape mortality, and that the safety of countless worlds might soon be at risk. Gear's words still hung in the air like a death knell. "He's fought too many deadly battles," Gear said quietly. "Some of his injuries simply wouldn't heal by ordinary means. They festered and grew worse, gnawing away at his body. Now, every time Odin calls upon his divine power, it shortens his life." Tony Stark leaned forward. "What else?" Gear glanced around the table before continuing. "For reasons I don't fully understand, he's never allowed himself to rest. As long as Odin remained at full strength, no one dared challenge the All-Father on Earth. But each display of power deepens his wounds, and time is running out." "How long does he have?" Maria Hill, known to some as Rose, asked without preamble. "About 10 years. That's the absolute maximum he can sustain," Gear replied. Steve Rogers' expression went pale. "Less than a decade," he echoed. "Does Thor know?" Gear shook his head. "No, he hasn't been told." Tony let out a bitter chuckle. "And you can bet Odin has his reasons for keeping it secret." Bruce Banner frowned. "Should we tell him?" He glanced at the others. "Though I'm not sure he'd believe us, if we even can prove it." Silence settled over the room as they realized the weight of their next decision, whether to protect the God King's dignity or to risk his wrath by revealing the truth. "According to legend, Odin is omnipotent and cannot truly die," Gull said, folding his arms. Natasha shook her head. "Then there's no way to contact him. I haven't the slightest idea what planet Thor might be on." Steve turned to Gull. "Can you track him down?" Gull shrugged. "I have no obligation to help you locate Odin's son, but know this, Odin is the All-Father. He won't slip away that easily." Steve frowned. "What are you saying?" "Think of it like this," Gull began, leaning forward. "Every Asgardian who falls honorably in battle is reborn in Valhalla, and Odin himself rules over Valhalla. My lord believes that Valhalla is the true divine realm, Odin's real kingdom, while Asgard merely serves as a proving ground, a place to identify those worthy of entering the hall." He paused, letting the thought sink in. If Odin's time is drawing to a close, it's more akin to a human passing on to heaven. You might catch a glimpse of him, but you can't intervene in that realm. Natasha frowned. "So we can't stop it." "Nor do you need to warn Thor," Gull continued. "Asgard is linked to the 9 realms by the Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge. Should Odin wish to see his son before departing, he can cross at will. A father won't leave without saying goodbye." Silence fell over the room as Steve and Natasha exchanged glances. In spite of themselves, Gull's reasoning held together. Wanda let out a bitter laugh. "It's not all bad, you know. At least we still have one supreme sorcerer left." Jell gave her a sympathetic smile. "That was exactly my thought. But do you think she might be planning to retire?" Ross's eyes went wide. "Retire? You mean step away from everything? Is that even an option for her?" Nick Fury slammed his hand on the table. "Retire? The supreme sorcerer? What right does she have to just walk away?" Jell held up a finger as if weighing the possible. "Elides, there could be a dozen reasons. She's fought for centuries to protect this planet. Most of us would have retired after a few decades on the job. Maybe she's simply grown tired of the endless battles." The S-Shield briefing room went quiet as Gaius, known to most simply as Jell, spoke. "The Vishanti have formally summoned the Sorcerer Supreme," he announced. "In their eyes, she's been pushed too far, and they want her to retire early." Tony Stark shrugged. "Voluntary retirement, forced retirement, there could be any number of reasons for that. But this is just your lord's speculation, isn't it, Jell?" Jell's eyes were steady. "Though my lord is young, he has seen more than all of you combined. His judgments have never been wrong." A hush fell over the room until Phil Coulson cleared his throat. "So," he said, "that means we're about to lose 2 of Earth's greatest champions." He was immediately met with incredulous stares. It was a sharp observation, perhaps ill-timed but painfully accurate. Jell nodded. "Odin and the Ancient One are the keystones of our planet's defense. As long as one remains, no cosmic power will dare invade. But if both fall, there is no need for the Celestial Father himself to intervene. Any strong enough lieutenant could flatten the Earth without effort." He let the gravity of that statement sink in. And this is not fear-mongering. Not even the Avengers alone could repel such a force. Nick Fury leaned forward, voice low but firm. Fortunately, we have more than just the Avengers watching our backs. General Ross stood and clasped his hands behind his back. Humans aren't helpless, he declared. Though he and Nick Fury rarely saw eye to eye, they both knew this summit was only a precursor to formal negotiations. If they appeared weak now, someone else would seize the lead when the real talks began. Fury leaned forward, steepling his fingers. Confidence is fine, up to a point. But let me ask you something more practical. If the gates of hell remain open, do you honestly think we'd all be sitting here debating strategy? A tense silence fell over the chamber. Ross's cheeks reddened. You're right, we weren't prepared this time. If only we'd had more time to muster our forces. For the sake of Earth and all humanity, Jell cut in, voice smooth but unyielding, tell me, what's the difference between a Pyrrhic victory and a total defeat? Ross opened his mouth, then closed it. Of course there was none. Any triumph bought at such a cost was no real triumph at all. Jell's gaze swept the room. Even if the Supreme Mage decides to retire, he will appoint a successor. But consider this, how vast do you think the gap will be between master and apprentice? Aaron exhaled softly. Think about it, he said. The current Supreme Mage held even the Father at bay. He's worn that mantle for centuries and amassed immeasurable experience. The council exchanged uneasy looks. If a new mage lacked that depth of power, they weren't just courting a Pyrrhic victory, they were inviting disaster. For the apprentice, don't think I'm worried about being laughed at, Aaron said, eyes steady. I'm an alchemist, but I still can't be sure my craft surpasses my master's. If this new Supreme Master truly is more powerful, we won't stand a chance. We'd be on the defensive for a long time. Gil nodded in agreement. Exactly my thoughts about my own teacher. Mr. Gaius, if you would pledge yourself as a believer to my lord, I know he'd welcome you gladly. Aaron paused, feigning deep consideration, while inwardly admiring Gil's tact. Not only did this show his ostensible innocence, it also opened the door for future dealings. I'll need to give it some thought, he said. But first, what exactly do I gain by becoming a believer? If your devotion is steadfast, Gil replied, then when my lord finally departs this universe, he can call you into his own realm, a fantastical world where life stretches long, experiences run wild, and dangers lurk around every twist. Should you distinguish yourself there, you could even serve as one of his retinue. You'd receive direct guidance, his blessings, perhaps even gifts beyond imagining. Aaron arched an eyebrow. It certainly sounds appealing, but can you be more specific? Gil let a mysterious smile play across his lips. All the particulars are laid out in the Divine Codex. Aaron leaned forward, voice calm but firm. This directive comes directly from my lord to establish order in God's kingdom. Tony offered him a reassuring nod. Take all the time you need. I promise you won't regret it. Tony glanced sideways at Aaron, then back at the others. Honestly, Aaron, I envy your outlook. Everyone here is panicking about the fate of Earth. Why are you so untroubled? Aaron shrugged. I'm no superhero. I don't have powers like you or Wanda. Corden couldn't help but interject. But Wanda is a superhero. Aaron paused, turning to look at Wanda, who sat beside him with a wary expression. He gave a helpless sigh. Wanda Maximoff, your abilities spring from magic. If you place your faith in my lord, he will patiently cultivate your gifts, and you would become a true servant of God. Aaron's mind raced. Of course, if Wanda became one of my believers, everything would be so much simpler. Wanda tensed and shook her head. No, I don't need that. Aaron frowned, reaching out to the data chips Tony had handed him. Come on, don't be stubborn. He placed the small silver tokens in front of her. Just listen, watch carefully, and learn. Wanda's eyes widened. What are you doing? Aaron met her gaze steadily. Trust me, one day you'll thank me for this. He folded his arms, determined and ready for whatever came next. Is this suitable? Steve's voice cut through the tension in the room. Of course it is, Aaron replied easily. Why wouldn't it be? This isn't like you, Steve pressed, surprise edging his tone. Aaron paid him no mind. Instead, he turned to Wanda, whose face was drawn with urgency. She leaned forward and spoke in a low, bitter voice. If we become part of Goose's family, she explained, we'll receive guidance, blessings, gifts. We won't have to flounder alone, we'll be protected, and more than that, we'll have the power to reshape the universe and secure our survival. Steve let out a frustrated hiss under his breath. Damn it, Aaron. Are you really falling for this? He realized with a jolt that his friend hadn't changed after all. Before the argument could escalate, Nick Fury's deep voice cut in. That's enough. Let's keep things constructive. Aaron grinned, as if he'd been waiting for that cue. Seriously, don't you think we're all being too grim? We can find humor in this situation, can't we? Bruce Banner cleared his throat and steered the conversation back on course. Look, if Odin truly is gone and the Supreme Master withdraws again, Earth is going to hit its weakest point in history. We need a plan that addresses that reality. He glanced at Gil, urging him to share his thoughts. At last, someone was voicing exactly what they'd all been circling around. Aaron allowed himself a small nod of appreciation for Banner's intervention. Across the polished conference table, he counted 3 of his own allies among the assembled leaders. It was clear the meeting was unfolding just as he had orchestrated, and every move was under control. Window.tabula equals window.tabula.push. Placement, below article thumbnail, 300 × 250, target type, mix. Reminder, our website will soon undergo an update that may cause you to lose your current reading progress. Please be sure to back up your bookshelf and reading history. Taking screenshots is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience and appreciate your understanding. Chapter 43, A Favor, Not a Duty, The Privilege of the Shadow Court. You're incredibly fortunate, truly fortunate, Gil said earnestly. All because my lord, the great god of contracts, deigned to enter this universe. Tony leaned back in his chair, arching an eyebrow. The contract god, father of gods, supreme master, savior of a dying earth, actually agreed to intervene on humanity's behalf? Gil nodded. Yes, feel free to ask me anything. Within reason, it will be helpful. Nick Fry let out a derisive chuckle. Come on, spells and miracles on a cosmic scale. Surely he's done more than just this one trick? Gil raised a finger and smiled. That one trick was all he could spare without compromising himself. My lord made a single decisive move to aid Earth, just as he has today, sending me here to collect Goose's blood and seal the gateway to hell. Tony frowned. One spell, that's it? And the price was, what exactly? Because it seems a bit underwhelming given his reputation. Gil's expression turned gentle, almost amused. Director Fry, you must understand, the fate of Earth and of humanity, whether we thrive or fall, means very little to my lord. He is not a being of this universe. Sooner or later he will return to his own realm. He helps because he can, not because he is bound to do so. He paused, then added quietly, in the eyes of the Shadow Court, assistance is a privilege extended by grace, not a debt we must always repay. Rose's brow furrowed as she leaned forward. Are you certain your proposal truly reflects Gaius's will? Gel met her gaze steadily. Before my lord departed from the only world he knew, he imprinted me with nearly all the universe's accumulated knowledge. Every condition I've laid out today is exactly what he intended. And believe me, this is no trifling matter. The cosmos is full of strange coincidences and sudden turns. Earth may not get a second shot at an opportunity like this. Aaron, standing nearby, shot Gel an approving nod. I have to admit, your negotiation tactics are brilliant. Gaius picking you as his emissary shows remarkable insight. A faint smile flickered across Gel's face, though his eyes betrayed more excitement than his calm exterior let on. He inclined his head. I count myself fortunate. Carson, seated off to one side, exhaled a low chuckle. An opportunity, you say? But did you ever actually run this past him? Gel's lips curved into a confident grin. There was nothing to discuss. As long as I meet the terms my lord set, he'll willingly honor any reasonable addendum I propose. You must remember, Gaius is the god of contracts. Above all else, he demands fairness. He wouldn't bind you to a deal that left you worse off. In fact, even if you scoured the entire planet, you wouldn't uncover anything like what I'm offering. And even if you did, you'd never use it against me. A hush fell over the chamber as the weight of Gel's words sank in. Rose exchanged a glance with Aaron, a silent understanding passing between them. This was no ordinary bargain. Earth's fate might very well hinge on the terms of this divine contract. The conference room was silent except for the low hum of the climate control system. 3 human officers sat around the polished obsidian table. At its head reclined Gear, the Green's emissary, his pale eyes betraying none of the impatience Earth's diplomats often displayed. I am fully aware of humanity's flaws, Gear began, his voice calm and measured. An Earth philosopher once observed, the only lesson mankind learns from history is that it learns nothing from history. I concur. Nick Fry, the intelligence director, leaned forward and narrowed his eyes. So let me get this straight, he said. You expect the Greens to bail out our planet with no strings attached? Gear allowed the faintest curve of a smile. The terms are remarkably simple. My order instructs me to remain on Earth to spread our faith. Securing formal recognition alone won't suffice. In the name of my Lord and his church, we request certain privileges for what we call the Shadow Sanctum. Fry's brow rose. Privileges? Yes, Gear replied. First, the sanctum must be designated a safe zone. Under no circumstances, regardless of who the individual is or what pretext is invoked, may any force be used within its boundaries. Our clergy cannot be detained, tried, or harmed. General Ross, seated to Frey's left, scoffed. You want your church to become a lawless refuge? Gear inclined his head politely, his tone unruffled. If you'll allow me to explain, General, my Lord's understanding of this world, its varianders, its alien visitors, the heterogeneous species, even its superpowered beings, exceeds any knowledge your world government can claim. To fulfill its divine mission, the Shadow Sanctum must be insulated from external enforcement. Ross exchanged a glance with Fry. The two of them had dealt with rogue faiths before, but none backed by an entire alien order. Outside, the fate of Earth's uneasy truce with the Greens would hinge on how far humanity would stretch its own laws, and how much sanctuary it was willing to grant. Seraphine stood at the front of the council chamber, her voice steady as she addressed the assembled heroes. Most of these people are law-abiding citizens, she began, yet they're persecuted purely because of who they are. You all know the story. Humans arrest them for their own gain, haul them off to hidden laboratories, and subject them to experiments and torture. No one stops to ask how it affects their families, or whether they deserve any dignity or security. They're treated like commodities, stripped of their rights, their safety, even their lives. But my Lord is willing to offer them a refuge, a small haven where they can feel safe. Her words fell into a heavy silence. The other heroes exchanged uneasy glances. None of them wanted to admit it, but they'd grown accustomed to turning a blind eye. As defenders of humanity, they'd found themselves powerless to halt the relentless fear and suspicion directed at superpowered individuals. They lacked the resources, and perhaps the will, to protect those same people from arbitrary arrest and brutal experimentation. Viewed from that perspective, the concessions the Shadow Court proposed didn't seem unreasonable. A sanctuary might ease the moral burden on everyone who'd watched injustice unfold without lifting a finger. Ross leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, a mocking smile curling his lips. Sounds lovely, he drawled. But let's not forget one thing. These people are unpredictable. They're ticking time bombs. General Gear raised a hand to silence the room. I believe there's been a misunderstanding. Anyone on Earth is free to profess faith in my Lord, but only those he truly calls are granted his blessing. He holds the strictest standards. Commit an unforgivable sin, and your status as a believer is forfeit at once. The Shadow Saint Court offers sanctuary only to the innocent. We will not shield the guilty. As for everyone else, the Church has no time for freeloaders. Tony leaned forward. How does one prove they're officially recognized? Do they receive some sort of certificate? Gear considered the question, then nodded. A written charter. Yes, that's an excellent solution. Nick Fry's expression turned icy. And what if we refuse that charter? The general's gaze faltered, regret flickering in his eyes. If you decline, then I shall depart with the sacred codes. From that moment on, whether this world prospers or perishes will no longer concern my Lord. Nick Frey's knuckles whitened around her glass. She couldn't believe it. Was he really prepared to walk away without a fight? Before anyone else could speak, Carson sprang to his feet. General Gear, you've got it all wrong. The agency chief has grown uneasy. If the Church ever recruits enough superpowered individuals, it could become a threat to ordinary humanity. Nick Frey leaned forward, a wry smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Since you're familiar with Earth's landscape, you know just how formidable the Shadow Saints Church can be when it rallies its meta-humans. This isn't like Magna's Mutant Brotherhood or Professor Xavier's band of gifted mutants. Those were splintered groups, each member with their own agenda. Imagine them all united under one banner. The existing world order wouldn't stand a chance. Agent Carson pressed his fingers together, eyes narrowing. We've heard the rumors. What guarantees do we have that they won't abuse their power? Gear, head of the Goose family, nodded thoughtfully, then chuckled softly. Actually, there's no need to worry. Our Lord is the god of contracts. Anyone seeking asylum in the church must sign a binding agreement. No initiating needless conflicts, no undermining civil order, and no abusing bestowed abilities. Every safeguard you're concerned about is explicitly written into the covenant. Agent Carter Stray raised an eyebrow. And this contract, is it truly enforceable? Legally and metaphysically? Absolutely, Gear replied, his voice calm and certain. In the Goose family, the sanctity of contract is our highest law. Once the ink dries, there are no loopholes left to exploit. Rose tapped the edge of the contract before her. Once you sign this, not even Giles himself can break it. If you still have doubts, we can assign overseers to monitor your work in the church. Gear's cool facade wavered for a heartbeat. He had not expected such a proposal. Rose lifted one brow. So tell me, are you willing to accept supervision? A lazy smile curved Gear's lips. By all means. He leaned back, crossing his arms. Our master's sole purpose in founding this church is to spread the faith. I have no desire to misuse my authority or perform any forbidden rites. Why should I fear honest oversight? Frankly, having someone watch my back will free me to focus entirely on the work at hand. After all, I don't wish to disrupt our Lord's plans. He paused, shrugging lightly. And let's not forget, the church isn't even built yet, and I arrived here alone. If you truly care about its success, sending a few trusted people to assist and keep an eye on me would be tremendously helpful. The room fell silent. Gear's argument was sound, if somewhat presumptuous. The assembled onlookers exchanged glances. They couldn't deny his logic, yet they couldn't ignore the sheer confidence behind it. In the end, his arrogance only underscored how deeply he believed in his mission. However, it's best if I screen the candidates you send before anyone else, Gear said, leaning forward. You're welcome to observe, just don't insist on supplying your own people. And please, don't overwhelm us. I can't guarantee I'll be able to control them if too many arrive at once. As his words echoed in the hall, Jell caught Aaron's eye. He met her gaze for a moment, then looked away again. Jell smiled faintly. Quality over quantity, she agreed. For instance, this lovely lady here, she nodded toward Wanda, shows exceptional promise. Wanda's cheeks flushed, but she drew strength from Aaron's reassuring nod before meeting Jell's eyes. Do you have any objections? Jell prompted gently. Before Wanda could reply, Steve cleared his throat. Actually, I have a question. If Goose is truly leaving this universe, what happens to him afterward? Gear's expression turned serene, as though the answer were the simplest matter in the world. He will journey on with our Lord, he said. His Majesty has commanded me to establish a church on earth. I will not abandon the faithful. All who believe with true devotion will be granted entry into the Lord's kingdom. There, they shall be reborn, safe, joyful, eternal. Tony leaned back in his chair, a wry smile playing on his lips. Sounds a bit crowded, he quipped. Can people change their minds? Because last time I checked, my lord wasn't exactly known for fielding callbacks. Carter Stray chuckled softly, folding his arms. It almost sounds like a retirement plan. Golden years in paradise. Tell me, is there any perk for early registrants? Gear turned his calm gaze on the room. All who stand firm in their faith will be honored equally, whether they arrive at the first bell or the last. Every soul has its place in the new age. A hush fell over the assembly as they absorbed the promise of salvation and the questions it raised. With that assurance in place, the first step toward a transformed world was set firmly in motion. The dark spirits of the old generation, Geel said, feigning deep thought, then laughed. Send him to me. He might qualify as a dependent of my lord and earn the boon he grants. Sixth tier. Remarkable, Phil Coulson interjected with a pleased nod. Geel is now officially recognized as a talent. All that training in corpse magic has finally paid off, and Carter Strang's cover is sealed, his identity issue resolved. With that settled, Coulson led Geel out of the conference room and into the Avengers compound, assigning him a dormitory and a few days to prepare for the formal induction ceremony. Back in the briefing room, Nick Fury and General Ross exchanged serious looks and began re-examining every line of the transcript, determined to find and eliminate any hidden traps. "I'm done here," Carter Strang announced, rising and stretching his shoulders. "I'm too old to keep up this pace. I need a proper rest." "I should head out too," Aaron said, scooping Abby into his arms. "I've got to decide whether to devote myself to Goose. This world teeters on the brink of disaster. If pledging my faith secures divine protection, I'm ready to swear my oath." With that, Carter Strang and Aaron turned and left the conference room, leaving Fury and Ross to their final review. Chapter title: A New Alliance. The sun was dipping behind the city skyline when Wanda pressed her lips together, searching for the right words. Natasha, leaning casually against the rooftop railing, gave her a playful nudge. "Sk, you're so awkward," Natasha teased. "If you want to do this, just go ahead. Now's the time to be bold." Wanda's cheeks flushed bright red. She swallowed, nodded, and followed Aaron, who was already striding toward the edge of the rooftop. At her side, Abe murmured softly in the dragon tongue, "Master, everything has gone as we hoped. No one will stand in Gel's way when he establishes his church." "As expected," Aaron said coolly, slipping his hands into his coat pockets. He glanced back at Abe. "And Ross? What's he doing?" Abe shook his head. "Ross distrusts the special privileges Gel seeks and doesn't like the idea of superpowered beings joining a church, but he'll only create minor friction in private, no public objections." "That's settled, then." Aaron offered a faint nod. He turned just as Wanda appeared at the foot of the stairs, hesitant but determined. "Yes?" Wanda drew in a shaky breath. I have something else to tell you." Aaron's lips curved in a half-smile. "You've already explained everything that matters. I'm not upset. With great power comes great responsibility, right? Renyu, you've swallowed that bitter pill. You're not turning back now. Are you sure you don't mind?" Wanda's voice trembled with hope. Aaron stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Not at all. If you want to be a hero, then be a hero, and if things go south, I'll be right there to help you clean up the mess." Wanda's smile brightened, confidence sparkling in her eyes. Together, they turned toward the setting sun, ready for whatever came next. Wanda shot Aaron a fiery look, then couldn't suppress a laugh. "I'm not that bad." He raised an eyebrow. "You're talented, but beginners are the ones who stumble. I can take care of myself. I never doubted that." Aaron's gaze drifted to her crimson cloak, the defensive artifact she'd fashioned with her god armor. It was more than sufficient protection. "Still, I can't fully trust you yet." Wanda squared her shoulders. "I'll keep it under control," she said earnestly. "I've had professional training at the base, and you saw the demon fighting footage. I did perfectly fine." Aaron remained silent for a moment, then his expression brightened. "You know what might put me more at ease?" Wanda's lips curved in recognition. "You're thinking about joining Gaius's church, aren't you?" "That's right. Any objections?" "None," she replied, though the suggestion struck her as odd. "It just feels sudden." He shrugged. "True. Why don't we wait until Stark reviews the code and gives his okay, or let someone else test the waters first? Carter Slay, for example." Wanda nodded slowly. "That makes sense. Let's hold off until we're absolutely sure." Gol had walked the earth for almost 2 centuries, bound by a devil's contract, yet he remained a man of integrity, seasoned, dependable. Since Wanda had agreed to keep him under surveillance, she would now have every opportunity to observe him up close. Aaron fixed her with a serious look. "If you're still uncertain, speak with Dr. Banner. He may offer more specific guidance. Do you understand?" "I do," Wanda replied, though her voice wavered. "Good. We'll revisit this later. I've just returned from the war and need rest more than anything." He yawned and leaned back in his chair. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, Wanda reached up, gripped his collar, and drew him down in a swift, eager kiss. Aaron closed his eyes, a soft sigh escaping his lips as he savored the moment. Then, gently, he slipped his arms around her waist and deepened the kiss, closing the gap between duty and desire. Chapter 1044, How to Raise a Demon, Ant-Man Scott Lang. At the Gaius Divination House, Aaron set Abby gently on the sofa and sank into an armchair, still cradling his little draconic companion. He let out a long sigh. It wasn't a bad thing to be admired by young women. Wanda's attention had been flattering, but her sudden kiss had completely thrown him off guard. He hadn't been prepared for that. "Master, what's on your mind?" Abby asked, tilting his head with curious amber eyes. "I sense you're excited, embarrassed, proud, and anxious all at once. It's quite a mix, and I'm struggling to make sense of it." Aaron ran a hand through his hair. "I'm just thinking, a guy really needs to stay on his guard when he's out and about. Do you think I'm overthinking things?" Ab bobbed in agreement. "Maybe, but count your blessings. You never know when you'll find another mistress who dotes on you." "I've grown used to hopping from host to host." Aaron rolled his eyes and reached out to tap the tiny dragon gently on the head. Okay, that's enough teasing. Do you really think I want to go searching for a mother dragon?" "I don't." "That's it? You refuse that easily?" "Master, in dragon years, I'm still just an infant." 100-meter-tall infant? Good bloodline, after all. I am the only holy dragon. Abeaojiao sighed. "And master, you're under 22 and already a holy magic instructor." Aaron chuckled, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "So how's that psychologist's potion coming along?" "Still a long way off." Abby waved his tiny claws in frustration. "These brews take ages to mature, and you know how things are at home. I don't have time to play therapist. All I ever manage is calming your nerves, just like Jane, so we can squeeze a little more progress out of the game." "Forget it," Aaron said with a dismissive shrug. "You've already ascended to godhood. A few divine mood swings won't slow you down." Just then, the door to the right-hand room swung open. Hilao stepped out, fresh from her bath and wrapped in a sumptuous robe. She glided over to them, settled into a nearby chair, and, with practiced ease, lifted Abby into her lap. I returned a little later than I'd planned. In my absence, a great many things changed, far more than I'd expected. I spent most of my time holed up at the Adri Alliance base, regrouping and gathering intelligence. Hilal leaned back, a faint snort escaping her lips. "Demon," she said. "Saint Venana has been turned inside out, nothing but surprises at every turn. Ghoulish seals keep appearing across the kingdom, one after another. And of all things, I never thought I'd see Goose's mark on someone else's flesh." I met her stare with a wry smile. At first, I didn't want to risk it. I figured that as long as the Supreme Master remained at liberty, things would settle down. So I played it safe, stacking up resources, fortifying my backers, insurance against any disaster. But in the end, I decided to go all in. Aaron's breathing was heavy with excitement. I placed a single massive wager, and I won. Now my people can stay on this plane, shielded by the radiant light. Hilal's lips curved into a thin smile. "Well done. And what of the evil spirits? Have they bent the knee to you as well?" "Of course," I said. "But the true prize I was after was the first-generation demon knight, Carter Stray." I let a note of pride slip into my voice. "His hellfire is so fierce that it nearly consumes him. He can barely hold his form for more than a few minutes. I doubt even Mephisto would dare to lay hands on him now." "I've made him my ward, so I won't have to deal with Mephisto," Aaron announced, settling into his armchair. Hyra frowned. "Won't that just confuse things?" "Not at all," Aaron replied with a nod. "You see, the Luck Flood serum actually manipulates chance itself. I just drained my entire supply, so I'll need to brew up a fresh batch." He rose and began to pace the workshop. "And while I'm at it, I need a mana recovery elixir. Plus, we have to transplant the throbbing willow into the secret chamber. Oh, and my locomotive finally gave out, so I'm planning a major upgrade. Think an autonomous consciousness core." Holding up 2 fingers, he addressed Jane, who was seated at a nearby hollow terminal. "Jane, scour the net for the perfect locomotive chassis. Money's no object, but it has to be spectacular to suit my unique flair." "Right away, Master," Jane replied with a bright smile. "Do you have a color in mind?" Aaron tapped his lip thoughtfully. "Red." Just then, Abby cleared his throat. "Master, there's still the Devil's Grimoire to consider." Aaron's lips curved into a secretive grin. "I haven't forgotten. Ever since the Sanfang Gonza incident, I've been toying with a radical enhancement." He reached into his space ring and withdrew the grimoire, its cover etched with infernal runes, alongside a crystal-clear vial that caught the workshop's light. With that, Aaron set everything in motion, brewing potions, ordering engines, and unraveling the promise of the dreaded Devil's Grimoire. The real work was just beginning. Demon Path Classification, Level 9, Criminals. These beings boast formidable physiques and razor-sharp instincts, plus a wide array of illicit talents, yet a fragment of conscience still lingers. Jane peered at Aaron, suspicion flashing in her eyes. "Master, what are you going to do?" Aaron's lips curved into a subtle smile. "I'll let the demon grimoire take the potion directly. There's no need for me to ingest it myself. Once the book absorbs the formula, it will mature naturally. When the moment is right, it will ascend. Remember, any demon born at Sequence 6 automatically qualifies for promotion to Sequence 5. Jane's jaw dropped. "Master, you truly are on a different plane." With that, Aaron unstoppered the vial of criminal-grade essence and let the cool, iridescent liquid seep onto the grimoire's ancient pages. The potion vanished instantly into the parchment, leaving no visible trace. Yet Aaron, as its true master, felt the shift deep within the book's soul. What had been a silent, dormant artifact now awakened like a placid pond disturbed by a single pebble, ripples of exhilaration and potential spreading through its very core. Ever since the Vanganza incident exposed the existence of angels and demons to the world, churches everywhere have found themselves overflowing. Sales of crosses, holy water, and silver trinkets have skyrocketed, and the nearly defunct vocation of exorcist is enjoying an unprecedented boom. Amid this fervor, a new sect quietly took root in New York, the Shadow Holy Court. Its worship isn't directed at the god of old, but at a mysterious god of contract. Inside their sanctuary stands a single, imposing statue. Cloaked in a hood, its hidden face gives nothing away. In one hand, it holds the fabled Book of Contract, in the other, a long, slender staff. Behind it rises the all-knowing tree, first seen at St. Vanganza, its twisting branches set against symbols of sky, fire, and storm. The Shadow Holy Court's leadership is remarkably streamlined. At its apex sits Gel, its self-styled pope and founding visionary. The moment Carter Slade pledged himself to Gel's cause, he became archbishop, and, given the court's chronic shortage of personnel, he doubles as both bishop and parish priest. Together, they preside over this new order in a world forever changed by the truths unearthed at Vanganza. With the government's strong backing and the newly granted privileges, the Shadow Holy Court quickly demonstrated its value to the extraordinary. Ordinary people still clung to traditional faith in God, but the gifted, never certain that God would answer their pleas, found reassurance in the God of Contract's guaranteed pacts. In the space of days, anonymous donations flooded in, turning Gel from penniless to a bona fide billionaire. In fact, had they not feared an influx of unqualified members, they could easily have launched dozens more churches. Under Gel's direction, the first batch of official believer certificates and the intricately crafted Tree of All-Knowing badge were distributed, a clear mark of allegiance to the God of Contract. Friendly reminder, the website is about to undergo a major update, and your reading progress may be lost. Please back up your bookshelf and reading record now. A quick screenshot works best. We apologize for any inconvenience. As expected, the authorities had herded their own men into the church, but Gel didn't bat an eye. Instead, he appointed a handful of his trusted allies as deacons, chief among them his old comrade Bucky Barnes. With a sterling military record, legendary exploits, and an unassailable reputation, Barnes was the perfect choice. With this provisional council in place, the spiritual showdown between Gaius and the Celestials had officially begun. Aaron, however, never intended to wrest Heaven's followers away for good. To him, the Shadow Court was merely a test flight, a one-time gambit, and he'd gladly walk away when the moment was right. Leaving empty-handed, he reasoned, was still preferable to dragging innocent believers into a lost cause. At least by retreating alongside his devout few, he could claim a measure of moral victory. Clink! His metal straw skittered against the glass, sending a stream of carbonation dancing to the surface. Aaron lifted the tumbler in one smooth motion. The cool, tingling fizz raced from his tongue to his brain before washing outward through every nerve ending, and he felt, at least for a moment, totally renewed. Aaron stretched out on the cushioned recliner, the latest issue of Vogue-style magazine fanned open across his lap. Sunlight filtered in, casting a warm glow over the room. Beside him, Abe lounged on a smaller chaise, one leg casually crossed over the other. A pair of sunglasses perched on his forehead and a long straw led from his mouth to a bucket of Coke at his side. He looked every bit as relaxed as Aaron felt. "System, open the food products catalog," Aaron murmured. Instantly, a translucent blue interface shimmered into view before him, listing exotic creatures and their delicious point values. Ladyfish, 9,000 points. Salamander sphinx, 50,000 points. Its tear glands produce a sweet cola. Water tiger, 6,000 points. Fanged beast tiger, 20 points. Wine camel, 100 points. At the bottom, Aaron's total stood proudly. 42,000 delicious points. A small note flashed beneath. Exchange rate, 1 point equals 10,000 USD in universe coins, maximum 1,000 points redeemed per day. Aaron tapped his chin thoughtfully. He was only a few days' worth of point earnings away from affording the Salamander Sphinx. Once purchased, he could teleport it straight to Bohart Star's research outpost and entrust the creature to his Thought Body team. All the hard work would be done remotely, leaving his main self free to enjoy the spoils. Leaning back, he clicked off the display and offered Abe a grin. "Soon, my friend. Very soon. Soon, we'll be upgrading to a new drink at home." "A new soda?" Hala arched an eyebrow. "Is it worth getting excited about?" "Absolutely," Aaron said. "Sweet cola is a whole tier above the crystal cola we've been drinking." "That does sound promising." Hala trailed off, her nostrils flaring as she sniffed the air. A slow smile curved her lips. "Hold on, there's an intruder." In an instant, Abe sprang from the recliner, claws at the ready, his eyes scanning the carpet. Jane's pupils narrowed, a knowing grin spreading across her face. "How shall we handle it?" she asked, voice low and eager. Aaron tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Abe, this one's for you. Just be careful. Not a scratch unless we absolutely need it." Abe's grin broadened, then he launched himself off the arm of the chair in a single, graceful bound. With a rush of air, he landed in front of the tiny trespasser, no larger than an ant, and swept him up in a pair of massive taloned claws. The little figure struggled futilely as Abe peered down with regal curiosity. With a gentle, practiced motion, Abe placed the captive into an empty glass jar and set it before Aaron. His golden eyes gleamed with pride. "An Ant-Man," Abe announced, his voice a rumbling purr. Aaron chuckled and gave Abe a pat on the head. "Excellent work. Let's see what secrets he's carrying." Jane leaned closer to the jar, her red-tinged eyes shining with excitement. "This just got interesting." Hala reached for her glass. "First, though, we break in the new sweet cola." She lifted it in a toast. "To better drinks and unexpected guests." They clinked glasses, the tiny captive staring up from the bottom of his glass prison as the room buzzed with anticipation. Aaron peered through the magnifying glass Jane had passed him, scrutinizing the tiny figure in the red and black suit trapped inside the glass vial. "No wonder this feels familiar," he murmured. "This has Hank Pym written all over it." His phone buzzed on the table. He glanced at the screen, an unknown number, and hit answer without hesitation. "You haven't called me in years. What's up?" "Just checking in," came Hank's normally booming voice, edged with a hint of nerves. "Can you let Scott out?" Aaron raised an eyebrow. "That's a unique way to say hello." He set the phone aside, twisted the vial's cap, and tipped it over. With a flash of shimmering light, the ant-sized hero expanded to full height. Ant-Man flipped up his helmet, revealing Scott Lang's familiar, slightly embarrassed grin. "Hey, I'm Scott Lang. Yeah, it's strange, but Hank literally told me to come out and say hi." Aaron shook his head, amused. "So this is your big greeting, bottling your buddy and sending him over?" Scott scratched the back of his head. Pretty much." "I was just trying to get a reading," Scott said quickly, then winced. "You know, Hank said he chose me to inherit the Ant-Man suit." "Not inherit. Stop right there." Hank's voice crackled through both Aaron's phone and Scott's headset. "I'm not dead yet, and even if I were, it wouldn't mean you automatically get my suit." All right, Scott spread his hands defensively. "Then he chose me to inherit the title of Ant-Man." "Title?" Hank barked. "That's nonsense. You're merely a reserve member, hardly qualified." Scott forced a smile and shook his head. "But it was your suggestion that I become a reserve Ant-Man." "I never said that," Aaron interjected, his tone serious. "It came to me in a vision of fate." "Well, thanks to your vision, everything's going great for me now." "Whatever," Hank snapped. "You're still green, and I sure as hell wouldn't trust you with a real mission." Scott exhaled, trying to steady himself. Look, Hank, I get that you're not delighted with me. Can we just move on? Hank hesitated for a moment, then softened his voice. Gaius, I need you to perform a divination for me. What I'm about to ask Scott to do next is extremely risky. Gaius arched an eyebrow. Of course, though you know I charge an upfront fee. Before anyone could say more, Scott slapped a card onto the table. Here, there's $100,000 loaded on this. That should cover it. Aaron, watching the exchange, couldn't help but smirk. He must have called ahead to find out my minimum, else he wouldn't have brought exactly enough. Scott frowned in surprise. Wait, 100 grand is just the base price? Aaron nodded. That's my minimum fee. Scott glanced nervously between the two of them. And the maximum? Aaron's grin widened. No ceiling. Shield once paid me a 9-figure sum for a single reading. Scott paled. Silence stretched across the table as everyone weighed the stakes of what lay ahead. Chapter 1045, Scott's Friends. Hank Pym is exhausted. Scott swallowed hard. Excuse me, are you still taking on apprentices for fortune-telling? He'd only just gotten out of prison, and no convenience store would hire an ex-con. In fact, he didn't have a proper job at all. If it were just him, he could manage somehow. But he had a little daughter to support. Her toys, school bag, clothes, everything cost money. Right now, he could barely cover his own expenses, let alone hers. Hank Pym looked Scott up and down. You? You want to learn divination? Scott's eyes lit up. Even if he earned 10 or 20,000 yuan per reading, it would change their lives. Could I really do it? Hank rubbed his temples and sighed. Scott's odds of becoming a fortune-teller were slimmer than winning the lottery. No, he said bluntly. You don't have the knack for it. A defeated silence fell between them. Scott's hopeful smile faded in an instant. Hank straightened, though he felt every ounce of fatigue in his bones. Every time someone desperate knocked on his door, he had to repeat the same refusal. He was tired of false hopes, tired of counting the same empty hours. But he couldn't give Scott the one thing he didn't have, true talent. Hank leaned back in his chair, a triumphant smile on his face. I heard that, Scott, he said. Don't pretend you've got some secret gift for divination. It wouldn't work even if you did. Aaron's only 22, and you're far too old to be his apprentice. Have some decency, man, and don't make a fool of yourself, or let anyone else save face. Scott gave a twitchy half-smile and cleared his throat. All right, let's do the reading. A soft female voice crackled in Scott's headset. Before we begin, tell me what you'd like me to divine. Career, health, love, family, or friendship? Scott paused, weighing his words. Actually, it's about Hank. One of his students, Darren Krause, has been reverse engineering Pym particles. Word is he's on the verge of replicating them. A hint of amusement rippled through the headset. On the verge? No, he's already done it. I saw it with my own eyes. Scott glanced at Hank, then back at the headset. By the way, this is Hope, Hank's daughter. Hank Pym sat behind his cluttered workbench, fingers steepled as he studied Aaron across the room. Hank, you're a genius. Aaron began, voice hopeful. But your student, he's even better than you. Hank offered a tight smile. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but right now we've got a far bigger problem. Darren intends to weaponize this technology. He's already struck a deal with the former SHIELD defense minister. If that goes through, the world's stability will be at risk. Aaron's brow furrowed. Then take it to SHIELD. I'm sure the Avengers would back you. Hank shook his head firmly. No, I won't let this tech fall into anyone else's hands, SHIELD's or the Avengers. I don't trust them. Remember their civil war? They came close to leveling a country from high above. Aaron paled. Okay, so what's the plan? Hank leaned forward, voice low. We send Scott in. He sneaks into Darren's facility, locates and destroys the prototype wasp suit Darren designed, and erases every ounce of data. That'll collapse the deal at its source. Aaron exhaled. That sounds impossible. Hank tapped a diagram pinned to the wall. Darren's security is insane. Motion sensors on every door, micro-mesh filters in the vents. With those measures, even Ant-Man would have a hell of a time slipping in. We need help, and you're one of the few people I can trust, Hank said, leaning forward. I refuse, Aaron interrupted before even thinking. Hank, I'm just a fortune teller, not an agent or a superhero. You're selling yourself short, Hank replied, arms folded. I've done my homework ever since you came to me. The investigation's results surprised me. I've never seen S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers with a more valuable outside asset. And honestly, outside you, our only other options are Scott's 3 so-called friends. And I've never encountered a more unreliable bunch. Hank, Scott groaned, rubbing his forehead. They're not unreliable. In my experience, they are, Hank shot back, exasperated. Aaron, you haven't seen them in action. One glimpse, and you'd swear the mission was doomed before we even started. Scott sighed. Let's put aside whether Aaron even wants to help. Say he does. How much can a lone fortune-teller really accomplish? Whether you'll admit it or not, he can't sneak me in by himself. Hank was silent for a moment, then his voice turned bitter. So we're stuck hunting down your 3 friends, is that it? Unless you know anyone else who can do it. Hank shook his head. I don't. Hope's tried. Nobody can stand his stubborn streak, and we're running out of time anyway. Hank, great. I never imagined I'd end up working with a bunch of unemployed vagrants. He inhaled deeply to curb his irritation. All right, Aaron, be honest. Will you help us or not? Aaron pressed his lips together. A system prompt echoed in his mind. Host has triggered a new system task. Please check the task panel. Aaron nodded and tapped his wrist to bring up the panel. On the display it read, Task. Destroy Darren Krause's wasp suit and erase all related data. Reward, 500 magic points. Penalty for failure, none. Do you accept? He stared at the prompt for a heartbeat, then hit accept. Aaron's lips curled into a confident smile. For the sake of world peace, I'll lend a hand this time. But let me make one thing clear. I'm only here for support or backup. Beyond that, I'm out. Honky cleared his throat. The reason is simple. I don't want to warp Scott's life trajectory more than necessary. You understand what I mean. Scott frowned. He was the linchpin in rescuing Hanky's wife from the quantum field. One misstep could ruin everything. Honky had already asked him to help Aaron, but he wanted one more safeguard. Is that enough? Hanky asked Aaron. Can you divine what will happen? Aaron shrugged and set the crystal sphere on the carved oak table. He settled his consciousness into the glass orb. A mist swirled, then hardened into jagged snapshots, the staccato roar of gunfire, a lone figure collapsing to the ground, agonized screams, a furious battle cry, and finally, a blinding yellow explosion that lit up the battlefield. Fascinating, Aaron murmured, a keen smile playing on his lips. Scott leaned forward, heart racing. What are you seeing? Can we stop Darren Klaus in time? Aaron's eyes glittered behind closed lids. Stopping him? I didn't glimpse the finale, but what I did see was brutal. Gunshots, blood, more explosions than I can count. Your plan, it isn't going to be smooth. Scott's face went pale. That bad? It's fierce, Aaron said softly. You'd better prepare for a full-scale fight and brace yourselves for casualties. Hanky exchanged a tense look with Scott. The warning confirmed his worst fears. Bringing his wife home would demand everything they had, and then some. Scott swallowed hard, struggling to find his voice. Hope, if I die, you'll look after my daughter, right? Don't be ridiculous, Hanke snapped, his eyes flashing with anger. When Aaron vouched for you, he claimed fate itself pointed your way. Yet you couldn't even prevent Dalen's death. Really? Scott asked, incredulous. Aaron held up his hands in a placating gesture. That's enough. We have work to do. Scott, bring in the 3 bear cubs. All right, Scott replied. A short while later, they arrived at Hanke's house. Aaron was greeted first by Hanke's young daughter, Hope, peering curiously from the doorway. Close behind her stood Scott's 3 friends, Louis, Cot, and Diffie, each as distinct as their nicknames. Louis wore a carefree grin that practically beamed with optimism. Cot's down-turned mouth and furrowed brow hinted at worry, and Diffie, though outwardly calm, exuded a quiet, unshakable confidence. Odd though the quartet appeared, their collective resolve seemed exactly what the moment called for. The night was unnaturally still as the team gathered at the wrought iron gate of the old mansion. A lone lantern threw dancing shadows across their faces. It's rare to get a shot at this hour, Louis said with a grin. I once helped myself to a family heirloom and somehow got invited back for tea afterward. Then again, we did just liberate your house. What? Aaron's eyebrows shot up. You can actually do that? Scott rubbed the back of his neck. I nicked an antique biker jacket once, right by far the biggest humiliation of my career. Ray suddenly understood, placing a sympathetic hand on Scott's shoulder. You chose this path, buddy. You've got to own the consequences. Scott chuckled darkly. That's nothing. You have no idea what Hank put me through during training. Hope eyed him. Are you even sure the rest of us can handle it? Louise waved away her concern. Relax, we're professionals. Hank folded his arms and gave them all a hard look. Honestly, I'm not exactly overflowing with confidence here. Diff raised both hands in mock triumph. Enough chatter. Break's over. We all snuck into this haunted house together, didn't we? Hank's voice went cold. Technically, I let you in. If it hadn't been for Scott passing my test, none of you would have made it past the front door, let alone cracked my safe. Scott flashed a grin. Then by that logic, I also let you let us in? Louis laughed and clapped them both on the back. All right, enough. We know what we're doing. Let's move. They exchanged determined nods, slipped across the threshold, and plunged into the mansion's darkness, ready for whatever came next. Got the access badge? He's in the system, Kurt said, tapping away at his tablet. I'm logged in. Kurt flashed two fingers. System! System! Dave echoed. Fantastic. We're doomed, Hank muttered under his breath. All right, team. Here's the plan, Scott said, stepping out of the way as Hank spread the building's floor plans across the table. Though he had little faith in this ragtag crew, really, he was sending live bait into the lion's den. Any extra edge was better than none. Hank took a deep breath and traced a red line on the schematic. You'll enter through the east stairwell on level 3. At the first T-junction, turn left. When you hit that corner, you'll see 3 offices on your left. Office 3B is ours. The security panel is behind the desk. Once you're inside, disable the cameras, then move to the elevator lobby. We've rigged the controls for you already. Just press this sequence. He drew a quick diagram. That'll take you up to the lab floor. Stick together, stay quiet, and most importantly, don't get caught. Hank tapped the map one last time. Questions? Scott slipped back into the room, now clad head to toe in his red and black Ant-Man suit. Luis jumped to his feet, eyes wide. Click. Scott hit the helmet button, and the faceplate lifted, revealing his Cheshire grin. How do you like that? Holy crap, that is awesome, Luis exclaimed. Okay, listen up, Scott said, passing around small syringes. These are emergency antidotes, just in case you run into anything nasty. It's a little weird, but harmless. Promise. Luis tucked the needle into his pocket and flashed Scott a cocky smile. Weird or not, I'm not the nervous type. Hank gave a rueful nod. They were ready. Whether they succeeded or ended up as cannon fodder remained to be seen. Really? Real. That's great. Scott grinned, snapped his helmet shut, and tapped the regulator on his right glove. With a quiet swish, he vanished. Luis, Kurt, and Dave all froze. That's gypsy magic, Kurt whispered. No, witchcraft, Dave corrected himself, eyes wide. Then Scott's voice crackled through their comms. Pretty cool, right? Like something David Copperfield would do. Louis whirled around and saw a tiny man, no more than 6 inches tall, waving from his shoulder. Ah! Louis yelped, flailed his arms, and bolted across the hangar. Get down! Get down! Go away! Go away! Hey, Scott's miniature voice called after him. I thought you age you weren't afraid of your old man. Aaron, leaning against the wall, couldn't hide a smirk. He'd fought alongside the Avengers and the X-Men, real pros. But judging by his current teammates, the bar had officially been lowered. A short while later, Scott reappeared at the front door, Louis practically bouncing with excitement behind him. Hank picked up the briefing where he'd left off, illustrating exactly how the Ant-Man suit worked and detailing their next moves. Klaus's anti-Ant-Man safeguards had blocked every normal entry point into his company headquarters, so Scott's team had only one option: shrink down and slip in through the main water intake valve. Once inside, someone would have to make it up to the building's control center and crank up the water pressure to clear Scott's path. Since Hank and Hope would be busy keeping Klaus distracted, that critical task would fall to Louis and the others. By nightfall, every member, having grabbed a quick rest, gathered again around the conference table. Scott took a moment to stare at the route map spread before him, committing every twist and turn to memory. Then he looked up, meeting each pair of eyes in turn. All right, team, he said. We're clear on the plan and our roles, right? He caught Dave's eye first. Dave, you're on traffic control. Keep our route clear. Dave gave a firm nod. Scott turned to Kurt. Kurt, you handle remote monitoring and communications. On it, Kurt replied, tapping the edge of his tablet. Finally, Scott faced Louis. Louis's grin practically split his face. And you, Louis? Louis puffed out his chest. Brother, I've been waiting for this. I get to suit up. Scott couldn't help but crack a small smile of his own before quickly shooting Louis a more serious look. I know, and I'm glad you're stoked. Just remember to stay calm under pressure. Louis laughed, the excitement unmistakable in his voice. Don't worry, I've got this. Scott took a breath, satisfied that everyone understood their part. He sat back, glancing around the room one last time. Then let's get to it. Suit up in 10. The team nodded in unison, adrenaline already humming in their veins. Tonight, they would test the limits of the Ant-Man suit and their own courage like never before. You've got a really hot girlfriend. Makes me a little nervous, Louis blurted, turning to Hope with an appreciative grin. You're absolutely stunning. Hope's eyes flickered in mild exasperation, her silent, oh, please, speaking volumes. Hank sighed, staring moodily at the ceiling. Why had he ever enlisted these 3 unreliable kids? He was already regretting it. A soft chuckle escaped Aaron, but when he saw the deepening frown on Hank's face, he quickly stifled it. Louis's compliment felt like a punch to Hank's gut. The old man had been alone, separated from his wife for 20 years, maybe more, and the idea of another man daring to woo his daughter had always enraged him. Scott, the yellow-haired kid, was practically his arch-nemesis, and yet here he was, forced to swallow his pride and depend on Scott, not only to stop Klaus, but to rescue his beloved Jenny from the quantum realm. Author's note: the site will undergo maintenance soon. Your reading progress may be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading record. Screenshots recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience. Chapter 46. Ant-Man successfully sneaks in. The dangling heart finally dies. Hey, I've got an idea, Louis said, his eyes dancing. What if I whistle my way inside? It'll be like a secret signal. Super smooth, right? Scott rolled his eyes. No whistling. This isn't some Andy Griffith rerun. Got it? Louis's grin faded into a self-conscious smile. He glanced at Aaron. Okay, Mr. Big Plan, what's your move? Aaron just smiled back. He tapped the ring on his left hand, murmured something under his breath, and with a quiet pop, a long, narrow box appeared on the table. Louis stared. Seriously? How'd you? Divination plus a bit of auxiliary alchemy, Aaron explained, picking up the box. A top-tier alchemist never travels without his essentials. Louis laughed in disbelief. Fair enough, I'm impressed. Wait till you see the best part. Aaron flipped open the clasps. Inside lay a masterpiece of craftsmanship, a sniper rifle whose stock was polished dark wood inlaid with delicate silver filigree. Even from across the room, they heard a faint hiss of air rushing into the barrel, as though the gun itself were breathing. Wow, Louis breathed. Absolutely stunning, Diff agreed, stepping closer for a better look. They'd read about firearms, of course, but never seen one so artfully wrought. It looked less like a weapon and more like a royal scepter, waiting to be wielded. Hank Pym tapped his chin thoughtfully as he examined the weapon before them. This gun. Scott Lang leaned over his shoulder. High-tech shield issue? Aaron shook his head. The Aegis Bureau isn't exactly in the habit of giving away top-grade hardware. Nick Fury's tried to swipe this thing from me more than once, and he's always come up empty. Hank's brow shot up. You were kidding? I wish. Aaron set the case on the table and opened it with a quiet click. Inside lay a pistol unlike any they'd ever seen. This is called the Demon. It's one of the greatest alchemical creations in recorded history. Scott whistled under his breath. You mean Captain America's shield couldn't stop these rounds? Not a chance. Aaron's voice was grim. The demon hunters, the ones who've been after me, are relentless for a reason. There's nothing on Earth that can withstand this weapon's power. Hank frowned, absorbing the implication. So this ties into the mission you brought us in for. Aaron closed the case and looked both of them squarely in the eye. I'm only responsible for getting this into play. Beyond that, fate's out of my hands. If you two fail, he paused, his voice dropping to a cold whisper, I'll personally deal with Dale and Klaus, and if even that can't fix things, anyone foolish enough to cross me won't live to regret it. The weight of his threat hung in the air as the three of them stared at the demon and at the dangerous gamble they were about to take. Scott paused, running a hand through his hair. If that's the case, there's no point in arguing further. Can we just shoot him? Hank's eyes flashed with warning. Absolutely not, he said, voice low. He's only a low-level security guard. Killing a witness is always our last resort. Scott sighed, then nodded. Fine. Outside Pym Technologies, a nondescript white van eased to a stop beside a rusted manhole cover. Louis stepped out wearing a stolen security uniform, his forged badge clipped to his belt, and a compact pistol hidden beneath his jacket. Because Scott had already uploaded his credentials into the company database, the guard at the checkpoint waved him straight through with barely a glance. Ready? Kurt's voice crackled over the earpiece. Ready, Louis whispered, checking the pistol's grip. Meanwhile, Scott, clad head to toe in the Ant-Man suit, kneaded the manhole's locking mechanism. He took a steadying breath, popped the cover, and slid into the dank sewer tunnel below. Back in the van, Kurt's fingers flew over the laptop keyboard. With a quiet hum, he breached Pymtech's energy grid and shut down the power. Lights blinked out throughout the facility, plunging labs and corridors into darkness. At ground level, Louis approached a heavy steel door labeled water control valve. He swiped his keycard, the lock clicked open, and he slipped inside, just as a lone guard swung around with a flashlight beam. Hey, what are you doing here? The guard demanded. Louis forced a confident grin and shrugged, cheeks warm. Boss told me to keep watch over this area, he lied, voice steady. Just doing my job. The security captain strode into water valve control room number 3 and planted himself in front of the panel. I'm in charge here, he declared, reaching for his walkie-talkie. But before he could call for help, a massive, enlarged fist smashed into him from nowhere. Thud. He crumpled to the concrete floor, unconscious. Valve's turning, Louis shouted, levers rattling under his grip. He spun the wheel with all his might. Water pressure's dropping. Levels going down. Cole reported over the comlink. Far inside the subterranean drain pipe, Scott crouched on a living raft of red ants linked heel to toe. The swarm's grip on his legs held him steady against the roaring torrent. After a jarring, splash-filled ride, he spotted the outlet grate up ahead. Instantly, the ants reconfigured themselves into a sturdy ladder. Nice work, team, Scott whispered. Time to climb. He climbed swiftly, hoofing iron rungs as the ant ladder extended beneath him. A heavy ring, part of a hand-wash basin's drain, clanged and slipped through the grate. Scott caught it for a moment, then vaulted onto a single flying ant, bursting through the ventilation duct above. Ant-Man's in! Cole's triumphant laugh crackled over the comms. Diff raised his telescope to his eye. He's parking now, he murmured. Through the lens, he watched Hank Pym pull expertly into a vacant spot. Perfect timing. Then something on the curb caught his attention. Quiet! Look, a Crown Victoria just pulled up. Kurt leaned in for a better look. So what? Crown Victorias are standard for undercover cops. Aaron grinned. Sounds like someone here has had a bit too much experience with plainclothes officers. Dave flushed. I've not. Stop making things up. A friend of mine mentioned it, that's all. Right, your mysterious friend, Aaron teased. Before Dave could retort, 2 men in plainclothes stepped out of the Crown Vic and broke into a run toward Pym's car. Diff's stomach dropped. Oh no, I'm deploying the bullet ants now, Scott announced over the headset. Hapa? Nara? Klarna? Marna? I can't remember the exact code name, but trust me, this guy's in for a world of hurt. One by one, the bullet ants dropped silently from the ceiling. The guard posted at the control room door let out a strangled scream as pain flared in his neck, an agony that vanished almost as quickly as it began. That was all the opening Louis needed. He slipped in beside the guard and delivered a precise blow that sent the man crashing to the floor, unconscious. Perfect casualty rate for a high-stakes op, Louis said with a smirk, brushing imaginary dust from his hands as he knelt by the guard's side. Hope ignored him. Swift and focused, she slipped into the control room and set to work installing the signal jammer. Within seconds, she flicked a switch and nodded at the monitor. Jammer's online. Kurt leaned forward, eyes glued to the screens. That's a clean job, Hope. Scott will be impressed. Before Hope could respond, Dave's voice crackled urgently through the comlink. Team, we have a bigger problem down here. They all turned toward the viewports just in time to see Hank Pym pinned against the lobby wall, flanked by 2 plainclothes officers cuffing him. Scott's reply came back, tense and clipped. Arrested? We can't let him go in cuffs. If Pym's detained, the entire mission falls apart. Adjust plan now. Silence hung in the air for a beat as everyone absorbed the new crisis. Then Hope shot Lewis a determined glance. Kurt tapped at his keyboard, and Dave braced himself. They had gone this far. There was no turning back. "Kay, what's the problem?" Scott asked. "Nothing major," Aaron replied with a half-smile. "Just that Hank Pym might have to drop by the police station for a little coffee and questions." "The police? After Hank?" Scott blinked, then a grin of frustration spread across his face. "Of course, it's got to be my ex-wife's boyfriend, the guy who calls himself my daughter's stepdad. He's a cop. He was the one who put me behind bars before, and then helped me break out. If he gets the chance, he won't hesitate to send me back." Aaron clicked his tongue, amusement dancing in his eyes. "See? Hank set you up, but trust me, you'll pay for what you've done, and soon you'll understand exactly why he's been hounding you." Aaron's lips curved in a smug smile. In Hank's mind, Scott was nothing more than a blonde interloper trying to steal his daughter's affections. Any protective father would do his best to nip that in the bud. "Relax," Aaron said, reaching for his wallet. "This is a piece of cake. After all, I have Shieldy's water fake," he muttered, swearing under his breath as he brandished his ID. He couldn't wait to flex his authority and watch everyone else fall into line. Hank Pym was only a special consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D., but that didn't make his rank insignificant. Before he could argue further, Dave slammed the van door shut and sprinted toward the black and white Crown Victoria as if propelled by springs. "Listen," Pym said, stepping in front of the two plainclothes officers who barred the doorway. "If you don't let me into this building right now, people are going to die." The detectives exchanged skeptical looks. Helping to investigate Scott's escape was exactly within their jurisdiction. Why should they let a S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant cut in line? Then the Crown Vic's siren barked to life. Both officers spun around just in time to see the cruiser peel out, tires shrieking, and disappear down the block. "Are you kidding me?" one detective shouted, vaulting over the curb as he gave chase. Dressed in plain clothes, they had no way to flag down or recover a stolen police car. In the blink of an eye, their only lead had vanished into the night. Nothing Hank Pym does will ever disappear, and there'll be plenty of chances to debrief him later. But if that loathsome thief slips through our fingers now, the Bureau will lampoon the two of us for months. "Problem solved," Kurt said, his voice flat as he set down his tablet. Aaron let out a low whistle. "Brilliant. I'm going to have to revise my opinion of you, Kurt. That was unconventional. A bit ruthless, maybe, but it works." Kurt shot him a half-smile. "Hank, Scott's team will prove themselves in time." A crackle of static preceded Hank Pym's irritated drawl. "Prove themselves? In my book, they're nothing more than a bunch of criminals." Aaron laughed. "Come on, calling it murderous gangsters is harsh. If you do it right, it's blending in. Do it badly, it's gangbanging. And right now, I'm just doing some seriously good blending." "If that's blending," Hank scoffed, "the world's most hardened criminals should hang their heads in shame." Kurt leaned back in his chair. "So tell me, Aaron, what's the biggest thing you've ever done?" Aaron drummed his fingers on the table, eyes distant. "Over the years, I've pulled off plenty of wild stunts, but the one that really stands out is launching a nuclear bomb." Kurt's jaw dropped. He swallowed hard. Kurt swallowed nervously. "You're not joking, are you? That's pretty intense." Hank tapped his chin thoughtfully. "No joke. During the Chitauri invasion, a shield jet launched from the helicarrier, flew over New York, and fired a nuclear warhead into the wormhole. Aaron Gaius was the pilot." Wow, Kurt's eyes widened. He hadn't paid much attention to this young man before, but now, with someone who'd literally saved the world standing beside them, everything changed. "Scott, that's a real asset for us." Louis broke into a surprised grin. "With him on our side." "Cut it out." Scott shook his head. He was just owing his job. If we're serious about stopping Darren Krause, it still falls to us. Aaron chuckled softly. "Don't ask why," he said. "Some things are guided by fate." After Hank cleared security, he waited in the company lobby. Moments later, Darren Krause strode in, immaculate in a tailored suit, with Hope at his side. "He's here," Hope announced. Darren tapped Hank on the arm. "Punctual. Good. Let's move." He led the way to a reinforced door where a retinal scanner blinked to life. With Darren's authorization, the barrier slid open, admitting them into whatever lay beyond. As soon as the authorization came through, the vault's heavy doors slid open. Inside, arrayed in transparent containment modules, stood the newest prototypes, miniaturized battlesuits. Hank Carlson's pulse quickened. He hadn't expected Darren Klaus to pull this off so soon. Relief and awe warred in his chest. "I'll give you this, Darren. You really did it." Darren remained planted before the vault, arms crossed, back to Hank. "You're only seeing half the picture, Hank. The rest stays locked away." Above them, rotor blades whirred to life. A black S-Shield helicopter touched down on the rooftop, stirring a swirl of dust. Moments later, the former S-Shield defense minister emerged, his suit jacket caked with grime, but his gaze razor-sharp. Meanwhile, deep in the bowels of the complex, Scott Lang commanded an army of ants across every server rack. Tiny transmitters they carried unleashed a burst of electricity, erasing every backup. Within seconds, Scott vaulted onto a squad of flying ants and raced through the maintenance corridors toward the particle chamber. Tense minutes passed. Then the vault door hissed open again. The ex-defense minister paused at the threshold, cast a cool glance at Hank, and strode over to Darren, extending a firm hand. "Klaus, my colleagues have agreed to your proposal." Darren shook his hand, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips. "Excellent. Mr. Carlson, allow me to introduce our honored guests, official representatives of Hydra." "They're not what they used to be," Darren taunted, a smug grin spreading across his face. "They're doing all sorts of interesting things now, and frankly, I'm having a blast watching it." "You used to keep your technology under wraps," Darren continued, stepping close enough that Hank could smell his cheap cologne. "And now it's about to go public, right under your nose." Hank drew in a steadying breath and let it out in a single controlled burst. His fist shot forward, connecting squarely with Darren's jaw. The impact echoed in the silent hangar. Carlson's eyes flickered. He knew that punch all too well. 20 years ago, back when he'd worked for S-Shield, he'd tried to replicate Hank's groundbreaking research. When Hank had discovered the theft, Carlson had flippantly invoked Janet's name and earned a blast of fury just like this. "Oof!" Darren staggered backward, one hand coming up to cradle his throbbing cheek. He forced a laugh. "I figured you'd hit me sooner or later. I just expected you'd hold back." Hank's eyes narrowed. "You clearly overestimate me." He turned away from the fallen man, his heart heavy. He'd tried every argument, reason, warnings, friendships, yet Darren remained unmoved. Now, all Hank could do was hope that Scott and the others would step in before Darren unleashed this technology on the world. "We apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused you." Chapter 1047. What a pair of dragon and phoenix, the evil capitalist. As fate would have it, disaster struck just as Dave predicted. Having hot-wired the Crown Victoria, he tore down the street in reckless triumph, only to slam headlong into a tall iron fence. Within seconds, two plainclothes officers appeared on the scene. They skidded to a halt beside the smoking wreck and practically ripped the doors open, but the driver was long gone. "Blast it!" one of them snarled, shining a flashlight into the empty cockpit. They circled the car, seething, until a familiar, mocking drawl drifted out of the shadows. "I must admit, Hank was right," Aaron called, strolling up with an exaggerated bow. "We're nothing but a bunch of gangsters, and it looks like even our biggest victories are just dumb luck." Dave, crouched behind the crumpled fender, cringed at Aaron's words. "Luck or not, we still got away," he whispered, trying to sound confident. Then, in his excitement, he hit the horn, once, twice, until the whole neighborhood rang with blaring metal. The two officers froze, exchanging furious looks. Dave's grin dropped as he saw them sprint toward the car. "Okay, maybe luck's run out," Aaron muttered. He glanced at the shipping container parked next to them. "To the cargo hold. Now!" Dave didn't hesitate. Together they dashed around the wreck, pried open the container's side doors, and slipped inside just as the officers reached the fence. Shouts rang out. Flashlights swept across the yard. But the thieves had vanished into the dark belly of the truck, leaving only footprints in the dirt and two very annoyed policemen staring at a smoldering sedan. Inside the hold, Aaron lay flat on his back, clutching his side as he chuckled softly. "See, we'll be fine. It's just, never let me talk you out of honking again." Dave gave him a wry salute from the floorboards. "Next time, I'll keep my hands off the horn. promise. Above them, the city sirens wailed. Beneath them, their hearts hammered with equal parts fear and exhilaration. In that uneasy silence, Dave and Aaron, true as a dragon and phoenix, tucked themselves into the shadows, ready for whatever came next. Kurt pressed his back against the dented side of the sedan, clutching his laptop. "Maybe they drove off without spotting us," he whispered. "We need to cut the power before anyone notices." Dave knelt beside him, balancing the laptop on his knee. "That's our only shot," he agreed. "Honestly, we should thank our lucky stars this clunker's still running." Aaron leaned against the front fender, arms folded. "I wouldn't call it luck, more like a miracle. But do you really think those plainclothes officers we saw back at the station are going to let us waltz off unchallenged?" Kurt frowned and tapped his keyboard. "I recognize this truck from the precinct database. Those VIN details match a lot number flagged for surveillance last week." A firm knock sounded on the driver's window. "Anyone in there?" a gruff voice called. Aaron exhaled, traded a look with Kurt, then rolled the window down. A plainclothes cop peered in, suspicion etched on his face. "This your car?" he demanded. Aaron shrugged, voice steady. "You talking to Paxton? I'm his. What did Scott call me? Stepfather to his daughter. I married the mother, remember?" The officer's gaze sharpened. "Right. Scott? Scott Lang? You're the guy he left the wife and kid for, then promised he'd turn over a new leaf? The family's been through a lot. Your name came up in every report." Aaron met the cop's eyes evenly. "Believe me, no one wants him to get his act together more than I do. But right now, we've got a bigger problem. We're trying to shut down the grid before someone else finds out, and if you're here to arrest me, you're gonna have to catch me first." The officer hesitated, scanning the row of empty cabins behind them. A faint hum of generators, almost ready to go dark, echoed in the night air. He reached for his radio. "All units, we've got 3 persons of interest at the old Elk Ridge site. Do not approach without backup." As the cop stepped back, Aaron flicked the window shut. Dave ducked behind the car and resumed typing, fury and urgency in every keystroke. Kurt's fingers flew over the keys. Moments later, the hum of the power line sputtered, and then silence. The grid was down. They exchanged relieved glances just as distant footsteps pounded the gravel road. No time to waste. Together, they bolted toward the cabins, shadows swallowed by the night. "Bring him out," Lieutenant Paxton ordered. "We're taking him and his lawyer, Hank Pym, back to the station for questioning." "Hold on." Aaron swung open the car door and strode over to a second plainclothes officer. With a swift slash, his knife cut across the man's neck. The officer pitched forward. Paxton jerked his hand toward his holster. But before he could draw, Aaron was on him, the barrel of a pistol pressed against his forehead. Dave poked his head out of the back seat, jaw dropping. A moment later he recovered and gave Aaron an enthusiastic thumbs up. "Now that," he said, "was impressive." Aaron rolled his eyes. "You should have stayed in the car." Dave shrugged. "Looks like Scott isn't just a petty thief. He's hooked up with some heavy hitters." Aaron ignored him. Instead, he flipped out a silver badge and held it up for Paxton to see. "SHIELD Special Consultant, Level 8 clearance." Paxton's eyes widened. "SHIELD? Special Consultant? Level 8? Aaron's tone was perfectly calm. "Different department, but this ID still gives me the right to demand explanations. Now, before we proceed, care to enlighten me?" He flicked his shoulder, flipped his custom stainless steel pistol, dubbed Red Spider Lily, back into its concealed holster. Paxton glanced at the badge, then at Aaron's unflinching gaze. Deciding discretion was the better part of valor, he motioned to his men to lower their weapons. Silence fell as Aaron holstered his knife and stepped forward, ready to uncover the truth. Aaron didn't bother hiding his confidence. No matter who Scott was dealing with, Aaron knew he had the upper hand. There was no need for pretenses. "When did Scott make contact with S.HIELD?" Agent Paxton asked, brow furrowed. "He didn't," Aaron replied flatly. "Scott has zero ties to S.HIELD. None of this involves them." "In that case, you—" "Don't ask," Aaron cut him off. "It's too complicated to explain right now. All I'll tell you is that Scott really has turned over a new leaf. He's doing this because he wants his daughter to be proud of him." Paxton shook his head. "That still doesn't explain why he broke out of custody." Aaron took a slow breath. "Fine, I'll tell you what he's up to, but you must keep it strictly confidential. Can I count on you?" Paxton glanced at him, then nodded. Aaron strode to the outer door of the containment compartment and punched in a code. The lock clicked open, and he swung the door wide so Paxton could see inside. Kurt was bent over a terminal, typing furiously. "Get in," Aaron said. Paxton hesitated at the threshold. "What about my partner? Is he all right?" "He'll wake up in a couple of minutes," Aaron assured him. "He's just sedated. By the time you're ready to leave, he'll be conscious again. And don't worry about transport. The Bureau will cover your bus fare." "All right." Paxton climbed inside and took a seat between Kurt and the still unconscious Dave. He leaned toward Kurt and began, "Why are you?" But Kurt flinched under Aaron's stern glare and fell silent, forcing Paxton to swallow his question. Scott's voice crackled over the comm. "Okay, I'm here. I'm arming the bomb." A swarm of ants, summoned by Scott, scurried into the PIM particle storage vault. Within seconds, Scott fastened a small timer to the containment unit and punched in a 15-minute countdown. Watching the live feed, Paxton's eyes went wide. "What? You're installing a bomb? Who are we? Who are we planning to blow up?" There was a pause. On the screen, Scott hesitated, his finger hovering over the final security latch. Then he whispered, "Don't tell me. He's in the car right now." "Unfortunately, he is." Aaron's voice was calm but unyielding. "Your so-called friend has been unreliable, so I could only share part of the mission." Paxton slammed his fist against the console. "You can't be serious." Aaron flipped through his briefing pad. "He swore to keep it secret. Once you complete this task, both of you will be granted audience with the Shadow Holy Court and solidify your covenant there." Paxton's face went pale. "No, this is wrong. You can't just blow him up in a car. This isn't a small operation." "The bomb isn't for him," Aaron explained patiently. "It's to erase every trace of PIM Technologies' research. Darren Krauss, Hank Pym's own protege, stole his mentor's particle manipulation data and is about to sell it to Hydra." Paxton swallowed. "So that's it. You want to destroy the data before Krauss can deliver it." Aaron's eyes were steely. "Exactly. 15 minutes until 0. Complete the mission, and you both earn your place in the Shadow Holy Court." Scott's voice came back on the line, low and urgent. "Time's ticking. What's your call?" Paxton drew in a steadying breath, nodded to himself, and issued the order that would decide their fate. If they succeeded, it would be a real disaster. "That sounds ridiculous," Scott muttered. "That's exactly why I asked you to get in the car instead of knocking you out," Aaron said. "You're a cop, and your history with Scott makes you the only one we can trust. Since they've seen you, you're compromised. You can't reveal what you know, but you can keep it quiet. It's the cleanest way to handle this." Kurt raised a trembling hand. "Sorry to interrupt, but in my nerves I forgot to turn off my headset. Scott heard everything we said. Hank and Hope did too. Don't worry, though. Only the 3 of them caught it. No one else suspected a thing." "Damn it," Aaron groaned. "Of course you did." He shook his head, half exasperated, half impressed. "Only you, Kurt." "Okay," Kurt continued, fingers flying over the keyboard. "Forget the headset trick. Let's go full open channel, share every word. And remember the priority. Stop that trade at all costs." Scott nodded. "I'm in position. How's the laser network coming along?" "Almost there," Kurt replied, eyes fixed on the monitor. A progress bar climbed steadily toward 60%. "Be warned, the system's about to reboot for a scheduled update. We could lose our feed any second." Silence fell as they waited, each of them knowing how much hinged on this last window of time. "Before you continue, please remember to back up your bookshelf and reading records. Screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience." A tense hush had settled over the subterranean lab. Dave shook his head, voice low but firm. "Not yet." Inside the cramped control alcove, Kurt's fingers hovered over the console's enter key. "We're at 100%, he said. "Hold on," Dave replied, scanning the darkness. Above them, Scott fastened a safety rope to his harness. "How much longer, Kurt?" "I'm ready to jump." "Almost there," Ant murmured at Scott's side. Then Kurt's palm slammed down on enter. The overhead monitor beeped once, the red laser grid strung beneath the pipe winked out, and the miniature wasp suit appeared, suspended in its transparent vault. Scott drew a sharp breath and launched himself into the air. His hand darted forward, brushing the suit's armored forearm, and in that instant, the vault's floor collapsed into a spiral trapdoor. The tiny armor plunged out of sight, and the hatch sealed with a hiss. Scott hit the grated floor, knees buckling. "What the hell just happened?" A triumphant laugh echoed from the shadows. Darren stepped into the dim light, pressing his palm against the now empty glass tube. "Hello, little guy," he said, rapping twice on the wall of the vault. He leaned back, grinning as the team stared at the sealed case and at the vanished prize they'd risked everything to retrieve. Before Scott even had a chance to react, the overhead power grid snapped back to life. His Fetty harness sizzled and went limp, and he plummeted to the concrete floor with a bone-jarring thud. Groaning, he tried to push himself up, but a boot pressed him back down. Darren Cross stepped from the shadows, arms folded, a cruel smile on his face. "I always figured you'd hidden the suit somewhere," he said. He glanced at Hank Pym. "But that makes one question even more urgent. Who's the new Ant-Man? Hank, who do you trust more, your old friend or me?" Hank's eyes darted between them. Finally, shame overcoming him, he forced out a single name: Scott Lang. At Darren's nod, a wall-mounted screen flickered to life, displaying Scott's mugshot, eyes hollow, placard in hand. Darren narrated as the image lingered. "Here's a man who dared challenge the company and paid dearly for it. Lost his livelihood, his reputation, even his little girl. To me, that's the perfect profile for Ant-Man, wouldn't you agree?" He crossed to a steel suitcase on a nearby table and flipped it open. Inside, the Wasp suit gleamed under the harsh fluorescent lights. Scott broke out of prison without leaving a trace, then showed up here, penniless, and offered me his only bargaining chip. With a snap, he closed the case. "Because only the Ant-Man tech can rival what I've invented." Hank's face went pale. "Darren, don't do this. Handing these suits over to our enemies. I've already sold them." Darren interrupted, voice cold. "At double the price, thanks to your little excursion into the Avengers' base. The world's about to learn just how dangerous Ant-Man and Wasp can be in the wrong hands." He turned away, smug and unrepentant, leaving Hank to stare at the closed case and the consequences of his betrayal. Darren held up the slender vial of yellow Pym particles and caught Carlson's eye with a knowing smile. "I'll sell you the Wasp suit," he said, "but these particles stay with me. The suit doesn't run on diesel. If you want power, you'll have to buy it from me." Carlson inclined his head and accepted the vial without a word. He'd sealed the deal. Aaron chuckled. "A businessman. No, an evil capitalist," he teased, smacking his lips. "Darren Krause's profit margin is even tighter than Tony Stark's before he built Iron Man. Still, he's clever. Hank Pym didn't pick the wrong man. He just recognized his mistakes too late." "Can we drop the commentary?" Dave rolled his eyes. "We're not here for a business lecture." Unfazed, Aaron slipped his hand through the space ring on his finger and drew out a sleek black pistol. The chamber glowed faintly as he leveled the demon hunter at the center of the room. Paxton's brow furrowed. "Where did you get that?" "None of your business." Aaron let his smile turn cold. "Darren Krause's hideout is locked down tighter than Fort Knox. But this," he tapped the gun's barrel, "this weapon tracks its target through any shield, any barrier, and when it hits, it kills instantly." Dave took a step back. "So what now? We've made the deal, but Darren will vanish before he ever delivers the suit." Aaron's eyes glinted. "That's where our new toy comes in." He fiddled with the safety. Time to make sure he honors his end of the bargain. Aaron folded his arms and looked over at Hank. "Once we're done here, S-Shield will move in to clean things up. And you know Nick Fury. He won't pass up the chance to cripple another Hydra cell." He leaned back against a battered lab table. "But remember, I only ever agreed to ensure the end result. How we get there, collateral damage, casualties, that's on me. I'll even give you a choice, Hank. You say yes, and I guarantee I can end this right now. One shot, right between the eyes, problem solved. Only, that's guaranteed to send shockwaves through the timeline and undo the future I showed you years ago." Hank's fingers curled into a tight fist. He could feel the future shifting already. Visions of Scott rescuing Janet from the quantum realm, the victories they'd share, all of it threatened by a single pull of the trigger. Aaron's voice was calm as he watched his friend Strug, Lee. "I believe history can correct itself after a small disturbance. It might be scary, but it shouldn't collapse everything. Still, that risk is yours to own." For a long beat, Hank said nothing. He kept his gaze fixed on the floor, wrestling with the knowledge that their only hope of preserving Scott's later mission depended on following the original course of events. No shortcuts, no betrayals. When Hank remained silent, Aaron sighed and straightened. Fine then. Let's keep moving. With that, he turned away, already focused on the next steps. The choice had been offered, and in the end, Hank had stayed his hand. The mission would proceed as written. I respect your decision. Claus's voice was low but firm. Hank met his gaze. Then tell me, what do you call someone who wields the world's most powerful weapon? Claus paused, studying Hank's drawn face. The most powerful person alive. Hank's shoulders slumped. So, you're proud of me? Claus shook his head. There's no turning back now, and Darren still has a choice. Darren stood near the door, watching the room's bodyguards train their rifles on Hank. His hand twitched at his side, inching toward his holster. It's too late. Always too late, Darren muttered. He flinched as a guard adjusted his aim. You think I'm weak? You think I couldn't protect you? Or myself? Hope bristled. That isn't you, Darren. You know it's just those particle reactions messing with your head. Darren's eyes flickered at Hope's words, torn between two impulses. Then he stormed forward and snatched the rifle from the nearest guard. Hank and Hope exhaled in relief, until Darren swung the muzzle around and pressed it against Hank's temple. You were right, Darren whispered, voice trembling. This is something only I can finish. Before Darren could pull the trigger, Hope lunged at the guard beside him, yanked the man's pistol free, and leveled it straight at Darren. His finger hovered over the guard's trigger guard, ready to stop his friend's darkest moment. Even though the other bodyguards didn't understand the motive behind Darren's and Hoppy's actions, their training kicked in immediately. In a heartbeat, they leveled their weapons at her, professional instincts guiding their aim. Here we go again, Carson muttered, stepping back to give himself room. He'd been with his shield long enough to stay calm under fire, and this situation, even if unfamiliar, didn't unnerve him. Hope squared her shoulders and spoke quietly but firmly. Lower your weapon. Darren's finger tightened on the trigger. I broke into his house that night to kill him, he snarled, and you were the one who stopped me. Hope met his glare without flinching. You're disturbed, Darren. I can help you, but only if you put down that gun. A dark grin spread across his face. I wasn't ready to kill you before, but I am now. His laughter was edged with madness. Drop it, right now. Hope shook her head. You're on the wrong side of this fight. With that, Darren swung his rifle toward Hank and prepared to fire. In the same instant, Scott Lang, Ant-Man himself, reached into the secure compartment of his suit and pulled out 2 PIM discs. The red disc could shrink any target. The blue could make it enormous. Scott flicked them both into the air, ready to change the battlefield in a split second. Certainly. Please provide the chapter text you'd like me to revise, and I'll transform it into polished, idiomatic English while preserving all the characters, plot points, and details. Chapter 1048, The Villain Lost Because He Talked Too Much. Boom! Scott's blue PIM disc slammed into the vault door. In an instant, the reinforced steel bulged outward and exploded in a shower of shattered bulletproof glass. Crystalline shards glittered in the overhead light as they rained down on everyone in the room. Seizing the moment, Scott shrank to insect size. He darted beneath the outstretched arms of 2 stunned bodyguards and unleashed a flurry of punches. Both men tumbled backward, dazed. Across the room, Hope lunged at the nearest guard, twisting his wrist until the gun clattered to the floor. With a swift kick, she knocked him unconscious. At the same time, Hank Pym charged Darren, wrestling for control of the villain's pistol. In the scuffle, Darren managed to fire 1 shot. Hank cried out and crumpled to the ground, clutching his side. The Hydra representative, a tall, sinister man, raised his own weapon to finish the job. Scott seized the opportunity. Shrinking even further, he zipped under the Hydra agent's guard and delivered a sharp kick to the man's kneecap. The agent howled, dropped his gun, and staggered backward. Scott returned to full height in one fluid motion, grabbed the agent's collar, and landed a solid punch on his jaw. The man crumpled to the floor, unconscious. With the immediate threat neutralized, Scott sprinted to Hank's side. Kneeling beside him, he pressed a trembling hand to Hank's chest. Hank, stay with me. You're going to be all right, I promise. But before he could check for a pulse, The unmistakable click of a cocked pistol sounded behind him. Scott froze as cold steel pressed against the back of his skull. "Take off the suit," the stranger snarled, leveling his pistol at Darren's head. "Or I'll blow your brains out, and then tear that thing right off your corpse." Aaron shook his head, amusement lacing his tone. "You really don't get it, do you? Villains always die because they can't shut up. If I were in your place, I wouldn't announce my whole plan. I'd just pull the trigger and strip the suit off afterward. It might not be mine while I'm alive, but once I'm dead, it's mine for the taking." Kurt, Dave, and Paxton exchanged worried looks. Dad, is now really the best time for that lesson?" Dave muttered. "Seriously, are you even S-Shield certified?" Paxton added, eyebrows raised. Aaron gave a dry chuckle. "You guys are a decade older than me, yet somehow you've seen almost nothing. War, any war, can be decided by the smallest detail. For villains, a swift victory is everything, but they always forget that." Click, click. The sharp sound of the safety switching off echoed across the room. Everyone tensed for a gunshot, but none came. In the next instant, Hope's presence rippled through the air. An invisible legion of ants swarmed Darren, crawling inside the barrel, dislodging the safety, jamming the mechanism. The would-be executioner's eyes went wide as the gun clicked uselessly in his hand. This was precisely why Darren Krause had poured so much effort into developing the Wasp suit, and why he still coveted the Ant-Man suit. The Wasp technology gave him flight and energy blasts, but it couldn't control ants. Now, as hundreds of them swarmed over his arms, their tiny bites barely registered. Ignoring the stings, he shrugged off his coat, snatched up the briefcase, and darted toward the exit. From a dark corner, Carlson sprang into action. He pried the vial of PIM particles from the unconscious bodyguard's belt, tucked it into his jacket, and sprinted after Darren, undaunted by the ants snapping at his heels. "See? Actions speak louder than words," Aaron said with a self-satisfied grin. Darren Krause had the upper hand. He just ran out of time by a few precious seconds. Louis shot him a sidelong glance. "Last I checked, you're on our side." "I'm simply stating facts," Aaron replied with a casual shrug. "Besides, don't you have other very important matters to attend to?" Louis straightened his shoulders. "Don't underestimate me." He pressed a button on the cons. Instantly, a blaring alarm echoed through the PIM technology building. Frightened staff spilled into the corridors, scrambling for the exits in a frenzy of panic. Paxton shot to his feet, ready to sprint into the building and restore order, but Aaron raised a hand to stop him. "Easy," Aaron said. "You're a fine officer, Paxton, but you need to stay out of there. That structure's rigged with a time bomb. Anyone who goes in risks being buried alive." Paxton stared at him, uncertain words on his lips. Louis straightened his jacket and cleared his throat. "See? That's the power of action. Mission accomplished. I'm ready to withdraw." "Not yet," Aaron interjected, urgency in his voice. "Hank's been shot. You two need to get him out now. Time's against us. Move quickly." "Am I on my own?" Louis asked. "You've got Hope," Aaron replied, nodding toward the young woman who was already pulling on her gloves. "What about you?" Hope said. "Are you just standing here?" "I'll be coordinating medical support," Aaron assured her. "Get Hank out of there, and I'll handle the rest. I'll save his life, and he'll be back on his feet in a few days." Hope's eyes widened. "You really mean that?" Aaron smiled wryly. "I moonlight as a doctor. A few years ago, Loki drove a blade into Coulson's chest. He would have died if I hadn't been there, and in Sokovia, I pulled a powered individual out of a machine gun crossfire." Dave, who'd been watching from the sidelines, broke into a grin. "That's astonishing." Aaron nodded. "We can do this. Now go." Louis and Hope sprinted toward the smoking ruin, Paxton holding back to secure the perimeter, and Aaron turned to summon the medical team. The clock was ticking, but he'd handle the rest. Chapter 14. And then his sister became my girlfriend. Christ! Darren ground his teeth. He ripped the final ant drone from his collar and crushed it underfoot. "Take me to the roof and notify command. I want that helicopter warmed up and ready to go on my word. You two? Eradicate anything crawling out of that room." With a feral roar, Darren stormed off toward the stairwell. Nearby, Hope steadied her wounded father, Hank, who swayed unsteadily. "Dad, stay with me," she pleaded. "You're going to be all right." "We need to get him to safety," Scott murmured, but Darren shook his head. "No," Darren snapped. You go after the wasp suit. Don't come back without it. Scott gave a curt nod, snapped his helmet in place, and darted for the exit. 2 armed guards blocked his path, rifles trained at chest level. The first guard opened fire. In an instant, Scott compacted his form, let the bullets rip into the glass behind him, then lunged forward in a blur. He drove his fist into the first guard's stomach, doubling him over in agony. The second guard swung his weapon upward. Scott sprang onto the barrel, the rifle bucking beneath his weight, and twisted free as rounds tore into the air just inches away. Feet skidding on the polished steel, Scott led the gun like a rail, then vaulted off onto the guard's shoulder. A single, devastating uppercut sent the man crashing to the floor. The first guard staggered to his feet, clutching his side. He made for his holster, but Scott didn't give him the chance. With a savage grin, Scott jumped up, caught the man's tie in one grip, and yanked him face first into the ground. The guard crumpled, unconscious. Scott landed lightly, helmeted head swiveling back toward the door. He lifted a hand in Darren's direction. Wasp suit, on its way back. From the stairwell above, Darren's shout echoed, "Now move, move, move!" Scott sprinted down the corridor, every sense electrified, and somewhere behind him, the distant thrum of the helicopter's engines cut through the chaos. Scott looped his tie around the first bodyguard's neck, snapped back to full size, and tossed him over his shoulder in a single fluid motion. The man landed with a heavy thud. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots cracked through the room as reinforcements burst in, weapons already leveled. With no time to react, Scott shran, down, and dove into the intricate model city at the center of the table. He sprinted across the tiny streets and alleyways, dodging more than a dozen bullets that whizzed past him. Shards of debris kicked up around his feet as each round struck the miniature buildings. When he reached the edge of the display, Scott vaulted off in a perfect front flip, landing on his feet just as Louis rounded the corner. Completely absorbed in analyzing the model, the 2 arriving bodyguards never saw Louis coming. In less than 3 moves, Louis had both men sprawling on the floor, disarmed and unconscious. He panted slightly, then called out, "Scott, did I save your life?" Warm tip: the website is about to undergo maintenance, which may cause your reading progress to reset. Please save your bookshelf and reading record now, screenshots recommended. We apologize for the inconvenience. With a faint whoosh, Scott returned to his normal height, chest heaving from the adrenaline. He'd faced down armies and sparred with the Avengers, but those 10 seconds inside the model city had been the most thrilling and terrifying moments of his life. Compared to an ant-sized Ant-Man, those bullets had become nothing less than massive shells, each one larger than his entire body. Scott Lang had been standing in the middle of a miniature city model, completely exposed and with no cover at all, when the first barrage hit. That he walked away from it was nothing short of a miracle. He'd savor the bragging rights for the rest of his life, if anyone doubted it. "Thanks, Louis." Louis turned, eyebrows raised. "Hey, we're the good guys, right?" Scott pulled off his helmet, shrugging the dust from his shoulders. "Yes, we are the good guys," Louis pressed, as though saying it once more might make it truer. "Absolutely." Louis let out a long breath. "Feels kind of weird, doesn't it?" "I get it," Scott said, tapping the side of his suit. With a soft hiss, the world snapped back into normal scale. Towering buildings rewove themselves around him in an instant. "But our mission isn't over yet. Let's move before this place blows apart." A few yards away, Aaron leaned against the observation platform, grinning. "So? Exciting enough for you?" Paxton shrugged. "Intense, but we've survived worse." Aaron gave him a pointed look. "What do you think drives a guy fresh out of prison to put himself through that?" Kurt stepped forward, answering without hesitation. "His little girl's smile. He wants her to look up to him, never think her dad is a failure." Paxton's eyes flicked with newfound respect. "I admit I misjudged him, but that's something else." Aaron folded his arms, skepticism creeping back in. "Still, makes you wonder if we're really the good guys." Kurt exhaled, rubbing his temple. "Too green, too short-sighted." "It's perfectly normal for civilians to have doubts," Aaron said with a half-smile. "What's going through your mind doesn't change a thing for me. Just keep it to yourself from now on." Before anyone could reply, a deep roaring filled the courtyard. With a thunderous whoosh, a battle tank burst from the building, swinging at the end of an impossibly long metal chain. It slammed to earth, sending up a cloud of dust. "Holy, that's incredible!" Dave whooped, eyes wide. Kurt blinked in disbelief. "It's gotta be a trick by the gypsies." Paxton gaped at the tank. "That's a tank. I need to get a closer look." "Relax," Aaron said, as if ordering pizza instead of addressing a full-blown armored vehicle. "That chain? It's Hank's. He never goes anywhere without it. Looks like they got away, just not the way I'd pictured." "A keychain?" Paxton shook his head as he stared at the shining silver links that stretched back into the building. "This isn't funny. Those are Pym particles powering that tank. Hank Pym, Scott Lang, and those two idiots." "We are not idiots," snapped a voice from the tank's hatch. "Fine," Aaron waved a hand, unbothered. "Call them whatever you like. The point is, none of them wanted Hydra to seize this technology. So they made their move tonight. Just think, if you and your team had managed to detain Hank Pym back there, where would we be now?" Paxton fell silent, his eyes flicking between the tank and the smirking men around him. Inside, his emotions tangled into something he couldn't quite name. Paxton's eyes were hard as flint. "I'm not going to tell you who they are, only what went down tonight." He leveled a fierce glare at Dave. "I can look the other way as if none of this happened, or I can take your name straight to the Holy Court and sign you up as their next contract, but only this once. Got it?" Dave's stomach turned. He nodded mutely. "If Paxton's police are onto me, I'd better keep my head down for a while," he thought. With a sudden whoosh, the tank vanished into thin air. Hope and Lewis wrestled Hank, his shoulder bleeding, into the back of an armored truck. Hope's voice was tight with urgency. "Quick, where can we set up for surgery?" "Just a moment," Aaron replied coolly. He reached into his space ring, withdrew a sleek acupuncture gun, and tapped it against Hank's upper arm. "Ow!" Hank flinched, then his eyes widened in surprise. It doesn't hurt anymore, but I can't move. I'm fading." "That's the anesthetic at work," Aaron said, his tone matter-of-fact. Then, with a flick of his finger, his fingertips elongated unnaturally. He tore through Hank's shirt, exposed the wound, and delicately extracted the bullet. Hope hovered close, her brow furrowed. "Aren't you worried about infection?" Aaron gave her a calm, almost bemused look. "I've got it covered," he assured her. "Now let's get him to the OR before he slips into shock." Aaron shook his head. "No, that's juice made from healing grass. It'll disinfect his wound." He uncorked a small vial, squeezed out a white, frothy foam, and deftly spread it over Hank's injury. "Almost done." Hank's voice trembled with relief. "Is that it?" "Not quite." Aaron tossed him a roll of green gauze. "When you get back, wrap the wound with this. In 3 days you'll be as good as new. But no showers, no heavy lifting, and none of your reckless stunts. Understood? Otherwise, I won't take responsibility for how much it hurts. And, this is important, eat well. Keep your strength up." Got it," Hank nodded, staring at the bandage roll in his hands. He couldn't believe how easily Aaron had patched him up. He cleared his throat and looked at his friend. "Aaron, Darren took the battlesuit away, just in case Scott can't. I've got everything under control." Aaron gave Hank's shoulder a reassuring pat. "That suit is a last resort option. Right now, there's no need to worry." Hank managed a small smile. "Thanks, man." Across the tarmac, Darren climbed into the helicopter as soon as its skids touched down. He slid into the pilot's seat, gave the order to lift off, and watched the rotor blades begin their familiar whirl. Just as the thrum of the engines settled into a steady rhythm, a new, unexpected sound cut through the night. Darren's head whipped around toward the source. His heart skipped a beat. I spotted a squadron of winged ants approaching through the night sky. Perched atop the largest of them was Ant-Man, Scott Lang, his tiny form silhouetted against the moonlit clouds. Darren's blood ran cold with shock and anger. Without hesitation, he wrenched the pistol from his nearest bodyguard, took careful aim, and squeezed the trigger. Even in the darkness, from several dozen meters away, Darren's shots were unnervingly precise. One by one, the bullets tore into the air beneath Scott's ant, and the creature plummeted. In the nick of time, another ant swooped in to save the miniature hero, though the fallen one, Scott's beloved Anthony, was surely mortally wounded or crippled. Years of careful cultivation and that affectionate name were gone in an instant. "You'll pay for this," Scott shouted as Darren barked. "Let's move." The bodyguards slammed the helicopter's hatch shut, and the rotor blades kicked up a roar. The chopper lifted off into the starless sky. Boo! T. Scott, undeterred, raced alongside, punched through a side window, shrank himself back to ant size, and wriggled in through the shattered glass. The chase was far from over. Darren whipped out his pistol and fired wild shots at Scott, but he missed. One bullet shattered the briefcase that held the wasp suit. The case tumbled open on the floor, spilling out the miniature suit and its shimmering PIM particles. "Are you insane? Put the gun down! Look at this place!" Darren yelled, his voice echoing against cracked walls and broken glass. Scott vaulted onto the upturned case, his eyes burning as he stared at the tiny armor. "Do you really think stealing this changes anything? That you can rewrite the future?" Darren's grip trembled on the pistol. "I'm not just here to steal it," Scott said quietly, so quietly Darren almost missed the admission. Then an urgent beeping cut through the tension. Scott's own time bomb, planted minutes before, started its countdown. Darren realized what was about to happen and tried to shout a warning, but the next instant a deafening roar consumed the lab. Flames surged through PIM technologies. Walls buckled and collapsed, sending plumes of dust into the air. Yet as the building fell, the PIM particles activated. In a blink, the fire, the rubble, even the smoke were drawn into a microscopic black hole, leaving nothing behind but a fine cloud of dust drifting in the ruins' aftermath. Chapter 1049. I've never seen such dedicated police officers. Boom! In a heartbeat, the PIM technology building collapsed into dust, leaving nothing but an empty lot where Darren's hard work and his dreams of a business empire used to stand. Red veins bulged around his eyes as rage flooded him. A deep, furious growl escaped his lips as he spun around and leveled his gun at the ant-sized Scott. "Drop the weapon," he snarled. Scott darted aside just in time. With a burst of determination, he vaulted onto Darren's hand, used it as a springboard, and shot toward his face. Darren reacted in a blur, swiping his palm in a savage arc. A single, thunderous slap sent Scott skidding across the concrete floor, tumbling head over heels until he came to rest by the doorway. Above him, the helicopter's rotors whipped the air into a frenzy. Heart-pounding, Scott seized his moment. He activated his growth device, swelling back to full size in an instant. Instinctively, he yanked the pilot's seatbelt tight and exhaled, convinced he was safe, for a heartbeat. Then he looked up. Darren stood before him, already clad in a yellow and black wasp-themed combat suit. His eyes shone with ruthless intent. Scott realized, with mounting dread, that this confrontation was far from over. The wasp suit couldn't control ants, and it lacked the red and blue power discs, but mounted on its back were two barb-shaped arm-length laser cannons. In an instant, a blue beam lanced out. Scott tensed, then darted with superhuman speed, weaving through the continuous rays. He closed the distance on Darren and delivered a heavy blow to his helmet. Darren reeled, then suddenly shrank to the size of an ant. Now two tiny pilots, Scott and Darren, were locked in fierce close-quarters combat. The lasers continued to slash through the cabin, punching irregular holes in the floor, the sofa, and the walls. Stray beams struck both helicopter pilots. The chopper lurched wildly, yawing left and right as it began to lose power. Engrossed in their battle, Scott and Darren barely noticed the aircraft spiraling out of control. They tumbled into an open suitcase as the shaking threw them free, and the bag was ejected from the cabin. Still dizzy, they rolled inside, grappling atop cell phones, chargers, and packs of gum that now towered over them like skyscrapers. Before either could gain the upper hand, the suitcase hurtled through the air and, plop, landed with a tremendous splash in a suburban backyard pool. Water surged around them, and for the first time, both pilots paused, soaked and stunned, to take in the new and perilous world they'd just plunged into. Water exploded in every direction as the family paused mid-barbecue prep, staring in shock at the rippling surface of the pool. Then, with a sudden splash, someone burst from the water. A grotesque mask glinted beneath the sun, and a wasp-patterned suit, complete with wicked barbs along the spine, sent the family into terrified screams. One of them reached for a cell phone, but before they could dial, Darren unleashed a searing laser beam that fried the handset circuitry. Scott lunged forward, pulling Darren into the nearby house in a crouch, determined to protect the stunned onlookers. Darren recovered instantly. With a vicious backhand, he sent the table toppling, then rained quick punches into Scott's torso before hurling him toward the outdoor grill. In a heartbeat, Scott's body expanded. He crashed into the grill, knocking it off its legs and avoiding a fiery fate as coals scattered harmlessly across the patio. No sooner had Scott regained his feet than Darren, now shrunk to a more compact form, swooped straight at him. Instinctively, Scott snatched up a discarded tennis racket and swung. Thwack! The racket connected with Darren's midsection, flinging him headlong into a standing mosquito zapper. A crackle of electricity lit up the little tower, and white smoke curled from its mesh. "It's okay," Scott called out, turning to reassure the huddled family. But his words only spurred them on. Screaming, they scrambled up the steps and raced toward the safety of the street, desperate to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the masked terror emerging from the smoke. Scott forced a dry smile, scrambling for an explanation. He climbed into the van, eyes darting to Darren. Klaus slumped across the mosquito lamp's kill grid. The wasp suit still clung to Darren's unconscious form. "Hank," Scott blurted, "Darren's out cold, and he's stuck in that suit. You've got to tell me how to get it off." Hope, who was tinkering with the van's taillight, shook her head. "You can't remove it from the outside. The suit's reinforced with titanium. We can't shrink in Ant-Man style." "Just drive us back to the lab," Hank called from the passenger seat, managing a weak grin. "I never thought you'd pull this off. Seriously, how did you manage to subdue him?" Scott straightened, brimming with misplaced bravado. "Oh, it was epic. You won't believe this. I used a ping-pong paddle to smack him right into the mosquito lamp's grid. Just like that, mission accomplished." "Ah." His voice caught. Before anyone could ask a follow-up, Scott's knees buckled. He mumbled one last phrase, "Don't move, San Francisco police," and collapsed onto the floorboards. In the sudden hush that followed, Hank pinched the bridge of his nose. He wasn't there for the fight, but he could picture it perfectly. Scott, paddling Darren like a round of ping-pong, the final boss vanquished, only for our hero to trip on a stray pebble and faceplant. "This," Hank muttered under his breath, "is exactly why we can't have nice, simple victories." Aaron gave Hank a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Well, that's what you call bittersweet." Hank let out a sardonic laugh and glanced at Paxton. Who knew the San Francisco PD could be so enthusiastic? Paxton's cheeks warmed. "Hey, don't look at me like that. As long as nothing goes off script, Scott's headed straight to the station. You'll still have the chance to bail him out, properly, through the usual channels." "That's not what keeps me up at night," Hank replied, frowning. "My real worry is Darren. He's still trapped in that stasis pod. If he wakes up, we're in serious trouble." Hope's expression darkened. "Think about it. All our data's gone. PIM particles, research files, even the company records. Darren's down to that one suit. Without our archives, if he wants more PIM, he'll have to come straight to you." A tense silence followed. Then the three men exchanged knowing smiles and let out a sharp, relieved laugh. The events of tonight have cleared Darren's path. He no longer has anything to fear. "No, no, no," Aaron muttered, wagging a finger as if he alone could see the threads of destiny. "This is precisely how fate unfolds, and history still has the chance to set things right." "What are you talking about?" Hank's eyes flew open in shock, relief mingling with disbelief. "So if everything goes according to plan, Darren really will be safe, and the next stop for him won't be a prison, but someone's house?" "But there's no one living in our family home," Louis cut in, sounding confident. "Hank's villa has been empty ever since those crooks rattled off a couple of steel bars across the windows before they left." Aaron shrugged, then fixed Paxton with a meaningful look. "My house?" Paxton spluttered, utterly bewildered. "That's impossible. I don't know any Darren Klaus. But you do have a little girl," Aaron pointed out. "Kathy?" Paxton's blood ran cold. "Oh God, you're saying Darren Klaus is using Kathy to threaten Scott?" "It seems inevitable," Aaron confirmed. "Driver, let's move." Paxton sprang to his feet. "I have to get home now. Kathy is innocent in all this." "All right, let's move." Hank slammed the cab divider with his fist. The unmarked cruiser leapt forward, tires squealing against the asphalt. "Hostages are at 840 Winter Avenue," Louis, their driver, called out, eyes fixed on the street signs whizzing past. A crackling dispatch voice crackled through the dash intercom. All units, hijacking in progress at 840 Winter Avenue. Damn it, Hank pounded his palm against Louis' seat. Step on it. This is our only shot. From the front passenger seat, Aaron's calm voice cut through the tension. Relax, Hank. According to the thread of fate, Kathy will be fine. Scott's already en route. He'll arrive just in time to save his daughter. Hank's scowl deepened. You sound like you know this for a fact. How much have you seen? Aaron's lips curled into a mysterious smile. He brushed his left hand against the silver band on his ring finger. With a soft hum of energy, a small leather-bound notebook materialized in his palm. A few years ago, Aaron explained, flipping the cover open, I learned to trace the trajectories of possible futures. I recorded every outcome I could foresee, good, bad, and everything in between. It's all here. Hank stared at the book, breath catching in his throat. He was the only one who knew about Scott's time-space jumps, until now. And Aaron had just confirmed it, right here on the front seat of their cruiser. The city lights blurred past as the car tore down Winter Avenue. Behind them loomed the scene of the crime, a nondescript brownstone with its windows taped over, police barricades half erected, and SWAT teams lining up at the curb. Hank swallowed, closed his eyes for a beat, then met Aaron's gaze in the rearview mirror. If Scott's our only chance, he said quietly, let's hope fate knows what it's doing. Aaron slipped the notebook into his jacket and nodded. It always does. Louis stomped on the brakes a moment later, the cruiser sliding to a halt. The two men leapt out, weapons drawn, blending into the swirling chaos of flashing uniforms and shouting officers. As the front door swung open and hostage negotiators began their work, Hank felt the weight of Aaron's revelation settling over him. Time and fate were no longer abstract. Now they were alive, ticking with every second that passed. And somewhere in the folds of that unknowable tapestry, Scott was racing to change history once more. Hank Pym's voice was low but urgent as he exchanged a meaningful look with Hope. There really isn't a way? What must I do to bring her back? Aaron folded his arms, his expression calm but grave. Patience, Hank. You remember what I told you. We can't force the timeline or we risk fracturing it. Letting events unfold naturally is the only way to safeguard destiny. Hank's eyes darkened. So you're saying our only hope rests on Scott? Aaron nodded. Scott Lang's chapter as the second-generation Ant-Man is closing. His next confrontation with Darren is the pivot point. Win or lose, that battle will decide whether she returns. Hope's lips trembled. She could? Before she could finish, Aaron raised a finger to his own lips. If you're craving every detail, I promise you'll get the full story soon. But right now, Scott is the linchpin. Any adjustment to his path, no matter how small, could ripple through the future in ways we can't predict. Bill Paxton, leaning against the console, rubbed his temples. Can someone translate that for me? Because I've got no clue what you're talking about. Aaron offered a tight smile. Sorry, Bill. The short version, we can't interfere until Scott's fight plays out. Jumping in now could doom her for good. 800 Winter Avenue, child's bedroom. The room was painted in soft pastels, but tension crackled through the air. Darren Klaus, still in his yellow and black wasp suit, stood rigid at the foot of the bed. His eyes, dark with anger, were fixed on the little girl curled under the blankets, clutching her doll like a lifeline. Where is she? Darren's voice, cold as ice, echoed off the walls. The girl met his gaze, wide-eyed but unflinching, her toy pressed against her chest. Outside, the quiet hum of the neighborhood filtered through the window, but inside this room, time felt suspended, every heartbeat laid bare. The buzzing zapper had left scorch marks all over his suit. Outside the house, police had formed a tight cordon, while Maggie, Scott's ex-view, Ife, stood at the window, pale and trembling. Kathy pressed her back against the wall beside Maggie. Maggie gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. It's okay, sweetie. Don't be afraid. Through the glass, Kathy stared at the figure crouched on the windowsill and whispered, Are you a monster? Scott smiled gently. Do I look like a monster to you? I want my dad, Kathy said, her voice small. Beside her, Darren folded his arms and nodded. Me too. Before Maggie could react, Darren scooped Kathy up, and Scott slipped silently through the open window. The officer who'd cuffed him earlier had failed to remove the Ant-Man suit and was currently racing around to the front of the house, drawn by a hijacking report on his walkie-talkie, an urgent call from 840 Winter Street. He burst in, just as Scott lowered his mask. Maggie's eyes welled up. Kathy's face lit up. "Dad, is it really you?" Scott ruffled Kathy's hair. "Hey, Dudu, long time no see." He didn't waste a second. Scott produced a shimmering red PIM disc and flung it toward Darren's feet. The disc activated, humming with energy. "Why?" Darren's question ended in a shrinking gasp as he involuntarily condensed to a fraction of his height. Kathy seized the moment to dart into a nearby cabinet, her small frame disappearing into the shelves of toys. Scott tapped his helmet and, with a flash of blue light, shrank to match Darren's new size. He landed on the edge of Kathy's Thomas the Tank Engine display, bending to peer around a toy locomotive. "Where did you go, buddy?" Darren perched atop one of the little train cars, eyes wide as he scanned the blanket spread below them. A dark, inky line was slowly oozing across the fleece, spreading like spilled paint. Scott frowned. "Great, that's not part of the floor plan." Even at miniature scale, the two figures dwarfed by plush hills of carpet, the stakes had never felt higher. Scott glanced up. Maggie's voice drifted down from above. "Be careful." He nodded, although she couldn't see him. "Always am." And with that, the tiny showdown began. "I'll finish you," Darren snarled, unleashing a searing laser blast at Scott. But Scott vanished off the edge of the carpet and reappeared among a writhing army of bullet ants. "Rise up, now!" he shouted. At his command, hundreds of ants swarmed Darren, biting and clawing at his wasp suit. He countered with the suit's built-in laser cannon, incinerating dozens of insects at once, but the horde was relentless. Forced backward, Darren struggled to hold his ground. Seizing the moment, Scott leapt onto a nearby toy train, ripped off one of its carriages, and hurled it straight at Darren. The wasp blasted it to splinters, but more ants poured over the wreckage. Before Darren could regroup, Scott lobbed a foam building block that struck Darren square in the chest, sending him sprawling across the metal track. A high-pitched whistle split the air. Da-da-da-da. The tiny locomotive was bearing down on him at full speed. Panic surged through Darren's veins. He threw up his arms in a weak shield and squeezed his eyes shut. Instead of cutting him in two, the toy train exploded against him with a thunderous crack, its fragile plastic casing shattering under the force. Despite Darren's shrunk size, the battlesuit still amplified his strength. The impact scattered track fragments and toy debris everywhere, but left him surprisingly intact. He lay amid the wreckage, dazed, determined, and still very much in the fight. Darren reacted in an instant. He scooped up the tiny toy locomotive from the floor and flung it at Scott as the other man charged him. Scott, never missing a beat, slapped the wooden engine aside with one hand. Before Darren could recover, a swarm of enlarged ants descended on him, punching and pinching until he burst straight upward over their heads. Hovering 10 feet above the ground, he activated the laser cannon mounted on his shoulder. "You're an insult to me, Scott," Darren growled, his blue beam carving gouges through tables and shredding chairs. "If you were bigger, LD put you down for good." Scott ducked behind the wreckage of a play table and called back, "I'd like to see you try." From his pocket, he drew a slender blue dart and hurled it at Darren. The beam sliced past Darren's shoulder, missing by mere inches, then clattered to the floor and struck a nearby ant. In an instant, the ant ballooned, its body swelling until it was nearly as tall as an adult man. Darren wheeled his cannon and blasted the giant insect, but Scott had another dart at the ready. He pitched it with perfect aim. Darren blocked it with his free hand, sending the dart spinning across the ruined playroom. It struck a toy train on the shelves. The moment the dart made contact, the little engine expanded with a deafening crack. It burst through the ceiling, rocketed into the night sky, and smashed into a police cruiser parked outside. "Is that Thomas?" Officer Dave whispered, staring up at the colossal, crimson locomotive now embedded in his squad car. "It seems the transformations have begun," Aaron said with a grim smile. Meanwhile, Paxton sprang from the cruiser's wreckage. The surrounding officers recognized him instantly and let him pass without question. As sirens wailed in the distance, all eyes turned skyward, where toys and insects, and two battling men, were making the city's quiet night explode into chaos. Maggie pressed herself against the foyer wall, eyes darting up the staircase. "Kathy?" A faint groan drifted down from the second floor. "Help me." Paxton's jaw set. I promise I'll bring her back. He yanked his pistol, slung the door open, and raced inside, Aaron at his heels. Aaron paused at the threshold, nodding in approval. He's a good man. At least he understands responsibility. Maggie spun to face them, panic in her voice. Who are you? I'm with S. Shield. Paxton answered over his shoulder as he sprinted up the stairs. He might not be able to handle this on his own. Aaron chuckled, then followed. Kathy, I'm coming, Paxton shouted, his boots thudding on the wooden steps. Halfway up, he froze. An enormous ant was charging down the hall toward him. Before he could pull the trigger, a thin projectile whizzed through the air, thunk, and struck the creature in its abdomen. A pale mist of sedative glowed briefly around the ant's joints, and it toppled forward, motionless. Paxton exhaled, relief flooding his features. Thank you. You saved me. A figure stepped from the shadows, a shield sniper, rifle casually slung over his back. Don't mention it. It's just an ant. But next time, unless you're about to die, I'm staying hidden. Understood, Paxton replied, offering a quick salute. Downstairs, Darren's massive insect form snapped back into a lean, human silhouette. He flicked his eyes at Scott, who was pinned against the couch, then unleashed twin beams of searing energy. You think you're safe? I'll destroy everything you love. Paxton slid into view at the bottom of the stairs, gun leveled. Don't move. San Francisco Police Department. Darren's lips curled into a cold smile. The spines on his shoulders twitched, and with a flick of his wrist, he sent Paxton's pistol spinning across the floor. The room crackled with tension as allies and enemies squared off in the flickering light. Taking advantage of the brief lull, Scott suddenly expanded, swept Darren aside, and flung him out of the chamber. Take her away. Friendly reminder, our site will soon undergo an update that could erase your reading progress. Please back up your bookshelf and reading history. Taking a screenshot is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience.